Chapter 1001, Hoso Enraged. The battle reaches its peak when experts gather. This battle had gathered all the presently active founder-tier experts in the universe. Aside from Yor and Lingua, two founders who had shut themselves off from worldly affairs and gone into seclusion, everyone else was here. It would not be an exaggeration to say that this battle today would decide the fate of the entire universe. All these twists and turns occurred just as Xiaoguqin and his comrades had caught a glimmer of victory going up against the Temple of Many Gods, and then the three founders from the Dark Life Forms descended with their elite warriors. Interestingly enough, the reasons why the Dark King Wendar was so eager to act had all been because of Xia Fei. Earlier, Xia Fei had run into the Dark Life Form territory and caused mayhem, killing and injuring countless Dark Life Forms. There was great unrest among their populace. Even Wendar's own daughter, Winia, was severely injured by Xia Fei. How could the arrogant Dark King Wendar stomach such a disgrace? He had immediately led his armada from the dark space and made a beeline for the Lower Realm. It was upon his entry into the Lower Realm that Wendar grew even more angry, because he discovered that Xia Fei had even destroyed the critical Tiger Kill Pass. These numerous events were all Xia Fei's fault, and Wendar hated Xia Fei to his core. After contacting Constant, Wendar wanted the culprit handed over in a short time, which happened to have been around the same time as Xiaoguqin's departure from the Lower Realm. As Constant was already planning to deal with the Skywings, he readily agreed. That was how Xia Fei was dragged out from his spatial channel by laughter, and the two founders had subsequently clashed with him, with one losing his life and the other getting gravely wounded in the process, while Xia Fei had been forced to use his Tree of Life. After Wendar saw that Constant was still unable to hand him over was when he decided to lead his armada to the Temple of Many Gods, ready to seek redress from Constant, but he just so happened to run into this battle between Xiaoguqin and Constant. This series of coincidences had caused this amazing occasion where all these various law gods were all gathered. Rumble. The Dark Life Form armada and the four founder experts with Constant leading the charge gave off an oppressive aura. They were headed straight for Xiaoguqin and the others. That was when something unexpected happened. Two beams of light flashed past, and two additional strangers appeared from out of nowhere on Xiaoguqin's sides. He was short in stature, and his beard grew past his knees. He was none other than the oldest of the 13 founders, Yor. It was said that before Yor had his 7th brain region opened, he was already at an advanced age, and could be considered ancient for having lived until today. Even if someone were to compare him against the entire universe, Yor might very well be the oldest being still alive. With triangular eyes, a wide mouth and a square nose, the other was the most talkative founder, Lingua. Even if it was a simple matter, as long as Lingua was asked to speak on it, he was more than capable of talking for 3 days and 3 nights straight. This was how he had gotten his name, Lingua. Unfortunately, the falling out of the Temple of Many Gods years ago had disheartened these two greatly. In a fit of anger, the two had decided to seclude themselves, refusing to involve themselves with the matters of the universe at large. Their seclusion had lasted tens of thousands of years. But today, these two experts that had not stepped a foot out in the larger world since times of old had suddenly appeared. Furthermore, they were standing on the side that was going against the Temple of Many Gods, with Xiaoguqin taking the lead. This was no doubt a very shocking sight. Lingua. Yor. Why have the two of you come here? Old Crane asked in surprise. After all, the 3 founders had gone to look for the two before this assault on the temple, doing their best to convince them to join the fight. However, the two had refused to lend a hand. Yet right at this critical juncture, Yor and Lingua had both had a sudden change of heart, coming as a big shock to Old Crane and the others. The two newcomers did not give an answer, and merely gave light nods to Xiaoguqin and Old Crane. Whoosh! With one arm raised, Lingua pointed right at Constant. Years back, we were comrades who banded together to carve out our world, yet you actually made moves on solo behind everyone's back. Had it not been for the universe-wide broadcast today, we'd still have been kept in the dark about this. Constant, that was very heartless of you. Crane's mouth was gaping. Lingua, who had not said a word for tens of thousands of years, actually spoke. Had he not witnessed this with his own eyes, Crane would definitely have thought he was dreaming. Constant came to a halt and his eyebrows were knitted together. He asked curiously, "How did you learn of this? It was not just us. Right now, the entire universe knows about your collusion with the Dark Life Forms and the inverse, and how you control the Lower Realm. I've listened intently to every sentence and word you've said, and saw it clearly with my 2 eyes. Look at yourself. Just who are you standing together with? Forget your collaboration with the dark life forms, but you'd actually raise a hand and kill your own comrades. For that, I must settle this score with you today. Solo was the most righteous one out of us all. We respected him deeply, yet you killed him just because he could threaten your position due to his high cultivation. That is an unforgivable sin. No matter how tight we were in the past, from here on out, we are no longer comrades, but enemies. Lingua lived up to his name as the most talkative founder. Enduring his many years of silence must have been hard on him, so much so that the moment he spoke, he did not stop. What had once been a tense atmosphere turned lax all due to the incessant nagging from Lingua. From how they first met, to how they joined hands to establish the Lore Realm, Lingua's words were ceaseless, and even the old comrades behind him like Crane and Yor were secretly complaining about this unending tirade. But seeing how Lingua had now taken a stand after all these years gladdened everyone more. Live broadcast? What do you mean by live broadcast? Constant asked, clueless. That was when a voice could be heard, coming from afar. What he meant by live broadcast was none other than yours truly, standing by the sidelines, transmitting the matter of how you've colluded with the dark life forms and the inverse out to everyone. The conversation you shared with those dark life forms was illuminating. I believe the entire Lore Realm is now in an uproar over it. Countless people out there are now thinking about you, the greatest founder that holds the highest seat in the Lore Realm. This statement was of course said with biting sarcasm. What he meant by thinking was of course referring to everyone settling their past grievances with Constant. These past years, in order to provide the souls demanded by the inverse, Constant had plotted and taken out plenty of experts from the Lore Realm, instigated war between the peak races time and time again, along with the numerous cases of experts that had gone missing. Constant had his hand in all these things. Practically every clan had members that had lost their lives due to the war, and now, with the truth finally out, the entire Lore Realm were keen to settle this debt with Constant. Who are you? Constant bellowed angrily toward the sky. Yours truly. Bang! Everyone saw a single meteor trail streak through the sky, and Xia Fei appeared in front of everyone with a perfect landing. Ha 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 ha! The Grand Ancestor was laughing boisterously when he saw it was Xia Fei, barking loudly in his glee, see that? That's the demeanor of our Skywing's lone wolf. Constant. Xia Fei has already recorded what you said just now, and subsequently broadcast it across the universe. You've already become the public enemy of the entire Lore Realm. Just sit tight and await your demise. Xia Fei smiled, the corner of his mouth curling up at an angle to form a sneer. Indeed. After Xia Fei had learned that his grand ancestor Xia Guocan had barged into the Temple of the Many Gods in a fit of rage, he did not recklessly dash out to join the fight, but instead hid at the periphery of the battlefield, publicly transmitting everything that had just happened, as well as the irrefutable evidence of the collusion between Constant and the inverse, all across the universe in every direction. The entire Lore Realm was now aware of each and every word Constant had uttered. No matter how crafty he was, there was no way for him to defend himself now. This was Xia Fei's strategy. From the past until now, Xia Fei had not been the sort who would win purely in terms of his combat strength. While Xia Fei could be ferocious and crazed when he was putting his life on the line, it was his schemes and stratagems that caused even greater frustrations to his enemies. This time, Xia Fei had merely employed a little trick, and had caused the entire Lore Realm to stand against Constant. There was no way for him to come back from this now. A very ugly expression appeared on Constant's face. The three founders behind him looked to be even more distraught than him, like they were verging on mental collapse. The reason why they had assisted Constant time and again was all because they did not wish the Lore Realm to learn of the deals that they had made in the past. Unfortunately, all of them had forgotten one simple fact: it was only a matter of time before shoes would get wet if one were to walk along the river often. Xia Fei had given them all a tight slap from behind, and practically sent all these founders tumbling into the crashing waves. In the distance, the Dark King Wendar furrowed his brow. Though he really enjoyed seeing Constant being defeated and felt a great sense of achievement, he was also well aware that there would not be any benefit to him and the dark life forms if Constant were to truly fall. After all, the strength of the Lore Realm was ultimately greater than that of the dark life forms, but the fighting between the two races had decreased the strength of the Lore Realm greatly. If the god and demon races were to really work together and present a united front to deal with the dark life forms, he was certain it would not be at all positive for him and his people. Behind Wendar was Lady Wenpiza, who was also his elder sister, someone who had always been hiding behind Wendar, guiding the dark life forms. At the moment, Wenpiza was speaking with another unknown elder whose face was covered tightly under a black gauze, making it impossible for anyone to see his true face. The lore realm is over. Constant can't handle the situation any longer, let's leave, Wenpi Zha bent and whispered into Wendar's ear. Stunned, anger appeared in Wendar's eyes as he clenched his fists tightly. We can't. While we have the numerical advantage, we must reduce the threat the lore realm poses to us dark life forms to its minimum. Right now, with all the founders of the lore realm gathered here, is an opportunity for us. Wendar hissed back. Wenpi Zha seemed to disagree with Wendar's plan, and just as she was about to say something, Wendar's impatient personality reared its ugly head and he directed the Dark Armada to attack. Let's eliminate all the elites of the lore realm while we have the chance. Wendar bellowed. Kaboom! The elites of the dark life forms that he had brought out numbered beyond 1,000,000. The sound of them mobilizing could make the entire galaxy tremble. Constant! Kill all these people with me. They will kill you tomorrow if you don't kill them today. Wendar shouted at Constant. Constant jolted back to reality. Wendar's words had struck a nerve, making it sound like Constant was a coward that was most afraid of people taking their revenge on him. Now that his evil deeds had been exposed, Constant had also lost his greatest insurance against that. Gritting his teeth, Constant joined in on the assault with Wendar, while the other three founders begrudgingly followed suit as well. With how the chips have fallen, they had just one choice left: kill off all the founders in the lore realm and join the dark life forms. That would be their only chance of survival. The stronger the person, the greater their desire to survive. In order to do so, the 7 founders had no qualms betraying the lore realm, and today, they were even willing to send the lore realm that they had established to the gallows. Wenpi Zha shook her head and watched as her husband and brother charged towards Xia Fei, visibly displeased with Wendar's actions. Turning around, she looked questioningly at the black-robed elder. This elder was unmoved, staring deep out into space as he softly said, "I can't help you guys this time, because my nemesis has come." Saying this, a figure suddenly appeared in front of Xia Fei. The soul hunter, Hosu. He had a nimble figure, but the aura he was exuding suppressed everything. He lived up to his name as a great soul hunter from beyond the cosmic gate. The moment Hosu appeared, the dark life form elite force, named the Million Lions, instantly froze up. None of them had seen such an overwhelmingly powerful aura before. They knew it came from a being that was several times more powerful than them. Xia Fei was surprised, and a grim expression appeared on his face. Though Hosu had arrived, it was very apparent that his concentration was completely devoted to that elderly stranger in front of him. The usually calm and collected Hosu was looking at him with bloodshot eyes right now. Chapter 1002, The Fourth Passenger on the Ark. The great soul hunter whose combat strength far surpassed everyone present had arrived, making the very galaxy stir. Without a doubt, Hosu was very powerful, and there was no reason Xia Fei could lose with such a super powerhouse on his side. But Xia Fei was frowning, because he could sense a big emotional fluctuation in Hosu. The great soul hunter Hosu was loyal, brave, and composed, but today, he was uncharacteristically full of rage. His eyes were all bloodshot, and his eyebrows were angled sharply. Hosu's stern gaze was fixed on the elder in the black cloak, glaring at him in unabated hatred, directing every ounce of killing intent right at him. Even the color of the very sky had turned with his surging killing intent. Xia Fei pursed his lips and did not say a word. However, a foreboding feeling built inside him. Hosu was a very cautious individual. After losing his soul weapon, it had taken a great deal of effort before he managed to gather enough energy to seal the cosmic gate again. According to Xia Fei's plan, it was decided that they would try to refrain from Hosu expending too much energy, having him show up to shock the enemy so that they could capitalize on the moment of fright and deal a devastating blow to their forces. But reading this present situation, Hosu had really been enraged. This unreserved release of energy made it seem like it was his intent to go all out against this elder. Could he be harboring some deep-seated grudge against this unfamiliar elder? So much so that he would stop at nothing to see him dead. Boom! That elder suddenly erupted from his silence. He was actually giving off an aura comparable with what Hosu was emanating. Those dark life form warriors who had originally been feeling suppressed by Hosu's aura were practically crouching under the immense pressure, but after the elder unleashed his aura and clashed against Hosu's aura, these warriors instantly felt more at ease as they felt the pressure on them recede. Hosu's expression turned grim. He stared at the elder as he said to Xia Fei, "Get a good look at this person. His name is Wen Wist. He was once the personal servant of your grandfather, and was a fellow passenger on board the Ark with us." Xia Fei was stunned. He had always thought that there were only 2 living beings and 1 soul ship on the Ark, but now he had just learned that there was actually a 4th passenger. Weinwist was a vagrant we met on our travels. I tried to persuade your grandfather not to take in this alien, but your grandfather was far too benevolent. He could not bear seeing him wandering through the stars, and this Weinwist was a great actor, willingly accepting your grandfather as his master and becoming his servant. During our journey, I caught him stealing your grandfather's things several times. Every time I wanted to kill him, I would be stopped by your kind-hearted grandfather, arguing that he was still young and could be properly educated. Everything was fine when the situation was rosy, but the moment he encountered the inverse and was hunted down by them, the deep-rooted bad habits that Weinwist has manifested clearly for all to see. In order for your grandfather to protect everyone, he spent his life's cultivation on opening the cosmic gate, and I also sacrificed my physical body just to seal it up. Even Radix nearly dissipated into the winds due to the destruction of the Ark, but Weinwist. This servant stole your grandfather's things and fled on the escape pod all by himself. The Ark was a soul ship of great distinction, and the escape pod it came with was also fitted with the most advanced survival systems, able to use a super warp function that allowed the people inside to instantly escape from danger. Back then, your grandfather passed out because he used up too much of his energy, but if we had the escape pod, perhaps he might not have died. Though your grandfather ultimately died due to the pursuit of the inverse, as well as the universe's miracle poison Cosmic Wolf Slayer, Weinwist was also a culprit that contributed to his death. I must settle this score with him. Xia Fei's entire body shuddered. To think that this tragedy would have so many unknown twists, Weinwist's theft, escape from the Ark, fleeing all the way outside the lore realm and establishing his own species, the dark life forms. Later, though Xia Fei's grandfather Wistful Valley had managed to reshape his body, he was ultimately killed by the miracle poison Cosmic Wolf Slayer. However, Hosu harbored a deep-seated grudge toward Weinwist for stealing his master's things and escaping on his own. In his eyes, Wistful Valley was bound to be in an extremely weakened state when reshaping his body, and it was precisely because of this weakening that had caused the toxins buried deep in his body to trigger. Hosu hated the ones who had poisoned Wistful Valley, the inverse, but his hatred toward Weinwist was far more extreme. That was because the ever-loyal Hosu hated someone who would betray their own the most. Kindness was all that Wistful Valley had shown toward Weinwist back then, even personally giving him his name of Wist, clearly treating him as one of his own. Yet in the end, all he received from Weinwist was betrayal. When enemies meet, their eyes would redden to a greater degree. Hosu and Weinwist, the pitched battle between the 2 super warriors could happen at any moment. What should have been a fight with an overwhelming advantage had turned chaotic due to the sudden appearance of Weinwist. After all these years, Weinwist had turned from a lowly servant and turned into a super warrior that was on par with Hosu. While these 2 were evenly matched against each other, that meant Xia Fei would have to take on the dark life forms and constant without his aid. This was a bleak circumstances that he now found himself in. Give me a bit of time, I'll take the head of Weinwist and give it as tribute to the young master's soul. Hosu swore with fierce determination. Xia Fei nodded. Though he very much wished to slay Weinwist with his own hands, he was well aware that a warrior at that level was not someone he could deal with, and right now, it was the Skywing clan that needed him more. Kill him. In the most merciless fashion. Xia Fei sneered. This was the first command he had given Hosu after learning that he was the young master of the Aurora clan. Jolted for a moment, Hosu pointed at the faraway Weinwist and sternly proclaimed, Weinwist, you must die today. I stake my honor as soul hunter Hosu on this. Everyone on this entire battlefield was stunned after hearing that. The auras of both Hosu and Weinwist were soul-stirring, which puzzled everyone. They had thought these 2 individuals were gods that had descended to the mortal realm. Now that Hosu was betting his honor as a soul hunter to kill Weinwist, it made everyone wonder just what sort of existence a soul hunter was. Weinwist was like a block of wood, coldly staring at Hosu and his rising fighting spirit. All of a sudden, Weinwist opened his mouth. The old me would be no match for you, but that might not be the case now. It's still unknown how things will play out. I'll wager you'll be the one dying. Rumble. Battle abruptly began. Hosu and Weinwist's fight shocked everyone present the very moment it broke out. It was like watching a tiger and dragon embroiled in conflict, where the very environment itself was shaped to their attacks. In the blink of an eye, both sides had unleashed auras that could destroy everything. Soul Arts lived up to their name as a super combat power that went beyond physical limitations. Everyone could see colorful lights fill the sky, almost as if light was being smashed about, rolling in a turmoil that flooded the very space around them in resplendent colors. It was a captivating sight. So this is the power of soul arts. Xia Fei muttered to himself, startled. Radix stared at this eye-catching fight between Hosuo and Wenwist as he gravely murmured, "That's right, soul arts are a pure and explosive burst of mental power. They can cover a huge area and there's an even greater variety of methods. They far outstrip what the physical form is capable of. Now that you have your soul mark activated, and have the cultivation of both the soul hunting and soul eating systems, you'll definitely achieve in the future a greater potency than Hosuo is currently demonstrating. However, I never imagined that Wenwist could improve so vastly during these years. I'm afraid Hosuo will be in for a really tough fight now." Xia Fei turned around and looked toward the distance where Constant and Dark King Wendar stood, saying, "I believe Hosuo has the capabilities to take care of his own problems. For now, let's face what's in front of us first." With the disappearance of Hosuo's oppressive aura, the dark life forms alongside Constant and his fellow founders were once more looking at Xia Fei through gritted teeth, ready to come hurtling over at any second. It looked like they were not intending to abandon their plan to eliminate all the living powers in the lower realm. "Let's finish them off while we hold the numerical advantage," Wendar shouted. Whoosh! Add latest chapters at Friognovlo only. The Dark Life Form army renewed their assault. Under the leadership of Wendar, this huge force went diving towards Xia Fei and the others. Constant ground his teeth and followed this charge of the Dark Life Forms. Losing his position and his glorious identity had maddened him. He no longer cared about anything any longer, what friendship between comrades. Constant had long since banished such triflings to the nether. Seeing Constant siding with the dark life forms in the end, Old Crane bellowed out and cursed, "Constant! You shameless and heartless cad! To think you'd abandon the lower realm like this! You dare call yourself a founder when you are leveraging your numerical superiority!" Constant let out a mirthless chuckle as he arrogantly retorted, "Enough talk! Bullying the few with the many is precisely what I'm going to do today. If I can't live, I'll be sure to drag the rest of you down along with me." Everyone's eyebrows were knitted together. After all, with the dark life forms and Constant now on the same side, that made the number of founders on their side 6. That included the Dark King Wendar and the number 1 war god of the lower realm, Constant. They could not forget about the million-strong elites behind them either, as imposing as a rainbow that could penetrate the stars. Xia Fei's side had been at a disadvantage from the start. The many instances when they had been able to equalize their situation had been disrupted by the appearance of a powerful foe who would destabilize everything once more. Right now, the oppressive Black Army was almost upon them, and their numbers were tens of thousand times greater than Xia Fei's. The situation was seriously dire for Xia Fei's side. That was when Xia Fei suddenly smiled and shouted, "Bullying the few with the many, you say? Then let us help you all learn whether the dark life forms or the lower realm's war gods are greater in number." Boom! The moment he said this, a bright burst of light filled everyone's vision. Countless spatial channels seemingly opened all at once. Innumerable lower realm warriors came surging out. God race, demon race, guardians, rebels. There were even mercenary groups from the exiled grounds. Wendar was stunned. Constant was stunned. Every single dark life form was stunned. They had forgotten a very obvious fact: the temple of the many gods was within traversal range of the spatial compasses. Practically every warrior in the lower realm had their own spatial compass, and so every clan could create a spatial channel of their own. Through this display of advanced spatial traversal, the warriors from the lower realm were able to instantaneously arrive here at the ruins of the temple of many gods. If the 5 major powers were willing to set aside their differences and come together, they would have a strength several times greater than the dark life forms. Zing! A single warcry rang through the vacuum. Wenpizha demonstrated the soul of a warrior right at this moment, stunning the Dark King Wendar. Even Constant had momentarily lost his senses at the turning, yet it was the Queen who was secretly controlling the dark life forms from behind the curtain who charged forward instantly. Streaking out brilliantly, Wenpizha's mysterious twin butterfly swords flashed, and with a quick flick of their tips, went aiming right for Crane's head. She lived up to being the brains behind the dark life forms, as she could tell in an instant that Crane was the one in charge among the 5 founders. If he was to be taken out of the picture, it would severely dampen the morale of the others. Swing! But it was at that moment Xia Fei's legendary blade White Dragon Screech took action as well. With a low wail, every single giant dark beast fainted. Stellar Dawn, Stellar Chrysalis, and the Ancient Dragon. None can compete when the White Dragon descends. Chapter 1003, Shredding the Dark Queen. White Dragon's Screech, the generational blade that belonged to the most dignified Aurora clan from beyond the Cosmic Gate. This legendary blade had finally been passed down into Xia Fei's hand after belonging to his grandfather, Wistful Valley, someone he had never met. It was said that this blade had been crafted from the claw bone of an ancient dragon, but did it still exist? Was the White Dragon's Screech really made from dragon bones? This was a question that had existed for ages, and there had not been any way to verify its truth. However, the effect of Xia Fei's first unsheathing of it today had definitely achieved something expected of a legendary blade. The effect would send shockwaves across the entire universe. Xia Fei appeared to be leaning his body forward, like a javelin that had been stuck to the ground at an angle, evoking a gradient of sharpness. With a whirl of his arm he pointed the blade up. The white legendary blade was raised to the stars. Shing! A silver glare. A single powerful lightning bolt shot out from that legendary blade in Xia Fei's hands, as imposing as a dragon's roar. It tore through the eternal night sky that cut right through the vast emptiness. Everyone was dazed. The aura Xia Fei gave off at the moment surpassed that of a law god. His inner demon. Killing intent. The tyrannical aura of a hardened warrior. All of it was radiating from his body. This imposing aura was not any weaker than the demon-sealing fiendish blade's grand ancestor, Xia Guoken. At the end of the day, Xia Fei was someone who was a dual user of both soul hunting and soul eating. A founder-tier warrior would have activated a small portion of their soul power, but Xia Fei was completely different from them. The aura he gave off was all the more soul-stirring. Accompanying this cry was all of the dark beasts that the dark life forms had brought losing consciousness. It did not matter if their size was as large as a planet or as thin and lithe as a raptor. All of them fainted. Even Furball, the holy beast Shatterstar, trembled. His small beady eyes looked right at Xia Fei incredulously. This was the might of the White Dragon's Screech. It gave off the might of an ancient dragon that lorded over all things. Oh my heavens! Just unsheathing that legendary blade and all the gigantic dark beasts fainted. Just what kind of sword does he have? How did Xia Fei obtain something like that? An aura greater than Law God. Could Xia Fei have been promoted to the founder tier as well? Are my eyes deceiving me? In that moment, a rare second of pause overcame everyone on that battlefield, from the average warrior down to the great soul hunters who were locked in frenzied combat, Hosu and Wentwist. They were all astonished. Hosu's eyes shone as he exclaimed to himself, haha. Sure enough, it takes a real descendant of the Aurora clan to use the legendary blade of the Aurora clan. Only then will it reach its maximum potential. Having kept the White Dragon's Screech safe for so many years on Xia Fei's behalf, Hosu had naturally tried to use the legendary blade himself, but he had to admit that even though he was several levels higher than Xia Fei, he never once achieved the awesome effect that Xia Fei had demonstrated today. Across from him, Wentwist frowned as he exclaimed loudly, Aurorine! An actual Aurorine! So Wistful Valley actually left his bloodline here in this universe. With a fierce voice and twisted expression on his face, Wentwist appeared to be on the verge of mental collapse after saying Aurorine. As the saying went, a man who had done no wrong is not afraid of any ghost knocking on their front door. Having stolen Xia Fei's grandfather's things at a critical juncture and fleeing was the great stain on his life, and what Wentwist was most afraid of was the powerful Aurora clan locating him and investigating his past misdeeds. Now that he had suddenly learned of Xia Fei's existence, he naturally was alarmed by Xia Fei, and even had an intention of killing the man. Hosu burst into laughter, that's right. Xia Fei is the young master of the Aurora clan, the greatest nightmare in your life. I can tell you in all honesty, not only does Xia Fei have Aurorine blood running through his veins, he also lacks any of the kindness and leniency that the old young master had. He has had plenty of his enemies killed despite his youth, and is far more ruthless than a ferocious wolf, even more remorseful than a demon. He barged into the dark life form's territory and killed countless numbers of your people, injured your daughter, and ruined the tiger's maw. That was all Xia Fei's doing. He's the one you're looking for. But it's already too late for you to find him alone at this point. He's about to completely vanquish every single person in your clan. Hosu suddenly felt a great sense of relief in his chest after saying that. The depression he had felt after being suppressed for so long had been swept clean. Hosu began to gradually understand why Radix liked Xia Fei so much. If young Master Wistful Valley was in Xia Fei's position right now, there was no way he would have acted so unreservedly. Wistful Valley would definitely stand by one side with grace and bearing, emotionally persuade Wentwist to repent and then turn a blind eye to his past misdeeds. That was benevolence and grace, but it was hardly enjoyable. Xia Fei did not understand benevolence or grace. All he knew was to take on anyone that dared take a stab at him and ruin his entire clan in return. Every fell turn deserved revenge in kind. He would resort to any means necessary to achieve that. Wentwist was trembling all over. He had followed the Ororine young master Wistful Valley for a long time, and knew that he had taken advantage of Wistful Valley's sense of righteousness and decency. Now that there was a maniac like Xia Fei who did not care about anything born in the Aurora clan, if Wentwist did not kill him now, there was no way he would have any peace in the future. Grinding his teeth, Wentwist sternly called out, "Hosu! Not only will you die today, so too will your new young master." Saying that, Hosu and Wentwist engaged in combat once more, with such great power that it could ruin planets. Slowly, these two experts grew further and further away as they fought, until finally they were no more than two bright meteors zooming through the sky. Xia Fei did not witness Hosu and Wentwist's battle and conversation clearly, because he was currently dealing with a powerful dark life form enemy with all his might, Wenpiza. The second he unsheathed White Dragon's screech, Xia Fei and his body sprang out like a bolt of lightning. The queen behind the scenes of the dark life forms, Wenpiza, had originally charged for Old Crane's head with her strange green longsword. Her sword skill was exquisite, and it looked lustrous and sharp. People's hearts shuddered after seeing it come alive. Even a fool could tell that the green longsword in Wenpiza's hands was nothing ordinary. She was still a good distance away, and Old Crane was about to use his superior speed to shunt to the side, so as to avoid this green longsword's sharp edge. But that was when the green light exploded. It turned into a tight beam of light that shot forward rapidly. Seeing that this green beam was about to reach him, Old Crane had not expected the strange sword to actually be capable of firing, and he broke out in cold sweat from shock, just as Xia Fei came speeding over in the nick of time. A silver ray versus a green beam. Xia Fei's white dragon screech screamed as it unleashed an unrestrained white radiance. The green and white intertwined, like a huge white dragon facing off against a green boa constrictor. One was wild and filled with an imposing aura that threatened to ruin everything. The other was sinister, like a wily fox, filled with adroit and vigorous power. Boom! When the two weapons clashed, it was not as intense as everyone had imagined it would be. This was because Xia Fei's white dragon screech had directly opened its giant maw and swallowed the green beam from Wenpiza whole. They were on a completely different level with one another. Wenpiza was startled. The face hidden behind a black veil turned livid. All she could do was give her green sword a quick flutter as she attempted to retaliate. Unfortunately, the might of the ancient dragon was nothing an average organism could resist. People watching the fight seemingly witnessed a huge dragon soaring through space, snapping its maw shut on a small green snake, about to tear it to shreds. Though that little green snake put up a valiant struggle, it was ultimately unable to escape from the bite of the wild dragon. Knitting her eyebrows, Wenpiza wriggled her palm once more, and the green light became as slippery as a loach. Half of the green light escaped from her sword and shot right at Xia Fei. Crafty approach. Dodge, twirl, roll and twist. The green light was swift, but Xia Fei's body reacted with his abnormal physical agility. Logically speaking, Xia Fei's speed and his limber physique would not have any problem evading this attack, but that green light suddenly dipped when it was almost 100 meters away from Xia Fei. Green snake sweeping its tail. The green light brushed past Xia Fei's side, and its comet-like tail swept at Xia Fei. Bang! A loud explosion was heard, and the green light shattered into pieces. The green light that should have heavily injured Xia Fei actually shattered when it came into contact with his war armor, Celestial Soul Warning. This war armor was also an inheritance from the Aurora clan, and was created to be strong enough for an expert as skilled as a soul hunter. Of course Xia Fei would be protected while wearing it. This was no different from trying to strike a stone with chicken eggs, the eggs would definitely be breaking. Radix's eyes gave off killing intent as he shouted, "Xia Fei, Wenpiza's green longsword is called Jade Green. It's something your grandfather gave to Wentwist to protect himself with. That incorrigible Wentwist isn't someone fit to use anything belonging to the Ororines. Kill Wenpiza and retrieve Jade Green. Letting them continue to use it is just an insult to your grandfather." Xia Fei was surprised. Forget that he had not once met this grandfather of his, but to have gifted such a wonderful item to someone of such inferior character which had ended up being used against someone from their own clan. Xia Fei was extremely dissatisfied with this situation. Items ought to be gifted, but they must not fall into the wrong hands. Otherwise, they could really end up harming others or yourself. Radix's next line only further exacerbated Xia Fei's dissatisfaction. It's not just jade green. The 5 types of immemorial mystical armaments, the law of primal chaos, and the beast spirit codex, all those mythical techniques and items were all originally part of what was stored on the Ark, which ended up lost throughout this universe. You must collect them all back, one day. If Xia Fei had not been caught up in the middle of a battle, he would surely have erupted in a fit of curses. He had always been the one doing the plundering, when was it ever the other way around? Though he was not the one who had lost those things, Xia Fei was nevertheless furious about it. It was like what he had often said before, everything that he learned of would belong to him. There was no need to reason with Xia Fei, because he was never one to be reasoned with. Mine. Those things are all mine. Xia Fei bellowed out in surprise. No one understood what he meant, but everyone saw Xia Fei's pupils instantly turn red as he unleashed his attack on Dark Queen Wenpizha. His sword and armor were both legendary. Xia Fei was a completely different person now that he had activated his soul mark. Now that he had obtained Wistful Valley's inheritance, his equipment far surpassed the level of equipment any of the warriors present possessed. Peacock Blue integrated with the 5 plant immemorial mystical armaments. The fiendish blade that could devour all, Nirvana. The law of primal chaos that could subvert everything from black to white and vice versa. The proud holy beast Shatterstar. Every single trump card that Xia Fei owned was sent without a hint of reservation, right toward Wenpizha. His inner demon surged. This wild and crazed assault left anyone watching dazzled. Even if people were to ignore this glut of weapons being unleashed, Xia Fei would even use soul arts from time to time as he persisted in his attack. He was using his soul power. Wenpizha's situation suffered an instant reversal. She was already lacking to Xia Fei in terms of the number and grade of her equipment, nor did she have any strange combat techniques she could rely on. Now that Xia Fei was even using soul arts on her, she was practically being battered like a punching bag. The pressure was so great that she was on the verge of collapsing. The Skywing Pack Wolves and the 5 founders were all extremely astonished to see Xia Fei. They watched him hold off the strongest enemy on this battlefield all on his own. No. He was not merely holding her off. Xia Fei had essentially had an overwhelmingly crushing advantage. Squelch! Twin swords rending ghost style. The fiendish blade Nirvana and the legendary sword White Dragon's Screech. The Dark Queen Wenpizha was being shredded to pieces from both the left and the right. Chapter 1004, Constant's Secret Move. Smack! Raising one arm, Xia Fei caught jade green in his hands, as well as the spatial ring Wenpizha was wearing, as he rumbled out a comment, anyone who takes what's mine will return it tenfold. This shocking scene was witnessed intently by various individuals on the battlefield. Xia Fei's attitude and that crazed assault had vexed them greatly. Nobody could understand how in the span of just a few days, Xia Fei had managed to improve by leaps and bounds, becoming someone that could be on par with founder-tier experts. Furthermore, the aura emanating from Xia Fei's body was very clearly similar to the founders, yet was much stranger. Paksa! Dark King Wendar yelled as he succumbed to extreme grief and indignation. The Dark Warriors were aware that Wenpizha was the queen behind the scenes, and her death sent their morale spiraling. Conversely, on the side of the Lower Realm, waves of excited cheers could be heard. Killing a founder? This was not a feat that just anyone present could accomplish, yet Xia Fei had succeeded in just that. It was not just Wenpizha's body. Even her soul had been devoured by the fiendish cross-blade Nirvana, and Xia Fei managed to get hold of her entire founder-tier cultivation. There were already several times more Lower Realm warriors than Dark Life forms, and with Wenpizha's death, the Lower Realm forces swiftly pressed their attacks on the Dark Life forms, unleashing a wave of destructive attacks that became a prelude to the annihilation of the Dark Life forms. Including Xia Guoken, the Lower Realm had 6 founders, and had Xia Fei as a not founder, as well as the Skywing Wolf Pack consisted of 5 superior law gods, whose combined strength was on par with a founder, as well. Meanwhile, all that were left on the Dark Life forms side were Constant, Youth, Rock, Chill, and the Dark King Wendar. 5 founders. Even if the strength of Constant and Wendar was ahead of the rest of the pack, they could not beat the numerical superiority that the Lower Realm held. Only after seeing that they no longer held the upper hand did Wendar have the thought of retreating. Unfortunately, they had already been surrounded by the Lower Realm forces, so where could they even retreat to? Just as Wendar was exasperated over this, uncertain of what he should do, there was another change happening within the Dark Life Forms formation. Constant had fled without saying a word. It was hard to imagine that the once de facto ruler of the Law Realm, the war god among the war gods, was actually a coward who valued his life over his honor. It was not just Constant. The three founders Youth, Rock, and Chill had also grit their teeth and slipped away after seeing Constant leave, leaving the dark life forms in the lurch with just Wendar holding on bitterly. Rumble. The founders attacked in unison, and slaughtered Dark King Wendar together. At this point, the dark life forms no longer had any powerhouses. Their army was routed. Everyone would enjoy beating on a villain while they were down, and these people of the Law Realm were promptly invigorated as they killed their way through, almost burying the million-strong army that Wendar had brought with him. Meanwhile, the founders, as well as Xia Fei, were hot on the trail of Constant and the others, unwilling to let the four go. Sure enough, Constant lived up to his name as the strongest existence among the 13 founders. Even when fleeing he did so with great precision, almost as if he had calculated it right down to his every step. The path Constant chose would always be the perfect position, so no matter how much Xia Fei and the others cut him off or tried to outflank him, they would always end up facing fierce warding attacks from him. How is this happening? Xia Fei muttered to himself quietly. Don't panic. Constant and his brethren are already at their wits' end. As long as we can bite on them and not let go, we'll definitely find an opportunity. Radix spared no effort encouraging Xia Fei, even as he looked further into the distance. Hosuo and Wenwist's battle had already taken them further and further away, and they were no longer visible. Radix was very worried about Hosuo's chances of beating Wenwist without his soul weapon. After all, it had been tens of thousands of years since they had met, and there was no way of knowing just what cultivation Wenwist had achieved by now. On top of that, Radix was still worried about the Cosmic Gate. Even if Hosuo won today's battle, he would surely have expended a large amount of his energy, and would not be able to seal the Cosmic Gate. If the inverse were to attack at this time, the situation would only get worse. I'm not panicking, but this style of retreat that Constant and them are taking is far too strange. Xia Fei said with tightly knitted eyebrows. It was as if he had discovered something hidden in this path of retreat Constant had taken. Ocular cognition. The power of the Beast Spirit Codex's ocular cognition technique displayed its prowess. Xia Fei's eyes shone as he carefully observed the movements of Constant and the others. How powerful! I don't recall my ocular cognition being so powerful before. Xia Fei exclaimed. The Beast Spirit Codex had been the technique Xia Fei had gained the earliest, and after countless promotions and a subsequent relearn, Xia Fei had now reached the limit of what the technique could achieve. He had thought that it was impossible for it to improve any further, but when Xia Fei used ocular cognition this time, he was surprised to find that his visual acuity was even better than before. This is truly remarkable. Xia Fei had clearly finished cultivating the complete Beast Spirit Codex, so how could his ocular cognition still be improved upon? Radix laughed out loud. This is the power of activating your soul mark. Soul mark? Xia Fei was slightly taken aback. What has the soul mark got to do with the Beast Spirit Codex? Radix answered, I think you're underestimating the soul mark and soul power. Do you remember that colorful energy ball that was once in your 7th brain region? Of course I do. Xia Fei replied. That amazing energy ball could absorb and store energy, and it was precisely because I had it that it made it seem like my body was not emitting any energy at all, fooling a lot of enemies into thinking I was just a commoner who didn't know any martial arts, helping me hide my cultivation. Even when I was at Fig Corporation that one time it was all thanks to that energy ball. It's too bad that the colorful ball vanished after I activated my soul mark. Radix chuckled, the energy ball didn't disappear, it evolved. The reason why that colorful energy ball existed is solely as a stand-in for the soul mark, and is one of the unique traits that an Auroran possesses. As long as a warrior in the clan is talented enough, they would have a very high chance of gaining that colorful energy ball before their physical form reaches its peak potential. Normally, such a situation will only happen after attaining Law God, because this particular tier of cultivation is a very crucial transition period. Once a warrior achieves complete physical cultivation and begins trying to attain soul power, having the rainbow energy ball would be of great help, which just goes to show how great an aid it gives to a warrior. Now that you've activated your soul mark so much earlier than normal, your strength is much greater than before. Like the law of primal chaos, powers like your Beast Spirit Codex will all be enhanced to varying degrees now. It only makes sense that your ocular cognition is much more potent than before. Xia Fei was stunned. To think that the rainbow energy ball was a unique heritage of the Aurora clan, and its uses were so great. It was not the soul mark, yet it had a portion of the functions of the soul mark, even capable of storing such a great energy reserve. No wonder I felt that my law of primal chaos was stronger than before. So that's the reason. Xia Fei rejoiced. Swoosh! With the strengthened ocular cognition, Xia Fei could very clearly see each and every move made by the elusive Constant from far away. Though the Skywings had plenty of speed experts, Constant appeared to have some super ability that could always spot a crucial point, helping him escape unscathed despite being surrounded by the various founders in the Skywing wolf pack. Xia Fei found it stranger the more he looked. It was very hard to think when moving at high speeds, not to mention that Constant was at an absolute disadvantage right now. Being able to find the breakthrough point was not only difficult, but he would also need the right opportunity, the right terrain, and have a complete understanding of the enemy formation to do what he was doing right now. After all, they were out in space, where there was no cardinal direction to speak of. Everything was three-dimensional, so if Constant was really a warrior with such exceptional judgment, Xia Fei and his side would indeed have a tough time effectively surrounding him. After all, there were too many things they needed to take note of in 3D space. But the key here was that Xia Fei refused to believe Constant had such a superb ability. It must be said that their comprehensive encirclement was being done by the 6 founders, as well as Xia Fei and the Skywing Wolf Pack with 5 superior law gods. The entire universe would laugh if anyone were to say that these experts with hundreds of battles worth of experience did not understand how to engage in an encirclement. This was definitely not a problem with their ability to surround the enemy, but with Constant. Even Xia Fei, someone proficient in calculations and with keen observational judgment, could not guarantee that he could choose such precise points in the middle of such an intense fight. But no matter how clever the path of retreat Constant was taking, the Skywings were not the sort to give up. Both parties kept up the chase, drawing further and further away from the battlefield. Xia Fei realized that Constant was making a very strange motion. He would often touch his ear with his left hand, almost as if the battle was overly intense and he was very afraid that something from his ear would fall out. Whoosh! Veins began to appear in his eyes as Xia Fei increased his use of ocular cognition to the limit in hope of finding out just what Constant was so worried about. So that's it. Xia Fei was startled when he finally spotted what was on Constant's ear. What did you see? Radix asked. There's a black dot stuck to Constant's ear. It's some sort of mental communication device. It turns out that there's someone giving Constant instructions on where to move so as to avoid being caught. Xia Fei exclaimed. Radix exclaimed, I know this communication device you speak of. It's a temporary emergency device that has a limited range. Does that mean that an ally of Constant is nearby? Xia Fei nodded gravely, that's exactly it. To kill Constant, we'll first have to uncover where this ally of his is hiding. With a slight flick of his finger, Xia Fei transmitted a message to every member of the Skywing clan present through the White Flamingo. This was Hosa's White Flamingo, and was also the device that had broadcast the information at the crucial moment of how Constant betrayed the Lore Realm to everyone. This was yet another time that it would be of use. Whoosh! The Skywings were no doubt a super clan that was born to fight. Every single member had honed superior combat skills, and upon receiving Xia Fei's message, not a single one of them paused. In the next second, all of them mobilized. Grand Ancestor Xia Guoken took the lead with his fastest speed. The Skywing Wolf Pack chose to let off youth, rock, and chill and turn to target Constant. Xia Guoken plus the Skywing Wolf Pack, their speed and prowess were considered at the apex of known standards. Furthermore, among the 5 founders, Old Crane was also a speed expert. When everyone saw the Skywings change their tactics, they also followed suit and solely targeted Constant. Reality had proven that this pack of maniacs had an outstanding intuition that was worth trusting. Though they had doubts in their hearts, not one of the founders asked any questions. They were only uncertain about why everyone was taking part in this maneuver, while the lone wolf Xia Fei sped off on an oblique path, almost as if he was departing from the fight. Constant could only bemoan his fate after being targeted by such a powerful pack of experts. From 12 experts hunting down the 4 founders, it was now down to 11 chasing just one individual, and the difficulty of the pursuit naturally decreased drastically. Seeing as this ganging up on Constant was about to succeed, it was Grand Ancestor Xia Guoken with the fastest speed who sealed off the path Constant intended to head toward when a sudden development occurred again. Swoosh! All they heard was a sharp shriek, as Xia Fei used his Divine Bow Celestial Stamp Bodhi to shoot someone from out in space while no one was looking. Chapter 1005, Lone Wolf vs. Lone Wolf. The Celestial Stamp Bodhi infused with 3 great law forces fired an arrow with incredible speed. Now that Xia Fei had unlocked his soul imprint, the arrow was even more powerful, shooting forth like a beam of light. Whoosh! A silver light flashed, tearing through the river of stars. As this arrow penetrated through space, a figure emerged from the shattered debris. The arrow continued forward unstoppably, obliterating the debris which that figure had been hidden inside. Success! Xia Fei was stunned. Putting away the divine bow, he rushed toward the revealed figure. Xia Fei's pressure tactics had been very effective. While Xia Guoqin's group of 11 experts was pursuing Constant was under much greater pressure, and the person directing him from the shadows had to put in even more energy into directing Constant in his escape. That gave Xia Fei, who had broken away from the main group, an opportunity. Ocular cognition was no longer the ocular cognition of the past, it was now a supreme vision art that could take in the entire sea of stars. By relying on his speed and his ocular cognition, he had finally managed to find the foe hidden in the debris. And he had used the celestial stamp Bodhi to force them out. To Xia Fei's surprise, this person did not try to dodge. Instead, he rushed towards Xia Guoqin's group. It was like this mysterious person had never intended to hide. Rather, he was using this chance to get closer to the battlefield. At least on the surface, he didn't seem very scared that he had been discovered. On the contrary, he had a look of pleasant surprise, like he was reuniting with an old friend. Xia Fei was stunned. In his eyes, this mysterious person was clearly an enemy. For this enemy to rush toward him with a look of pleasant surprise, his arms wide open to give him a hug, was truly bizarre. "It's you." When Old Crane saw who this newcomer was, he called out in surprise. From the look of delight on his face, he clearly recognized this newcomer. The other founders also trembled in disbelief. "Solo. It's Solo. I didn't think you're still alive. We thought that Constant had murdered you." The founders clearly cared a lot about Solo, joy on their faces. Old Crane was even crying. Solo. Xia Fei's mind spun rapidly. Even with his meticulous thought processes, he couldn't understand what was going on. Xia Fei had noticed that Constant had hidden a short-range nerve communication device nearby and was following someone's instructions. So he had made a plan to force out the enemy hidden in the shadows. But his arrow had ended up revealing someone who should have already died. Solo was a member of the 13 founders with the cultivation closest to Constant. He was Old Crane's good friend and had firmly opposed Constant's decision to submit to the inverse. It was said that this eccentric genius was a loner, who moved strangely and had an unreasonable personality, so he was given the nickname of Solo. The key was that Solo was dead. Constant personally announced that he had killed Solo, but less than half an hour later, the dead Solo had appeared before everybody, as real as could be. This was a bizarre plot twist that not even a movie could make up, but it was reality. "Solo, I had such a hard time looking for you," said Old Crane urgently. He heedlessly rushed over, weeping like a child. It was clear that while this old man had lived for eons, he still had a caring personality, and when he was touched, he couldn't help but show his emotions. Xia Guoqin grit his teeth and waved his hand, ordering the Skywing Wolf Pack to keep pursuing Constant. The demon-sealing fiendish blade had to see blood once it was unsheathed. Their mortal foe Constant was still alive, so Xia Guoqin was in no mood to enjoy Crane being reunited with his old friend. He had only one thought in mind, killing Constant. The other founders, though pleasantly surprised by Solo's appearance, still decided to follow Xia Guoqin's plan. This was a rare chance, and with the strongest expert of the Lore Realm running for his life, nobody wanted to lose out on this excellent opportunity. The forces encircling Constant formed into 3 waves. The first wave was led by Xia Guoqin and was focused on doggedly pursuing Constant and his founders. Another wave was led by Old Crane, who was planning to meet with his good friend Solo. There was also Xia Fei, who circled around the perimeter, continuing to play his role as the independent wandering cavalry. Suddenly, Xia Fei's eyes erupted with cold light as he accelerated in a curve. His target was none other than Solo. He was after this old friend who Old Crane dearly missed, even taking out the white dragon's screech. "You're sure you want to kill Solo?" Radix was alarmed by Xia Fei's order. Look at how excited Old Crane is, and Solo's delight when he saw Old Crane. This Solo shouldn't be an enemy. Might you be making a mistake? Radix's question received a terse reply from Xia Fei. "Less nonsense," he said viciously. It was clear that Xia Fei had already made up his mind to consider Solo his enemy, and enemies existed to be killed. If he attacked, he did so to kill. The white dragon's screech let out a mournful howl, and a white beam shot toward Solo. Old Crane saw what Xia Fei was doing and roared, "Xia Fei! What are you doing? This is Solo. We're not enemies." Alas, Xia Fei was Xia Fei. Once he made up his mind, not even the old heavenly king could change his mind. Solo was startled, and confusion, sorrow, and anger appeared on his face, as though he were being unjustly accused. Old Crane could not stand to see this. He stepped forward and spread apart his arms as he stood in front of Solo, using his body to block Xia Fei's attack. Without a word, the determined Xia Fei made a decision that no one had expected, swinging the white dragon's screech at Old Crane. This move was far too shocking. No one had expected that Xia Fei would rather attack Old Crane than let Solo go. Even if Xia Fei was right, it would at best be a life for a life. Xia Fei would be killing Crane to kill Solo. And if Xia Fei was wrong, he would mistakenly kill two powerful allies. The situation was horrifying. On one side, Xia Fei was crazily attacking, and on the other side, Xia Gukan and the Skywing Wolves were letting Xia Fei be. The absolute trust of the demon-sealing fiendish blade was on full display. There was no need for words. The Skywings would always stand behind their people, supporting them to the end. If they did right, the Skywings would give their full-throated support. If they did wrong, the Skywings would, in their unreasonable fashion, still give their full-throated support. "Stop! Don't hurt Old Crane!" The four saw that something was wrong, and they immediately stopped and turned around to stop Xia Fei, crying out. Of the 6 founders who opposed Constant, Yor was the oldest, but the real leaders were Solo and Crane. Solo wasn't much for words, so everyone looked to Crane for leadership. Moreover, the founders had established the Law Realm together, and their relationships with each other were excellent. Xia Fei attacking Crane instantly had the others frantic with worry. Alas, they didn't understand Xia Fei. Once Xia Fei had made up his mind, no matter how crazy the decision he would carry it out. The fiend blade Nirvana descended, while the legendary white dragon's screech pierced through the river of stars. Furball and Peacock Blue stared hungrily, waiting for the right chance to strike. A lethal move. Xia Fei was seeking to kill Old Crane. Old Crane had even closed his eyes, displaying a resolve on par with Xia Fei's. Even if he had to die, he wouldn't let Xia Fei hurt his friend. Plush! The blade's edge descended without hesitation. Xia Fei suddenly accelerated, his sword thrusting through Old Crane's body, entering his right shoulder from an angle. The Nirvana Fiend blade descended, but the Nirvana Fiend blade did not follow a normal trajectory, instead of traveling on a strange arc. Its ultimate target was Solo, who was standing behind Crane. Bang! There was a clash of metal. The speeds were just too fast for everyone to see what had happened 1 second ago. All that they saw was that Solo now had one arm hanging limply from his shoulder while Old Crane had paled from the heavy wound Xia Fei had inflicted on him. Whoosh! Everyone suddenly gasped, for Solo's hand was holding a pitch-black short sword. The tip of the sword had already penetrated through Crane's armor. It was only a few centimeters away from striking the old man's heart. In comparison, while Xia Fei's white dragon's screech had been vicious, it had avoided striking Old Crane in his vitals. It had only inflicted an external wound that needed some medicine and a few days to be completely healed. It was now clear that Xia Fei had attacked because Solo was attacking Crane. By thrusting his sword through Crane's body, Xia Fei had managed to block Solo's lethal strike. Everyone was stunned. Such penetrating insight, and such insane execution. No one else would have used this sort of self-destructive protective measure. But this method that severely wounded one's own ally was the only way of protecting Crane. Kill him! Xia Fei bellowed. Nirvana, Peacock Blue, and Furball rushed out. Xia Fei extracted the white dragon's screech from Crane's body and charged. Xia Fei didn't even glance at Old Crane. He knew that Old Crane wouldn't die, and the sinister Solo needed to. What a cunning snake! Solo had first hidden in the shadows, using his view of the battlefield to help Constant retreat. After Xia Fei's plan was exposed, Solo had used his friendship with Constant to try and kill the leader of the Founders. This was meant to deliver a huge shock to Xia Fei's allies. His goal was still to help Constant. There was no doubt that Solo and Constant were part of the same team. He was the most venomous snake hidden within the Founders. If Xia Fei hadn't seen through his scheme and used the most insane method to protect Crane, Xia Fei's side would probably be severely disadvantaged at this moment. This was no doubt the most complicated battle in history. Solo's appearance had pushed this battle of the universe's strongest to the absolute climax. After saving Crane, Xia Fei continued his assault. He charged straight at this founder who had died and been reborn, Solo. Solo was the lone wolf of the 13 founders, and Xia Fei was the lone wolf of the demon-sealing fiendish blade. Lone wolf versus lone wolf. It wasn't about who was the better loner, but who was the most vicious. Rumble. Another wave rose before the first could settle. Xia Fei and Solo began to battle in the sea of stars. Crane paled, and instantly seemed to age decades. The chests of the other founders rose and fell as they stared in disbelief. This scene was nothing much to Xia Fei and the Skywing Wolves, but it was far too heavy a blow for the 5 founders. After all, this was the most thorough and most insidious betrayal. Sometimes, the universe was just amusing like that. The person who should have been your greatest comrade was actually your greatest enemy, while the person who was trying to kill you ended up saving you. Chapter 1006, Soul Battle. Rumble. In the blink of an eye, several dozen blows were exchanged. Xia Fei and Solo had started their battle right at the most intense tempo. Every attack Xia Fei made was lethal, and while Solo's arm had been wounded, the frequency of his counterattacks and their power was not any weaker than Xia Fei's. Solo had powerful cultivation, and from the combat strength he was currently displaying, he seemed to be in existence even stronger than constant. This was particularly true when it came to his use of soul power. He had actually managed to materialize it. It had to be understood that while Xiaogukan, Crane, and Constant were all at the founder tier, possessing the power of souls, none of them could use soul power in a combat technique as Solo was. Rather, they used soul power to strengthen their law forces. This method naturally was not as effective as directly using soul power. Soul power was called a second life for warriors precisely because of the enormous boost it gave them. When a battle that was primarily fought with the body was pulled into the heights where mental energy was used in battle, it was like the difference between reality and a dream. The soul arts flying through the air were like dazzling fireworks, and the lethal forces they produced could destroy everything. Rumble. Solo released several streams of soul power in a row, and they flitted past Xia Fei like white ghosts or white kites, dragging long tails behind them. Such flighty attacks were nothing to Xia Fei, for Xia Fei was a speed warrior who could crisscross the sea of stars, possessing crafty approach and incredible speed. Whoosh! Xia Fei's body blinked as he easily avoided this string of attacks, but then he heard Radix urgently call out in his ear, "Don't underestimate these attacks. They can detonate." As Radix spoke, suddenly those drifting white kites exploded in positions not far from Xia Fei. Rumble. The explosions were not that intense, but they put Xia Fei in so much pain that he almost did not want to live. It was like some monster had drilled into his brain to torture his thoughts. This is soul power. Its lethality isn't in the body, but indirectly attacking your soul. Fortunately, with your speed, you managed to create some distance from them, or else the shockwave would have torn your soul apart. Once your soul is damaged, even the strongest body will become useless. Look at Furball and Peacock Blue. Radix fought through the pain to speak. While he was a top-rate immortal soul, even Radix had been shaken by Solo's full power attack. Hearing Radix's words, Xia Fei hastily glanced at Peacock Blue and Furball. Furball had been farther away from the explosion, so he was doing okay, simply shaking his head in vexation as he roared at Solo. But Peacock Blue had wilted and withered. As an immemorial mystical armament, Peacock Blue also had a soul. It had unfurled its 8 blades of grass and was trying to catch Solo, so it had received the greatest shock. While the attack had not been fatal, Peacock Blue had lost the ability to fight. It slowly drew back its leaves as it was forced to retreat to Xia Fei's arm to rest. All of this had happened in only a second. In the distance, the founders and the Skywing Wolves had sensed the oddity of this explosion. Xia Fei's combat power had clearly fallen, and the situation was rather dangerous, but they could not rush over to his rescue. After all, the distance was just too vast. Xia Fei would have to hold out on his own. Chaos. The battle was growing more and more chaotic. On one side was the injured Crane and the soul-wounded Xia Fei, and on the other, the Skywing Wolves and the founders were chasing down Constant. Both battles were still ongoing, and there was no clear winner. This was particularly true for Xia Fei's side. He was just barely holding on. The sinister Solo's attack had almost turned the tables. Radix was hurt, reducing his control over Nirvana, and Furball's mind was a mess, he was going crazy. As for Peacock Blue, it had drawn back into Xia Fei's arm. While Xia Fei was in danger, Solo had an opportunity. Whoosh! Solo swung that pitch-black short sword at Xia Fei with furious momentum. But Solo's opponent was Xia Fei, a monster who had learned how to use soul techniques right after unlocking his soul imprint. The fiendish blade Nirvana contained many souls. While Xia Fei had used most of the souls in a previous battle, he still had Queen Wenpiza. Nirvana had absorbed the soul of the Dark Queen only a few minutes ago, and it was probably still piping hot. An inexplicable feeling rapidly surged through Xia Fei, and without a thought, Xia Fei began to move his arms as directed by this undercurrent. As he moved, he pushed out a soul shade. A soul with the power of a founder. Bang! Like a legendary banshee, the soul shade bared its teeth and flailed its claws, its hair disheveled and scattered, and lunged at Solo. Queen Wenpiza had been far more powerful and cunning than King Wendar. Soul power was very strange. It was not stronger just because someone was strong. Rather, it all depended on whether or not a warrior's mental energy was sufficiently crazy. A crazy person like Xia Fei naturally had a powerful soul. He had a sufficiently tenacious personality, and his mind was packed with all sorts of plots and schemes. He was an opponent that nobody wanted to fight against. Wenpiza had also been very powerful, and she had been the mastermind behind the dark life forms. Her soul was brimming with various dark elements, and when she was unleashed as a soul shade, these plots and schemes became a formidable combat strength that could destroy everything. Rumble! The enormous banshee-like soul opened its arms to give Solo the embrace of death. The stars instantly dimmed. Shadowy and fearful energies permeated space. What is this? Is this also a kind of attack? Too powerful. How did Xia Fei manage to do it? The founders all trembled in shock as they looked at the miracle Xia Fei had unleashed. On the other end, Solo had turned ghastly pale from shock. There was no doubt that this was a soul attack and one even stronger than what he had just used. Solo dodged hastily, but the soul shade of Dark Queen Wenpiza moved faster and faster. Its face gradually grew more distinct, like a ghost descending from the heavens. Whoosh! Solo avoided the soul shade's attack, but soul shades were powerful because they were like real warriors, able to attack all by themselves. Wenpiza's soul shade suddenly thrust out its left arm, its hand like an eagle's claw. In a flash, the sharp nails scraped across Solo's waist. Curiously, this attack didn't deal any physical damage. Instead, some white silky substance was pulled out of Solo's body, and Solo let out a heart-rending shriek as if he had been gravely injured. Radix clenched his teeth and cursed resentfully, "This is the power of a soul shade. Rather than hurting the body, it directly attacks the soul. Unfortunately, your powers are still too weak, and this attack didn't strike Solo in a fatal spot, so it couldn't completely drag out Solo's soul." Solo had been badly wounded, but Xia Fei was not doing that well, either. He dropped weakly to the ground, and even though he tried his best to persevere, he could not even muster the slightest bit of energy. The outcome was now completely clear. His face ashen, Solo used a spatial compass to escape. From his staggering steps, he would probably need a long time to recover and would not cause much of a stir in the Lore Realm for a while. The situation on the other end was even more awkward. The founders had been worried about Crane's injuries, so they had fallen back, but as they were halfway there, Solo fled. As they thought about going back to join the pursuit, Constant also escaped. Rumble! Constant unleashed the same storm of comets he had used to enter the field, and used a spatial tunnel to escape while the Skywing Wolves were busy dodging them. Plush! The female founder, Youth, who had been heavily injured by Ocean, was slightly slower to act, and the Skywing Wolves instantly rushed over and tore her to pieces. With this battle of peak experts of the universe had come to an end. The founder Solo had been heavily injured. Crane, heavily injured. Ocean, heavily injured. Youth, Smile, and Atrophy had been slain in battle. Dark King Wendar and his older sister Queen Wenpiza had been slain in battle. The million-man Dark Lifeform army and more than 1,000 Dark Leviathans had been slain by the combined forces of the 5 great powers of the Lore Realm. From this day forward, the Dark Lifeform and the Hall of Many Gods would cease to exist. Meanwhile, there was still no news on the battle between the two soul hunters, Hosu and Ween Wist. The clean-up phase of the battle was particularly bloody. The founders led by Xiaogukan failed to chase down Solo, Constant, Cold, and Rock, so they turned around and began to callously massacre the Dark Lifeform army. After tens of thousands of years of grudges against the Dark Lifeform that had hungrily eyed the Lore Realm from its perimeter, the whole Law realm could be said to hate the dark life form down to the bones. The fact that Constant had been colluding with the dark life form filled the eyes of the warriors with bloodlust. The most frustrating thing of all was not that one's good friend had died, but that they had died in ignorance. The Law realm had lost countless heroes since ancient times, all for the sake of the selfish desires of its rulers. This news was like a sharp dagger that twisted in the heart of every warrior of the Law realm. The dark life forms were truly unfortunate, for none of these warriors had anywhere else to vent their rage. The dark life form deploying its army at this time had made it the perfect target of the Law realm's wrath. The mixture of new and old hatreds pushed the Law realm warriors to madness. They pursued the remnants of the dark life form army all the way into dark space. Crane, Ocean, and Xia Fei did not take part in the final pursuit, instead of receiving treatment with the aid of several apothecaries. The most gravely wounded of them, Crane, was the first to recover, followed by Ocean. Ocean actually had not been too badly injured. The problem was that Ocean had fought until the end, causing his injury to worsen and leaving himself extremely weak. As Xia Fei had overdrawn his strength, he was still in a half-conscious state. A large and muscular man appeared, squatting down and placing a hand on Xia Fei's forehead. "Is Xia Fei okay?" "You are," the apothecaries in charge of treatment asked curiously. This war had made the god race and demon race stop viewing each other as enemies, the guardians and rebels stopped their battles in the shadows, and the mercenary groups of the exiled grounds acknowledged the power of the Law realm. The Law realm was finally united. Thus, while this man was a stranger, the apothecaries did not stop him. "I'm Chendong, Xia Fei's friend," said the man sternly. As he spoke, a shrill woman spoke. "Chendong! Why are you here?" "Where's Xia Fei?" asked Moonsong hurriedly. Chendong used his chin to point at Xia Fei, saying, "Xia Fei seems to be in a little trouble." Moonsong was taken aback, and she wanted nothing more than to rush up and hug Xia Fei, but she quickly calmed down. Pursing her lips, she lightly kicked him. "Xia Fei's a stubborn sort. He won't die that easily." Moonsong snapped. Despite her words, there was a clear worry on Moonsong's face. Who said that there was never a time when Moonsong showed her real emotions? It was just that this girl tended to hide her real emotions under her rude and unruly nature. Chendong frowned and said, "You should know what happened with Qin Meng, right? I'm thinking of telling him once Xia Fei wakes up." Chapter 1007, Hosa sends a soul weapon. Moonsong and Chendong both fell silent. They had almost simultaneously received the news, but by that time, Xia Fei had already fainted from exhaustion and not heard the grievous news. Shaking her head, Moonsong said, "We should keep it a secret from Xia Fei for now. After all, we also don't know what's going on with Xia Fei's body. It would be terrible if the news of Qin Meng's death caused Xia Fei to go crazy. They had a good relationship, and who can say what someone of Xia Fei's personality will do when over-agitated. We can tell him once we're sure that Xia Fei is fine." Chendong was startled. He suddenly realized that Moonsong was now speaking like a proper woman, being very considerate of Xia Fei. This wasn't Moonsong's style in the past at all. "All right, I'll follow you on this. We won't tell him for now," Chendong agreed firmly. "Let's go. Matters here are settled for now, so let's head back to the Alliance and handle Qin Meng's funeral in Xia Fei's place. Xia Fei was essentially his last disciple, so it's only right that we do this for him." Moonsong and Chendong sighed before leaving Xia Fei where he was to be treated. Xia Fei had fallen truly unconscious, but it wasn't because his soul mark was weak. It was because the power of his soul mark was simply too strong. The ancient doctors of China had a saying, "The ill and feeble cannot take strong tonics." What this meant was that people who were still weak and ill could not immediately take powerful supplements like ginseng. Rather, they needed to gradually take stronger and stronger supplements to slowly restore the energy in their bodies. This was the situation in Xia Fei's body. Unleashing a founder-level soul required sufficient cultivation and energy, and Xia Fei was only a novice in the field of souls, having only unlocked his soul mark a day ago. His grasp of soul power was far from being anything that could be described as proficient. Now that Xia Fei was weak from having used a powerful soul shade, the soul mark naturally needed to restore the energy its master had lost. But Xia Fei's weak body conflicted with the powerful soul mark. Xia Fei was unable to receive the excess energy and fainted as a result. This could probably be called being knocked out by good fortune. Xia Fei now had the power of a formidable soul mark and his mind was clear, but his body couldn't tolerate the instant surge of power. In the past, one of the reasons Xia Fei had been able to get stronger and stronger was that he had an extraordinary ability to absorb and control energy. Alas, the energy of the soul mark was too special, unlike any other energy Xia Fei had worked with. It was an evolved form of mental energy, pure and powerful to the extreme. This predicament was only temporary. Radix was soon shocked to discover that Xia Fei was using a method he had never seen before to control the soul mark. He was trying to integrate it. There was a gap between the body's strength and the soul's strength, for these two major power systems were completely different. There was simply no comparing them. The usual method was to go through a complete upgrade, having all of the body's strength ascend to becoming soul power. Grand Ancestor Xia Guocan had used this method, forcing himself into a near-death state and fighting with his life on the line to reach founder tier in a single go, having the power from his body system enter the soul system. But Xia Fei's method was to seamlessly link them, gradually converting his body's power into soul power. Maybe this is because Xia Fei received a soul mark too early? If he really manages to seamlessly convert his body's power into soul power, this would be a historic miracle. Radix muttered. Radix began to try and think up any warrior who had ever done this, but his recollections were fruitless. At least among the people and the records that Radix had access to, no one had ever been able to seamlessly link the body's power with soul power. I really don't know what the final result will be. I suppose that Xia Fei, with his impressive control over any kind of energy, should be able to get through this trial, Radix murmured, stroking his chin. Xia Fei is fighting to try and subdue his body and soul. I wonder how Hosu is doing. Far from the main battlefield of the dark life form in the Lore realm, Hosu and Wenwist had opened up another battlefield. No one had intentionally created this battlefield. It formed simply because the enormous explosions created by this clash of experts had obliterated everything in the region. No stars. No asteroids. Not even black holes dared to appear in this region. This was the power of the strong in battle. It was difficult to fathom humans being able to control the unchanging universe, reversing the laws innate to the world and life. Today, you will die. Hosu called out. This soul hunter from beyond the cosmic gate, from the Eon's old Aurora clan, was covered in wounds. After all, Wenwist was no longer that yes-man waif who had followed behind Hosu and the young lord. He was now a powerful foe on par with Hosu. Stealing from the Aurora clan, stealing young Lord Wistful Valley's mystical armaments, Wenwist had gotten everything by stealing. Hosu was currently carrying out his duty as a top-class guard of the Aurora clan, taking back everything that had been stolen and killing the thief. Whoosh! Whoosh! Wenwist panted for breath as he viciously glared at Hosu. I didn't think that you would be so powerful, even after losing the overcast wind mace. You really are one of the golden sword guards of the Aurora clan. Even though I cultivated for so long, I'm still weak. Hosu glared and laughed. Don't think that I can't deal with you just because you stole my overcast wind mace. Stop dreaming. Even if I had only half a breath left in me, you would still be no match for me. Say that again. I only took Wistful Valley's spirit Kodaki. I didn't find your soul weapon. Wenwist retorted. Hosu sneered. A thief will always be a thief. But I will believe you once I kill you, and then I'll see for myself if you have my overcast wind mace. Whoosh! It was clear that Hosu had fought empty-handed. He was fighting to the death with Wenwist using his bare fists. It wasn't that Hosu could not find a weapon. Xia Fei had many weapons that he didn't use, many of which were high-quality items. But Hosu was a soul hunter. What he needed was a soul weapon. Soul hunters could use only a single soul weapon, which was inextricably linked to their lives. Thus, after losing his overcast wind mace, Hosu was essentially weaponless. Without it, Hosu recovered energy very slowly, so he had missed out on the most important salvaging period after the Ark had exploded. Many of the secret treasures on the Ark had thus been scattered across the universe, and even Hosu had needed tens of thousands of years to reforge his body. One could say that soul weapons were another half of a warrior's life, even more important than one's wife and family. A warrior without a soul weapon could not be considered a true warrior. Xia Tian's fiendish blade Nirvana could also be called a soul weapon by now, because the immortal soul Radix dwelled in the fiendish blade Nirvana and served him. But when other people talked about Hosu, they would always associate the overcast wind mace with him, for Hosu's soul weapon was already another part of his body. In normal circumstances, warriors wouldn't let other people become their soul weapons, for that was very unsafe. Souls had no substance, only thought. Who could say when that soul in the soul weapon would one day turn traitor? If the soul weapon ran off on its own in the middle of a heated battle, there wouldn't even be time to shed tears. Fortunately, Xia Fei didn't need to worry about that problem. Radix, just like Hosu, was a golden sword guard of the Aurora clan, devoted and loyal. Radix had been the soul ship for Xia Fei's grandfather, and it seemed only right and proper that he now served as Xia Fei's soul weapon. In short, Hosu was much less powerful without his overcast wind mace, but this stubborn warrior was using his life to fulfill his promise. Even if his soul scattered, he would take down this traitor. Whoosh! Whoosh! The battle stirred up stellar storms, the intensity causing the entire universe to grow darker and darker. He really didn't have my overcast wind mace. Hosu muttered in shock. The battle had ended with Wenwist's soul scattering. Hosu had expended almost all his energy to kill Wenwist, almost killing himself. But as he picked through Wenwist's possessions, he realized that Wenwist really didn't have the overcast wind mace. This was truly a blizzard on top of an avalanche. Soul Hunter Hosu, the only person who could seal the cosmic gate and ensure the universe's safety, was now exhausted. Since he hadn't found his soul weapon, he wouldn't be able to rapidly recover his power, and so he wouldn't be able to return to his peak before the inverse opened the cosmic gate. Without Hosu's protection, the universe was in danger. Gritting his teeth, Hosu raised his silver blade and waved it in the air. White wisps of soul power slowly began to gather in his body. Several minutes later, Hosu appeared at the dark red planet where Xia Fei was receiving treatment. His appearance immediately caused an uproar, everyone stepping aside in the face of this nameless and powerful expert, fear and reverence in their eyes. Hosu sat down next to Xia Fei and asked, "How is Xia Fei?" Radix looked at Hosu's battered condition and said softly, "Xia Fei is fine. He seems to be growing more and more accustomed to soul power and is in the middle of integrating his body's power with his soul power. This is like a metamorphosis. After this, if he can succeed, he's bound to be stronger. Unreasonably strong." Hosu nodded weakly. "Very good. He's truly the young lord of the Aurorines and the lone wolf of the Skywings. The mysterious elements in Xia Fei truly make one blush in shame. Simply his ability to adjust his condition surpasses numerous warriors. He is certain to be incredibly capable in the future." Radix clenched his teeth and asked, "Hosu, you still weren't able to find your overcast wind mace?" Hosu bitterly smiled. It turned out that Wenwist really only had the spirit Kodaki, the soul blade that the young lord used as a child. "It's simply not enough for me." Radix was speechless. Young Lord Wistful Valley had liked the spirit Kodaki not because it boasted any particular advantages, but because he had used it as a child. Xia Fei's grandfather had been a kind and rather nostalgic person. He would carry around the small blade he used as a child, even occasionally cleaning it. For Hosu, this small blade was little more than a cup of water on a burning cart, utterly insufficient to recover the astronomical amount of energy he needed. "Haa," Radix and Hosu sighed in unison, deeply troubled. At this moment, Xia Fei shuddered, and woke from his coma. A second later, his body went through a stunning transformation. Chapter 1008, 200% Brain Region Width. Xia Fei suddenly woke up, and immediately sat up and entered a cultivation state. This contrast was truly too great. Several seconds ago, Radix and Hosu had been worried about whether Xia Fei would be able to safely leave his coma, but now, Xia Fei was 100% energized, giving everyone a fright. This astonishing act was only the beginning. After another few seconds, Xia Fei shuddered and began to exude a brilliant aura that drew everyone's attention. "He's promoted." At a time like this, Xia Fei actually promoted. Radix exclaimed in shock. No one knew what was happening, and even Radix only knew that Xia Fei was currently trying to integrate his body's power with his soul power. This integration struggle appeared to be very difficult. At least in the early phase, Xia Fei was not able to make very quick progress. But surprisingly, after breaking through some sort of barrier, Xia Fei began to make such incredible progress that he instantly solidified the foundations of his soul imprint and advanced. The various warriors in the area were all rendered speechless. After all, Xia Fei was advancing along the path of the founders. Xia Fei had already advanced upward as quickly as a rocket before this, making everyone so jealous that their eyeballs almost fell out. Now, Xia Fei was even advancing in his sleep. It might not be long before the Skywings have a second founder. Comparison can truly anger a person to death. I've heard that Xia Fei has only been part of the Law Realm for 2 years, and he's already nearing level 6 Superior Law God. Not even the cultivation speed of my entire clan added together could match this speed. Right? Xia Fei also has that monstrous friend of unknown level. I feel like that man is strong enough to annihilate my entire clan with one hand. The ones speaking were the heads of various clans. They had gathered together and discussed what the Lore Realm would do for now. The war against the dark life form had just come to an end, and while Solo, Constant, and the other two founders had fled, the Lore Realm had once more been united, with 6 founders in Xiaogukan, Crane, Ocean, Vista, Yor, and Lingua holding the fort. Then there was also the Soul Hunter, Hosu. Constant's group of 4 founders would find it hard to cause any trouble. However, anything that these clan heads said held very little power. It was the 6 founders who were the true masters of the Lore Realm. Authority naturally lay in hands of the Fiend Blade, the Skywings, which Xia Fei belonged to. 6 law gods under one clan. Besides that, there was its founder Patriarch Xiaogukan and its transcendently powerful ally Hosu. The entire Lore Realm now looked to the Skywings for guidance. A super clan had been born. Xia Fei's sudden advance had helped this development along. Perhaps Xia Fei still wasn't the strongest fiendwing of the Skywings, but there was no question that Xia Fei, who could advance even while he was sleeping, would one day stand at the peak of the universe. Everyone who watched Xia Fei advance with divine speed seemed to have been given a stimulant as they made up their minds to never make an enemy of the Skywings. Even the 5 other founders were of this opinion. Xiaogukan smiled and then looked away from Xia Fei, softly saying, my apologies. My Xia Fei's advancing is truly causing quite the commotion. Let's talk somewhere else. Everyone naturally nodded in agreement. Thus, Xiaogukan, the 5 other founders, the principal clan heads from the god and demon races, Moses of the Guardians faction, Huang Lingtian of the Rebels faction, and the captains of the Mercenary Federation of the Exiled Grounds found a more secluded place to discuss the future of the Lore Realm. Stretching, Xia Fei casually sat up, watched by countless shocked, admiring, and envious eyes. Xia Fei acted like he was completely unaware, treating all these stares as empty air as he said, "It's been ages since I've slept. I was dreaming about being together with Avril just now, which didn't feel bad at all." Plush! The warriors closest to Xia Fei almost choked. They had thought that Xia Fei had fallen into a coma. For someone in a coma to be having sweet dreams while also advancing in level was something that no one would ever believe. Hosu frowned. He extended a hand to take Xia Fei away and try and determine what had happened, but as he reached out, he quickly changed his mind. His energy reserves were so feeble that he wasn't willing to waste even the slightest bit of energy. "Let's talk somewhere else," Hosu said sternly. Xia Fei nodded. He immediately stood up and moved his body around a little. Radix and Hosu were taken aback, their eyes flashing. After the war was over, the warriors divided into 4 groups. The first group consisted of the leaders led by Xiaogukan, who went off to discuss the reconsolidation of the Lore Realm. The second group consisted of the wounded, who went back to their various clans to receive treatment. The third group was tasked with sweeping the battlefield and cleaning up the remnants of the dark life forms. Besides that, there was Xia Fei and Hosu. Hosu and Radix were anxious to know what had happened with him. It's like the waters of a river surging at a dam. At the start, because the dam is too sturdy, my attempts weren't having much of an effect. But with the last strike, the dam shattered, and there was nothing stopping the river's waters anymore. Not only did I wake up, I even used that frenzied surge of energy to break into level 6 Law God, Xia Fei breezily explained. It was as if this was all very natural for him and nothing to be amazed about. Radix and Hosu were both in disbelief. They found it very hard to understand what had happened, but Xia Fei's relaxed attitude alone left them shocked. The two of them exchanged a glance. Hosu flipped his wrist over, constructing an image of a soul mark in the air. This is a soul mark. In normal circumstances, the soul mark can be considered a kind of seed. Just like the unlocking of the 7th brain region, a normal person normally can't get the seed of soul power to sprout. There is one necessary condition for unlocking the soul mark, a brain region that is open 90% or more. Once a person ends the cultivation of their body, only someone with this level of talent has a chance at unlocking the power of their soul. Surprised, Xia Fei asked, "Only someone with a brain region open 90% or higher can unlock their soul mark? Doesn't that mean the vast majority of warriors can't use soul power? They'll have no chance of reaching a higher level of power in their lifetime." "Correct," Radix stated firmly. "The warrior hierarchy is like a pyramid. Only a tiny number of people are destined to be elites. If war gods were so easy to come by, the entire universe would be in chaos by now. The universe mysteriously has its own laws, and not every person will be born with the talent to become a war god. Let's use you as an example. You had a brain region that was 100% open from the start. This is your talent, and you were able to advance so quickly because of your talent, effort, your personality that refuses to concede, and your unique way of thinking. It was due to this mixture of factors. Crucially, however, your brain region is no longer just 100% open. It is 200% open. Radix seemed thrilled as he finally got to the point of his entire spiel. Radix and Hoso weren't shocked just because Xia Fei had unlocked his soul mark early, and not merely because Xia Fei was able to use his soul mark to advance, but because after advancing, the width of Xia Fei's brain region was now at 200%. The curious Xia Fei asked, "Is 200% very impressive? Why do both of you look so shocked?" Hoso said very solemnly, "The power of the body and the power of the soul are stacked on top of each other like two highways. Highways that are wide and flat are naturally better for transmitting energy. We're so surprised because you've reached the peak in both of these energy systems. It's one thing to have peak potential in the body. After all, body cultivation is the early phase, and many talented people are able to reach 100% width. As warriors begin to work with soul power, their brain regions will widen. Since the brain region needs to hold both law totems and the soul mark, one that's too small will limit a warrior's future development. But while in this phase, you've already reached the limit of 200%. Even if your brain region doesn't get any wider after this, you will have already reached the peak level." Hoso spoke very seriously, and Radix nodded along earnestly. Unfortunately, Xia Fei didn't appear to be any more enlightened. He placed a hand under his chin and muttered, "So 200% width isn't even the limit. As my cultivation increases, my seventh brain region will continue to widen." Radix pursed his lips. He gestured at Hoso and had him come to the side, where he whispered, "Xia Fei still has no idea what we're talking about. He's still focused on brain region width." Hoso replied, "I also didn't think that he would have such a big appetite. He doesn't realize that the power of the soul mark very rarely expands the brain region over 100%. 108% is already a genius, and 109% is a peerless genius. With just the soul mark, Xia Fei has already hit the peak of 200%. I really don't know how to describe this. I don't think there's anyone in the entire Aurora clan that has ever managed to hit 200% width." The seventh brain region was divided into two parts. One part was for body energy, the place prepared for law energy. The other part was mental energy, where the soul mark, also known as soul power, was located. Brain region width was connected to how many law patterns, soul mark, and energy a warrior could stuff into this small space, and was the most concentrated manifestation of talent. Soul mark had one huge improvement compared to law patterns. Soul mark could carry energy. Even that most basic rainbow energy ball had been a huge help to Xia Fei, allowing him to gain energy from his enemies and store it for when he needed. With a complete soul mark, Xia Fei would now be able to store even more energy, and with the fiendish blade Nirvana's unique trait, not only would Xia Fei not slow down in his advancement speed, he would continue to accelerate. There was no stopping him on the path of the strong. On the other end of the field, a conversation concerning the future of the entire Law Realm was taking place between the founders and the various clan representatives was unfolding. Everyone was happy that their first collaboration had dealt a heavy blow to the dark life forms. After all, none of them had imagined a complete victory to be possible. Someone proposed that they use this momentum to expand the territory of the Law Realm to the entire universe. Another hoped to select a new leader for the Law Realm. There was a very enthusiastic mood in the air. Suddenly, the number one expert of the Guardians faction, Moses, jumped up, staring at the communication device in his hand for a whole 10 seconds. Raising his head, he turned ghastly pale as he cried out, "I must frankly tell everyone present that, 1 minute ago, the inverse began their general assault. The Guardians probably won't be able to hold the cosmic gate." Whoosh! Everyone paled at his words. Chapter 1009, Prelude to Collapse. Unknowingly, the Law Realm had fallen into unprecedented danger. After fighting with the Founders and the Dark Life Forms, the Law Realm had finally managed to struggle through, but not even one day after these two campaigns had ended, the Inverse were once more charging at the Cosmic Gate. Truly, another wave rose before the first could settle. This year was foreordained to be a year of massive change for the Lore realm. While they were able to avoid calamity on the first day, they couldn't avoid calamity on the 15th. Their powerful enemies from beyond the Cosmic Gate had finally begun their general assault. Say that again. Old Crane trembled, his eyes opening wide as he looked at Moses. The other clan heads and founders were also in disbelief, with the less composed among them breaking out in a sweat. Moses suppressed the intense beating of his heart to reply calmly, 1 minute ago, the inverse began to attack the Cosmic Gate crazily. Based on the Guardian's long experience guarding the Cosmic Gate, we have determined that this is probably a general assault. As the highest level warrior of the Guardians, a peak law god who had guarded the Cosmic Gate for countless years, Moses was naturally powerful, but today, Moses's chest was rising up and down and his heart was beating at 10 times its usual rate. What do we do? If the Cosmic Gate falls, the Lore realm is doomed. Yes. I've seen in our clan records what happened the first time the Cosmic Gate fell. In that battle, our Nichen Pingduang clan was almost wiped out. It was too horrifying. The Lore realm doesn't have the strength to hold out against a full assault of the inverse. The most up-to-date noves are published on Fruitnoelo. Fear of the inverse soon dominated the mood. The various clan heads all knew what had happened when the Cosmic Gate first fell, and they still felt lingering fears from those records. Now, the inverse were coming again. All of them were in a panic, not knowing what to do. At this moment, Skywing Grand Ancestor Xiaogukan coldly snorted. He roared, "All of you, shut your mouths. The Lore realm hasn't been destroyed yet." It was a mighty lion's roar, even blowing the hair of the warriors standing near Xiaogukan into disarray, as if he had been working a giant hair dryer. Xiaogukan scanned the crowd coldly, his eyes brimming with killing intent. No one dared to meet his gaze, for this was the master of the demon-sealing fiendish blade. No one dared to confront the edge of the fiendish blade once it was unsheathed, and everyone quickly calmed down. Xiaogukan waved his hand and proposed crazily, "To fight is to die. To not fight is also to die. If that's the case, then let's fight to the death." Today, we were able to drive away the founders and the dark life forms because everyone was united. What about these inverse? Even if we can't beat them to death, we'll bite them to death. The fiendish blade was the fiendish blade, and what had always supported the Skywing was not their martial strength, but their resolve to slaughter both gods and demons. These words left the crowd deeply shaken. It was very evident that if they didn't hold the Cosmic Gate, they wouldn't be able to hold the Lore realm, and if they couldn't hold the Lore realm, all of their lives would be in danger. The only option was to grimly defend the Cosmic Gate until the end, relying on the terrain and their unity to fight a bloody battle with the inverse. Xiaogukan made another astonishing act, declaring the Skywing clan's war mobilization decree in front of everyone. At this moment, all combat members of the Skywing clan are to assemble. Immediately head to the Cosmic Gate and cooperate with the Guardians in battle. Even if there's only one person left in the clan, you are not permitted to take even half a step from the Cosmic Gate. Xiaogukan announced loudly. Everyone was startled. No one had expected Xiaogukan to have the resolve to die. He was gambling the fate of the entire Skywing clan. After saying this, Xiaogukan didn't even look at them. He turned and left, saying coldly, "I don't have the time to chit-chat with you. It's one thing if we can't hold the Cosmic Gate, but if we do hold it, this old man will settle accounts with each and every clan that doesn't participate." Whoosh! Those hesitant clan heads instantly paled at his words. As had been proved countless times before, the vengeance of the demon-sealing fiendish blade was not to be underestimated. Did anyone still remember the names of those who had provoked the Skywing clan before? The Grand Ancestor's inner demon had exploded. His meaning was clear. You had better fight in this battle, even if you don't want to. The decision isn't yours to make. It was an unreasonable demand, but Xiaogukan had no plans to be reasonable. The Skywing Fist was the greatest argument of all. 1 minute before Xiaogukan announced the mobilization of the demon-sealing fiendish blade, Xia Fei was despondently looking up at the sea of stars, grief in his heart. Moonsong and Chendong hadn't wanted to tell Xia Fei of Qin Mang's death, but they didn't know that Xia Fei also had Radix at his side. He had heard everything, and after thinking it over, Radix had decided to tell Xia Fei. Forget about it. A person once dead cannot be revived. Qin Mang's cultivation hadn't reached the immortal level, so there would always be a day when he would die, permanently. Hosa shrugged. Xia Fei showed no reaction, saying indifferently, "I need to go back and take care of his funeral arrangements." Radix nodded. "That's human nature, and it's fine to go back and take a look." It's not like you have anything important to do. At this moment, Xia Fei's spatial compass sent over 2 messages. After reading them, Xia Fei furrowed his brow in shock. The first message was from Oro, saying that the Inverse had begun their general assault on the Cosmic Gate, and that almost all the members of the Guardians faction had been committed to the front. A war was imminent. The second was an order from Grand Ancestor Xiaogukan ordering all of the combat-capable Skywings to the Cosmic Gate to take part in a defensive battle that had almost zero chance of success. By combining these 2 messages, it was easy to guess that the entire Lore Realm, the entire universe, was at the brink. Its fate would be decided here. Hosu's eyes dimmed once he finished listening to Xia Fei. Truly, when it rained, it poured. In his battle with Wien Wist, Hosu had used up all the energy he had accumulated, and the Inverse were finally attacking again. What did he, the only soul hunter in this universe, have to deal with them? Xia Fei's mind worked rapidly. This was the greatest difference between him and ordinary people. After receiving this grim news, Xia Fei's first reaction was not to despair or sigh in sorrow, but to think of a countermeasure. Whoosh! He took out a large pile of origin crystals from his spatial ring. The vast majority were high grade, with even a few grade 8s among them. This is all the origin crystals I have. Hosu, how much help can this energy be to you? Xia Fei asked sternly. Energy was the foundation of everything. Without energy, there was no life and no battle. Hosu was completely out of energy, so the first thing Xia Fei thought of was helping him recover his combat strength as much as he could. After all, Hosu was a soul hunter and the only person with the ability to seal the Cosmic Gate. Hosu snatched up a grade 8 origin crystal, and with a whoosh, the black crystal that contained a sea of energy turned pale white, Hosu having drained it all. It might have a little use. I'm a soul hunter, and what I need is soul power. These crystals are pretty good, but at my level, these crystals are only a tiny help. If I absorb them all, I can probably fight at a high level for a period of time, but sealing up the Cosmic Gate will be simply impossible. The only way would be to find my overcast wind mace or a soul weapon on par with it. Otherwise, with only basic energy, I won't last very long at all, Hosu said helplessly. Xia Fei's stockpile was already top class in the Lore Realm, not even the Skywings would have more crystals than him. But these invaluable origin crystals were only basic energy to Hosu. It was clear that this soul hunter required a shocking amount of energy. Clenching his teeth, Xia Fei said grimly, just use them for now. I'll have the Grand Ancestor get you even more energy crystals. That's all we can do for now. No matter what, we have to hold down the fort. The warriors of the Lore Realm's various clans soon set off once more, countless spatial gates opening into the Guardian base. Warriors surged out and rushed to the Cosmic Gate, grief and indignation on their faces from the knowledge that they were almost certain to die. The vast majority of warriors had never seen the Cosmic Gate before, including experts like Xiaogukan and Oro. All of them were very excited to see this gate that led to an unknown world. But everyone knew that this wouldn't be just their first time, but also their last time. After all, their opponent this time was too strong. The Lore Realm had to confront this challenge from an unknown world. Surviving would be an extravagant luxury. Xia Fei didn't move with everyone else, instead going to the Hidden Realm to meet with Xia Guanghai. Is there no way of transporting this big guy to the Cosmic Gate's vicinity? Xia Fei asked as he pointed at the distant Titan. Xia Guanghai pursed his lips. I've seen ships like this before, but never as savage as this one. Based on those giant cannons, it should already be finished. Xia Fei replied, no, the weapons systems are still being calibrated. The Titan has yet to fire its weapons, and there's no telling how it will perform in a real battle. Xia Guanghai smiled. I know your personality. If you weren't confident in this super warship's capabilities, you would never take it out. The Cobaltus were once the most advanced race in the universe, and it's worth trusting in the ships that they designed. You've also used the technology of Summit to enhance the Titan, so I'm sure it's far stronger than the original blueprints. I look forward to seeing what this giant ship can do. Xia Fei frowned. You still haven't answered me. Can we get the Titan to the battlefield quickly or not? Xia Guanghai laughed, his eyes flashing. That has never been a problem. Don't forget that we're already in control of the spatial transmission arrays. But don't be impatient. The Lore Realm's army is currently assembling at the Cosmic Gate, and all the spatial transmission arrays are operating at almost maximum load. Once the army there is finished assembling, we can use the spatial transmission array to send this big guy over without a problem. Spatial transmission arrays had load limits, and at this time, all of the Lower Realms warriors and equipment were being sent to the battlefield. There was no extra capacity to send over the Titan. The army would have to finish assembling before they could send over this super warship. Xia Fei let out a long sigh. Then it's fine. I hope that the spatial gate has enough capacity and won't collapse. Xia Guanghai was startled, asking, do you plan to send something else besides this big guy? Xia Fei said nothing, but that characteristic smirk appeared on his lips. Chapter 1010, Black Alert. Xia Guanghai would take care of sending the Titan to the battlefield. Xia Fei quickly arrived at Metal City, which was almost completely empty. The horn of war had already blown, and the mech race that had hidden itself away for many years had started to get busy. After all, every life in the universe was at stake in this war, and no one could be a bystander. Rushing into the main building, Xia Fei saw Avril and all the close friends that he was concerned about inside. It was a vast crowd of more than 100,000 people, with people like Charlie, Andre, and Avril's father and grandfather among them. Xia Fei was rather startled, and then he realized the reason. Given that he had notified Avril to retreat, Avril would naturally bring along her grandfather, father, and even the servants that her family was on good terms with, and those people had their own relatives. The refugee convoy had grown larger and larger, turning into a supermassive group of associates. Xia Fei was of course not about to start throwing around blame for that. In any case, since the mech race had been recuperating over the last few years, it had a powerful fleet. 100,000 some people would only take up a small capital ship, so these numbers weren't a problem at all. What in the world happened? Why did you issue a level 4 black alert? Avril asked, clearly worried. The others were also very concerned about this problem, but since Avril had already asked, they simply remained silent and perked up their ears. Xia Fei had set up the 4-level alert system a long time ago. Level 1 was yellow and meant that the situation might grow out of control, so everyone needed to be on their guard. Level 2 was orange and meant that the situation had gotten out of control and preparations should be made to evacuate at any time. Level 3 was red and meant that the situation was completely out of control and that everyone should evacuate as soon as possible. As for black, it meant doomsday. Everyone who had received Xia Fei's black alert was naturally extremely jittery and concerned. Xia Fei smiled and swept his gaze over all these familiar faces. It's truly a rather serious problem this time, but it's not so bad that it requires a black alert. I should have pressed orange, but in a panic, I pressed the level 4 alert, for which I am deeply sorry. Everyone instantly sighed in relief upon hearing this. After all, a black alert signified doomsday, and everyone understood what that meant. As for orange, it meant that the situation was still controllable and that there wasn't too much to worry about. Avril slightly frowned her brow at Xia Fei's words, biting on her lip as if she wanted to say something, but in the end, she remained silent. After a pause, Xia Fei continued, since everyone is already gathered, it would be best to evacuate anyway. The warriors of the mech race will ensure everyone's safety and ensure that you stay out of the storm. Just treat it as a vacation. Once the alert is ended, I will immediately inform everyone that they can return. Xia Fei was a legendary figure in both the Alliance and on Earth, and many people dreamed about meeting him. Everyone took Xia Fei at his word and complied with his arrangements, as Xia Fei was being cautious for their sake. Of course, nobody blamed Xia Fei for mistakenly sending out a black alert. With the help of the mech race, the evacuation of the humans was conducted in a neat and orderly manner. At this time, mech race chief scientist Dimsky and Xia Fei's old partner Phantom walked over and indicated that they wanted to speak with him. Are you really using the Titan? Dimsky asked with a frown. Xia Fei using the Titan to evacuate his close friends had truly frazzled Dimsky's logic circuit. Correct. Use the Star Eclipse as the capital ship. The work on this one started rather late, so it still doesn't have a weapons system. Even if I bring it to the battlefield, it won't do much good. But the Star Eclipse's defense system is already finished, and is currently the most defensively powerful ship in the fleet. For the sake of everyone's safety, have the Star Eclipse prepare to set off, Xia Fei said softly. Though Phantom and Dimsky were confused, they didn't object to Xia Fei's decision. Phantom had already become Xia Fei's spokesperson in the mech race, handling almost everything for him. Even though these old partners had split up for a time, they still shared a strong mutual understanding. Phantom told him, "This is my plan. The first fleet will set off now. It will consist of the star eclipse and an escort of 6 large carriers, 12 small carriers, 12 dreadnoughts, 3 of the mech race's best equipped combat fleets, and 2 logistics and defense fleets. The second fleet will remain in reserve and wait for the fleet from Quantum Holdings to finish assembling before escorting everyone from Earth. The third fleet will be responsible for escorting the fleet from the Human Alliance. Xia Fei looked at Phantom in surprise. This was truly his old partner, understanding him down to his bones. Xia Fei had long ago said that he was no god, so he had no excuse to save the whole world, only to protect the people important to him. Phantom's plan was exactly in line with Xia Fei's desires. The first priority was to evacuate Avril and everyone in Quantum Holdings. The residents of Earth came second. Once that objective was done, the remaining force would be left to extend a helping hand to the Alliance. Phantom had arranged for Avril's first fleet to have 2 whole logistics fleets. The mech race only had 3 logistics fleets, and Phantom had given Avril 2. This was even better than Xia Fei had anticipated. The mech race's logistics fleets were different from the Alliance, capable of creating and sustaining life all on their own. To put it simply, even if Avril's fleet truly had to wander the sea of stars and travel somewhere without any signs of life or places that could sustain life, the logistics fleet could single-handedly create a planet suitable for human life. 2 logistics fleets meant that Phantom had already planned for the worst-case scenario. If both the second and third fleets were lost, the first fleet could still survive for an eternity. Xia Fei nodded slightly. That is an excellent plan. There's no time to delay. Once everyone has boarded, the first fleet should set off at once in the exact opposite direction of the cosmic gate. The farther, the better, and it can never turn back. Zing! Phantom and Dimsky were both stunned. Never turning back? That was an extremely grave order. The first fleet's commander is Warstar. Xia Fei continued. Dimsky shook his head. Sophie says that since you are an important benefactor, she has personally taken charge of the first fleet. Warstar is already getting ready to lead the Titans into battle. Xia Fei said nothing. Sophie had higher intelligence, so he had no complaints about her leading the first fleet. She also had Phantom and Pod, his 2 close friends at his side, and she was deserving of his trust. Very well. Execute the plan as is. Xia Fei ordered them. Dimsky and Phantom withdrew. Xia Fei found that Avril had yet to leave, and Little Yu was standing next to her. Both of them were staring at him, tears flashing in their beautiful eyes. What are you doing? This is just a temporary evacuation. There's nothing to worry about, Xia Fei soothed Avril. Avril shook her head and worriedly said, don't lie to me. The Xia Fei that I know would never make a mistake, much less mistake a level 2 alert for a level 4 alert. Xia Fei was startled, and turned his head and looked away, unwilling to meet Avril's gaze. Those crystalline eyes were so clear that it seemed like deceiving them would be a blasphemy. It was said that gentleness was a woman's greatest weapon, and this was true. Avril had been so considerate that she had not even exposed Xia Fei's lie in front of the crowd. Only when no one was around did she softly voice her question, making Xia Fei's heart tighten. Although Avril and Xia Fei were physically estranged from one another due to Xia Fei being constantly busy with work and buried under problems, understanding a person sometimes did not depend on distance, but whether their hearts were close or not. There were many people in the universe who shared the same bed but had different dreams, but Xia Fei and Avril were not among them. One sentence or one glance was enough for their hearts to collide passionately. Swallowing, Xia Fei was just about to explain when Avril suddenly rushed into his embrace and muttered, I know everything. You just don't want everyone to worry, so you tricked them into thinking the matter wasn't that serious. In truth, the situation is already far beyond your ability to control. I also know that you want me to leave fearing that I'll get hurt. Relax. I understand. Men have to hold up the heavens while women have to not burden them. If I stay, you won't be able to be at ease, so I will go, but I will also never leave you. Don't ever think about throwing me away. Xia Fei was speechless. Stroking her head, he said, you're not a burden, and I'm not as great as you think I am. Trouble always comes looking for me, so what can I do? If I could choose, I would rather hide with you in some mountain valley and live a free and carefree life. What does it matter to me whether the world lives or dies? Avril pinched Xia Fei's arm lightly and said tenderly, everything is good about you except this frivolous attitude of yours that will erupt at any time. Xia Fei simply shrugged. He had always been an odd sort who did not care about the rules, and he was willing to accept her evaluation of being frivolous. Avril truly did stick to her words. Gritting her silver teeth, she turned around and ran off. Suddenly, she stopped, turning her head and saying in a sobbing voice, "Xia Fei, don't forget what you said to me back then. Otherwise, I won't forgive you for the rest of my life." As Xia Fei watched Avril leave, he took out a wrinkled cigarette, lit it, and let the smoke drift into the air as he sighed softly. "Little you was rather back." She smiled and nodded at Xia Fei before following after Av. She also seemed to be rather sad, though she did her best to not show it. "What did you say to Avril back then?" Radix asked, butting in and instantly ruining this sorrowful parting. Xia Fei frowned and ignored him. Avril was naturally talking about the confession Xia Fei had publicly made to Avril in front of the entire alliance during the war between the human alliance and the insectoids. "Pa!" Xia Fei stomped the burning cigarette into the ground, his eyes flashing like cold stars. The founders had been dealt with and the dark life forms were also wiped out. I was just about to enjoy a happy and simple life when those damn inverse showed up to ruin things. They're going to pay for this," Xia Fei coldly declared, raising an eyebrow. Chapter 1011, Abyss. The Cosmic Gate. Those who had never seen the Cosmic Gate before always imagined that this window to an unknown world had to be a magnificent sight. Only those who had truly seen it understood that this was not a question of magnificence, but that nothing could compare in magnificence. Xia Xiang stared as he blurted out in shock, "Heavens! The Cosmic Gate isn't a door at all. It's a black hole. No. It's even scarier than a black hole." The other Skywing Law gods nodded, Xia saying, "Before this, I really wouldn't have imagined this universe to have something so bizarre. Look at its pitch black color, as if some invisible power is drawing us in." Everyone knew that the Skywings had an inner demon within them and were people who feared nothing. Yet even they felt shock and an inexplicable fear when they came before the Cosmic Gate. The leader of the Guardian Alliance, Moses, walked over quietly and stood next to the Skywing Law gods. He said, "When I first arrived here, I came to understand something. The Cosmic Gate is something that no ordinary person can interact with. It undoubtedly links to an unknown world, one that might be a hellish abyss. In truth, all the Guardians secretly call the Cosmic Gate the Abyss. The reason we've abandoned our families and friends and have sworn to guard this place is because of our fear and shock of the Abyss. The Guardians believe that if the Abyss is lost, the entire universe will be plunged into endless darkness and will never know peace again. Every generation of Guardians firmly believes this." The Skywing Law gods were startled. It was no wonder the Guardians possessed a resolve that others found difficult to understand, willing to bind their lives to the Cosmic Gate. The Cosmic Gate from their tales was horrifying. Even someone who was seeing it for the first time understood that this was no paradise. This was the origin of hell. The Cosmic Gate was shaped in a spiral, like an enormous whirlpool in the ocean, stirring up roiling waves in the universe. This enormous vortex connected the universe to another world. It was difficult to imagine what sort of terrifying world a person would end up in if they fell inside. As they stood next to the giant vortex that was the Cosmic Gate, all the warriors from the Low Realm were stunned, an inexplicable fear rendering it difficult for them to breathe. No one wanted to fall in, nor did anyone want to see anything crawling out of that vortex. But these warriors that served as the universe's last line of defense had no choice but to confront it all. There was no one except them who could fend off the attack of the inverse. They were the universe's last fighting force. Alas, this fighting force was puny before the inverse, like a mantis trying to stop a carriage. Gritting his teeth, Xia Xiang looked into the distance, where the 6 founders led by Xia Guocan were quietly discussing countermeasures. It was easy to see from the look in their eyes that even the founders, who had grasped soul power, weren't too confident. But Grand Ancestor Xia Guocan didn't seem to care, his eyes cold and resolved. He was deaf to the objections of the other founders, the madness which allowed the demon-sealing fiendish blade to stand proudly over the rest of the universe written on his face. Waving his hand, Xia Guocan called Moses over to his side. Surprised, Moses frowned and walked over. "You have the greatest understanding of the situation, so come down with me to take a look," Xia Guocan said firmly. What followed was instant silence. Truly, this was Xia Guocan and the demon-sealing fiendish blade. The others had seen audacious people before, but never anyone this audacious. The Cosmic Gate was a lethal abyss, and just looking at it made people tremble in fear, but Xia Guocan wanted to go inside. This was incredible. Add latest chapters at Free.Novelo only. As they sighed, everyone thought of the Skywing clan's rule: when the fiendish blade emerged, gods and demons would be slaughtered. Perhaps it was only the Skywings. Only these crazed wolves of the lore realm were capable of something so insane. Moses broke out in a cold sweat, and couldn't help but shiver. Numerous eyes stared at him, waiting for his decision. The Skywings had already used their actions to prove that the demon-sealing fiendish blade was a mad blade. They feared nothing in the vastness of the universe. Now, everyone was looking to see if the leader of the Guardians had the same courage. Whew! Exhaling, Moses seemed to relax, and he eked out a cold smile. All right, let's go down. Follow me. Moses declared heroically. Hurrah! All of the warriors erupted in excitement. As the saying went, a single burning soldier could set an entire army aflame. It had now been proven that the Skywings who led the lore realm were no cowards. While victory wasn't guaranteed in fighting with these madmen, at least they would die pleasantly, fighting to the utmost. Warriors had their pride. When a warrior's pride was completely stimulated, even if they died, they would die drinking the blood of their foes. Whoosh! As everyone else watched, Xiaogukan and Moses jumped into the abyss. They descended quickly and vanished into the darkness. As the king of the Guardians, Moses had naturally been to the bottom of the abyss where the cosmic gate was located before. But this was the time of the decisive battle. While the inverse's attack had stopped for now, the furious war drums that had been beating 10 minutes ago still filled everyone's ears. It wasn't long before Xiaogukan and Moses saw a net made of crisscrossing white lights. This is the cosmic gate. I think it might be some kind of barrier that stops the inverse from entering, but as time goes on, the barrier grows more and more unstable, and an inverse is occasionally able to get through. As for what the inverse want to do after they break through the barrier, we Guardians have never been able to find an answer. It was only 2 days ago when we learned about the connection between the inverse and the founders that we understood that those inverse who got through were messengers. They possess the special ability to pass through the cosmic gate when the barrier is weak. Those messengers, who aren't even that strong, have given the Guardians a lot of trouble. I truly can't even begin to imagine how powerful the main force of the inverse will be if they break through the cosmic gate. Moses told the truth, holding nothing back. Perhaps it was because the Skywings had become the backbone of the entire lore realm that Moses dared to be so frank. In the past, he would always teach the warriors who had just joined the Guardians that the inverse were nothing to be scared of, but his fear of the inverse had never dissipated, and had always been a burden pressing on his heart. Xiaogukan nodded and carefully examined the barrier. This barrier made of energy would shimmer between bright and dim. It was clear that the countless eons had been hard on this barrier. Suddenly, in the distance a pair of dark blue eyes appeared on the other side of the barrier. More and more of these eyes appeared, like a large flock of owls in the darkness, their sharp eyes staring at Xiaogukan and Moses. The inverse. They're extremely close to opening the cosmic gate. Moses cried out in fear. At the same time, the inverse roared at Xiaogukan and Moses, their roars passing through the cosmic gate to resound throughout the universe. A threat. A cry declaring war. There was no doubt that the inverse were only a sliver away from opening the cosmic gate. The cessation of hostilities just now wasn't a retreat. They were just resting, and once they had finished gaining back their energy, they would launch a new offensive, even more ferocious than before. Shock. Incomparable shock. The warriors outside the abyss heard the roars of the inverse and turned ghastly pale. These creatures that could make bellows more frightening than those of the worst beasts could not be easy to deal with. At this moment, Skywing Grand Ancestor Xiaogukan did something no one expected. Xiaogukan took in a deep breath, raised his head, and made a roar even more terrifying back at the countless inverse. No matter how loudly the inverse roared at Xiaogukan, Xiaogukan would return it 100-fold. Whoosh! Fiendish energy surged into the heavens. 2 fiend wings appeared next to Xiaogukan. This was the explosion of the Grand Ancestor's inner demon, its power fully unleashed. His fierce howl drowned out the howls of the inverse. While the inverse were terrifying ghosts, the lore realm had skywings. Brimming with fiendishness, a fiendish blade unsurpassed in insanity. They were extremely close, the countless inverse separated from Xiaogukan by only a few energy nets. They were practically face to face. His eyes were bloodshot with killing intent as he filled the entire cosmic gate with his fiendish energy. This was Xiaogukan. Whether it was inside or outside the cosmic gate, the Grand Ancestor feared nothing. The inverse hadn't expected the lore realm to have such a savage existence. It was clear from Xiaogukan's fierce display that he felt no fear. In fact, the inverse felt very uneasy about the Grand Ancestor's inner demon. It had always been the inverse threatening humans. None of them had ever imagined that there was a human who didn't fear death, and who could threaten the inverse. After several seconds, the inverse came back to their senses. They were just about to attack when countless roars rose from behind Xiaogukan. First came the howls of the Skywing wolf pack. The Grand Ancestor wasn't the only Skywing who didn't fear the inverse. These madmen of the Lower Realm didn't know the meaning of fear once they entered a combat state. Like savage wolves, the Skywing warriors howled madly, their weapons clashing together in a deafening din. Following them, the entire Lower Realm declared war. Everyone was carried along by the Skywing clan's frenzied killing intent. Fearing death was a warrior's worst enemy. Yes. The Lower Realm was weaker than the inverse. But when these weak warriors threw away their lives, they became savage devils. This was a battle with their backs against the water. You die or I die. The decisive battle neared. Just when Xiaogukan's inner demon erupted, and when all the warriors of the Lower Realm prepared to fight the inverse to the death, in the distant alliance, Xia Fei was the first to begin the slaughter. I don't have the time to chat with you. Anyone who stops me dies. Xia Fei roared, crimson energy shooting to the heavens. When Xia Fei arrived at Qin Mang's grave, he saw all the people there discussing how to split the old man's property. With Moon Song and Chen Dong around, no one had dared to do anything, but there was a cunning light in their eyes now. Without a word, Xia Fei started killing. He instantly killed everyone who sought to blaspheme the old man. Even thinking about it was a sin. Today, Xia Fei was not to be reasoned with. Chapter 1012, The Dignity of a Warrior. Old man Qin Mang would have never imagined that it would rain at his funeral, a rain of blood. After instantly killing those people, some that he knew the names of and some that he didn't, Xia Fei strode over to Qin Mang's grave and did what he usually did. He brewed tea for the old man, poured a cup for him, and placed it on the grave. After thinking it over, Xia Fei took out and lit 2 cigarettes, giving one to himself. He then scooped up some soil and put that other cheap cigarette on top of it. This was Xia Fei's funerary service for Qin Mang. There were no flowers, nor was there the paper money traditionally used by the Chinese. It was all very simple and natural. Xia Fei had naturally scared away many people with his massacre, but there were also people who had the guts to stick around, such as Ye Ziohan, her father Ye Jingshan, and his friends from Star Execution Training Camp like Manjun and Bahai, as well as the old man's friends, like Thuram. These people had once been on the same level as Xia Fei, or were on a higher level than him. But with the passage of time, when they saw Xia Fei now, they were like mortals encountering a god. While Xia Fei was still the same Xia Fei, neither arrogant nor overbearing, but no matter what he did, he couldn't hide the formidable aura that had everyone casting sidelong glances at him. Moreover, with the decisive battle coming, Xia Fei was not in a very good mood, so Xia Fei was not simply a god in the eyes of the crowd, but a god of death. Everyone, thank you for coming to the old man's funeral. As the old man's last disciple, according to the rules of my hometown, I should observe a mourning period for the old man, but there's no time. Xia Fei has more important things to do and must bid farewell. Xia Fei didn't mince words. He felt like he did not need to care about those trifling grieving rites. He felt like he had respected old man Qin Mang, and he knew that it would be too conventional to express anything through ritual and etiquette. Thus, after a short speech, he decided to leave. Ye Ziohan was startled, and her eyes dimmed. This girl was much thinner than before, and had changed a great deal. Had Ye Ziohan changed because of Xia Fei? Xia Fei didn't know, nor did he care to know. There was also Nicole Sawyer. She had never met Qin Mang before, so why had she participated in the funeral? Xia Fei did not understand. Gritting her teeth, Moon Song pulled on Chen Dong, and the two followed after Xia Fei. Moon Song said, "We'll go back with you. We also know what's happening at the Cosmic Gate." Xia Fei nodded slightly and agreed. At this moment, Thuram couldn't help but ask, "Xia Fei, is the situation really that bad? I heard that your Quantum Holdings is already doing everything it can to evacuate." Xia Fei stood up and turned around, placing his right hand on Thuram's shoulder as he said very seriously, "Uncle, listen to me. Leave. Go with Avril while there's still time. I'll immediately call someone over to pick you up." He looked at all the people in the crowd and said sternly, "As all of you were able to attend the old man's funeral, none of you are strangers. My words to Thuram are for you as well." Xia Fei did not speak too grimly, but everyone could feel an unusual tone in his voice. It was clear that this danger was even greater than that of the insectoid attack from several years ago, many times more dangerous. I will stay, Tai spoke first. Me too. The Alliance needs me. I still remember the tragic scenes when the Alliance had to retreat in the face of the insectoid assault. I won't let such a thing happen a second time. Layton, Williams, and Tai, the three leaders of the Alliance, indicated that they would not leave. Yejing Shen needed to take care of Heaven Execution Training Camp, and even Uncle Thuram needed to return to the Adjudicator Union to preside over military affairs. Xia Fei shook his head helplessly. He could understand the decision they had made, and while he hoped that his friends would leave as quickly as possible, every extra minute increasing their chances of survival, he also understood that he respected them precisely because they were all courageous and loyal men. Thuram pulled Xia Fei over and stuffed a silver key into his hand, whispering, "The old man left his treasure to you. It's in the basement of his house. Go over and take a look for yourself." Startled, Xia Fei accepted the key with a nod. Old man Qin Mang had told Xia Fei almost everything, but he had never permitted Xia Fei to enter that mysterious basement. No one knew what sort of treasure he was hiding in there. Xia Fei had naturally thought countless times about opening up that mysterious basement and seeing what was in there that the old man valued so much, but now that he had the key, all he felt was heartache. After all, the owner was no longer here, and Xia Fei was no longer as curious. The old man really treasured you. Even I've never seen what he was hiding in there, Thuram said, patting Xia Fei on the shoulder. He sighed, "Thanks to your rise in power, the old man lived a very comfortable life in his old age, and he often mentioned that you were the disciple he was the most proud of. Before going, he also ordered me to hand over that item over to you as quickly as possible, so I think you should go right now and dispel that worry of his." Xia Fei was slightly dazed, and his eyes reddened. He bit his lip, unable to say another word. Xia Guocan held up his arm and called out, "Everyone, get ready." The howls of the inverse were almost at his ears, and the cosmic gate was about to face its most challenging test yet. It wouldn't be long before the inverse army would break through the seal and arrive in the universe where the Lore Realm was located. Tension was written on everyone's faces, and as the inverse howled, the hearts of the warriors beat faster and faster, the blood surging through their arteries. The tactics were very simple. Everyone would surround the abyss where the cosmic gate was located and attack any inverse that showed itself. The warriors from all parts of the Lore Realm surrounded the abyss tightly. Weapons both old and new created a vast sea. Every clan had essentially emptied their pockets for this battle. Mystical armaments, more mystical armaments, and mountains of origin crystals. These things probably would not be of any use in the future. As their emotions surged, various mystical armaments from both modern and ancient times appeared on the scene, like an international military exhibition. Nearby, all the artificers, apothecaries, and energy masters stood to the side. These logistics members would do everything in their power to support the war effort. Warships that had lain unused for many years set sail, and weapons that had been sealed in dust for ages now re-emerged. This battle had brought together the strength of all sapient life in the Lore Realm. It would be a decisive battle from the very start. There was even a small group of prisoners in the crowd. These were sinners to both of the great palaces and had been frozen for many years using cryogenic technology, but with this war imminent, nobody cared anymore. The two palaces had let out these criminals, and these people had resolutely chosen to join the army defending the cosmic gate. Banners waved and war drums thundered. The fate of the Lore Realm and the fate of the universe would be decided today. Rumble. Down in the abyss, a massive explosion thundered from the cosmic gate, and then a roar filled the universe. Finally, under the powerful offensive of the inverse, the barrier that had guarded the universe for eons shattered. Tension. Incomparable tension. The warriors gripped their weapons tightly, their palms sweaty. The signal for war had been issued, and what came next was a battle to the death. Whoosh! A pair of dark blue eyes appeared before everyone. Inverse. The inverse are attacking, someone shouted, and countless long-range attacks shot over. Rumble. Rumble. Like the chaos that ensued with the creation of the universe, countless explosions filled this pitch-black and hellish abyss. Too agitated. The warriors had been too agitated. They didn't care that it was only one enemy and were madly slinging their attacks at it. To everyone's surprise, the movement and roaring of that army ceased, and the dark blue eyes in the darkness were nowhere to be seen. It was as if the inverse did not plan to attack. The warriors stopped attacking and looked down at the abyss curiously. What had happened? Why had the inverse broken through the cosmic gate, but not continued their offensive? Do the inverse know that we're surrounding the cosmic gate and are too afraid to attack? A young golden-haired warrior asked. In the counterattack just now, he had fired off dozens of long-range darkness law attacks, all of which had landed in the vicinity of that dark blue pair of eyes, and he was currently trembling in excitement. As he spoke, a lethal black arrow flew through space. It struck the young warrior in the forehead and tore him to pieces. This arrow's howl was the warhorn of the inverse. The inverse suddenly exploded out of the abyss. They used the same long-range attacks to return the favor. Many warriors were caught off guard and knocked into the abyss. From the fearful looks on their faces as they fell, everyone knew that there was no chance of survival. What followed was a great clamor. Like a vast army marching in unison, each step shaking the river of stars. Only now did the warriors understand that the inverse didn't fear their defenses. They had just been building up power for an all-destroying offensive. Death? Death could not stop their advance. The inverse were so strong because of their bloody and barbaric way of attacking. They cared only about the result, not the process. Since the inverse had already decided to take the universe, they wouldn't stop their attack no matter how many people died. And besides, they weren't even people in the first place. Fight! Xia gave the order. The warriors gripped their weapons and began to crazily attack. They didn't care about energy. Didn't care about how much they used. Alas, the inverse had stronger defenses than the low realm. Unless the attacks were made with mystical armaments, the attacks from these warriors were like a minor itch, of puny effect. No matter the cost. We have to hold against the inverse's first wave. Xia called out. Everyone, on me! Whoosh! Xia jumped into the abyss at twice the speed of light, beginning to attack the inverse over and over. He left bodies wherever he went. Spurred up by Xia frenzied encouragement, the other founders and the 5 Skywing Law gods rushed down. Without a care for their lives, they used their power to stop the advance of the inverse army. Alas, the low realm had too few founders, and the Skywings had always been a small clan. These few experts were like a stone tossed into a lake. It could create a few ripples, but it wouldn't stop the advance of the river. Screw your mother! I'll kill you all, a law god snarled as he jumped into the abyss as well. But he wasn't so powerful as to single-handedly challenge the massed attack of the inverse. Thus, he chose to self-detonate, a most tragic method. Rumble! Since his attacks were not doing anything, he opted to bring his enemies down with him. This was the dignity of a warrior. Chapter 1013, Hoso's Divine Seal. War revealed its cruel side from the very start. A law god had jumped into the abyss and used the most extreme method of self-detonation to die together with his enemies. Rumble! A massive explosion blossomed. After all, this was a law god. The energy he accumulated over countless years detonating all at once was unstoppable. A scarlet ball of flame expanded in the abyss, engulfing several thousand inverse, the shockwave traveling several hundred kilometers. Many of the inverse felt like their heads were splitting open, and they jumped back into the abyss in pain. The inverse were stunned. The entire low realm was also stunned. What a heroic act! It had taken so much sweat and blood to become a law god, countless years, and if the situation hadn't forced it, who would be willing to throw away all of their life's work? Although law gods didn't die and could be reborn using the seed of life, everyone knew how long the path of rebirth was, and how excruciating. It would take more than 10,000 years for him to recover his cultivation. The inverse offensive did not stop there, but they did lose their momentum for a moment. After all, none of them had predicted that the low realm would come out from the get-go with such fearless courage. They were gambling their lives against the inverse. Gambling on who was more vicious, on who feared death the least. More inverse soon appeared in the abyss, a dark mass of innumerable beings. It was like a million provoked ants, but each one was imbued with abnormal killing power. The low realm warriors standing above the abyss and firing off long-range attacks weren't too threatened. The moment the inverse appeared, a large swath of them would be wiped out. It seemed like these wicked life forms were more specialized in close combat. Let me! Whoosh! Another law god jumped into the abyss, and before anyone could tell which clan this brave warrior came from, another huge explosion erupted. Self-detonation! Another self-detonation! In the blink of an eye, 2 law gods had fallen. The battle had only just begun, and the low realm was already forced to resort to such extreme methods. It was clear that this battle was not going well. It seemed like the inverse were already used to the low realm's frenzied attack methods. Although it suffered a rather significant shock, the pace of their offensive didn't slow. On the contrary, it accelerated. The Law Realm was intimidated by this crazy attack. It was clear that the inverse were bloodthirsty and cruel, and these monsters clearly didn't fear death. At this moment, many warriors realized that they weren't fighting some sapient life form. They were facing a pack of devils. Ordinary attacks did little damage to the inverse. The inverse quickly charged up from the abyss, and some combat zones had already begun to engage in close combat. Two law gods frowned. They exchanged glances, their eyes brimming with resolve. It was clear that they planned to follow the example of their predecessors and use self-detonation to stop the attack of the inverse. Let me do it. Right, let us. Law gods are the backbone of the Law Realm. Without you lot, there's no way for us to outlast this battle. Since we're dying anyway, I'm taking you down with me. Whoosh! 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 Several warriors immediately jumped into the abyss and engaged in another suicidal offensive. But these people were not law gods, and there was no rebirth for them. They were truly fighting with their lives. Everyone could not help but be moved. The battle had already reached this stage. To maintain the number of law gods, law sages, and law emperors were beginning to sacrifice their lives, detonating their cultivation. While these lower-level warriors weren't able to deal that much damage to the inverse, their self-detonations were just as vicious. After all, this was in exchange for their lives. It was much better to have more law gods survive. This was important to the Law Realm, for law gods were only a step away from unlocking soul power, and their full power attacks could kill the inverse. As for those below law god, they were much less effective against the inverse. Thus, these warriors who lacked cultivation chose to self-detonate, as this was the only way to maximize their effectiveness on the battlefield. The founders frowned. They knew that this method of sacrificing 800 to kill 3,000 wouldn't bring the Law Realm true victory, but they couldn't think of a better plan. That vast mass of enemies was simply uncountable, and there was no telling how many more inverse were hiding in the abyss. If they couldn't hold out against this enemy wave and allowed them to get out of the abyss, the Law Realm would be put under even greater pressure. The entire defensive line might be lost. After all, the inverse were wicked life forms more suited for close combat. The closer they were, the stronger they became. The bitter battle continued. If this battle had to be defined in any way, it would be explosions. Explosions. Countless explosions. The warriors of the Law Realm had seemingly gone crazy, using their lives to protect the dignity of the universe. As time went on, the founders began to grow tired. The law gods organized themselves in formations and joined their powers to attack the inverse, but the lower-level warriors could only use their lives. Even worse was that the inverse were seemingly endless. There was no telling how many forces they had mustered, but they just kept on coming and showed no signs of falling back. The number of law sages was limited, and the self-detonations of warriors below Law Emperor did far too little damage to the inverse. Suddenly, a soul-shaking horn blew from within the abyss. As the horn resounded, the inverse intensified their assault. A force of armored elites suddenly charged out from the abyss. Unlike those lower-level inverse, they were not just better equipped, but were also capable of tactics. This small team of 6 was able to minimize the attacks the Law Realm aimed at it. Their armor was azure blue, and the eyes of these warriors were no longer blue, but mysterious purple. It seemed like the inverse weren't a single species, but rather were formed from numerous evil life forms. These inverse with purple eyes were clearly more frightening than the previous inverse. With only a few leaps, they had reached the edge of the abyss and began to fight with the Law Realm's warriors. The situation turned dangerous. These inverse were far stronger than the Law Realm had anticipated. If their brazen attack wasn't stopped, it would only be a few minutes until the Law Realm was in a completely passive position. Let me. All of you, stand aside, the chubby Ocean roared as he jumped into the abyss. Ocean had been heavily injured in the battle with Constant, even worse than Crane. Ocean felt like he wasn't being very useful in this defensive battle, and this was a moment where he was needed. He didn't have the combat strength, but he still had his cultivation. In the end, Ocean was still one of the experts who had established the Law Realm. A founder. If he detonated all of his cultivation, he could exterminate these purple-eyed inverse. No. Crane yelled, freezing him on the spot. This battle was only just getting started, but it was already so difficult that a founder needed to self-detonate. It would be impossible if this kept up. The founders felt despair, and the warriors of the Law Realm felt deep sorrow. The light of victory seemed to be drifting farther and farther away from the Law Realm. At this moment, someone suddenly roared, "Don't go blowing yourselves up at a moment's notice. This battle is only just getting started." Everyone hastily turned their heads and saw Hoso in combat attire, floating majestically in the air, Ocean in his hand. Through some unknown method, he had managed to pluck Ocean out of the abyss. "Look! It's that super warrior. He's a friend of the Skywing clan, meaning that this super warrior stands at our side. There's hope for the Lore Realm. This expert might lead us in pushing back the inverse." Like a drowning man clutching at straws, everyone instantly treated Hoso as their savior. After all, Hoso was the only living soul hunter in the universe. In the eyes of the Lore Realm's warriors, Hoso possessed a heaven-defying cultivation. He transcended gods. Wind and lightning without clouds. A divine seal to hunt a soul. Hoso was Hoso. He naturally wouldn't disappoint the Lore Realm. With a roar, he created an enormous divine seal with his hands. Divine seals were weapons soul hunters used to kill en masse. Although he lacked the overcast wind mace, making him much weaker than usual, in the eyes of the Lore Realm's warriors, this was simply a miracle. The scarlet seal seemed to be burning. The divine seal Hoso had created was so large that it engulfed the abyss. Strange patterns flowed across the seal. Nobody knew that this technique was, but there was no doubt that it was unfathomably powerful. Rumble. The divine seal shot forward. Like a murderous plate, it smashed toward the abyss. Awoo! The inverse warriors clearly understood the power of Hoso's divine seal, and they roared bitterly. Alas, their roars were not weapons, simply an expression of their helplessness. Without a word, this seal that encompassed the abyss smashed down. Those inverse who had already crawled out and reached the edge of the abyss were thrown back. Bang! An enormous boom came from the depths of the abyss, and then like a geyser, the shattered corpses of countless inverse were blasted from. Mixed in with them was a white mist that ordinary people couldn't see. This was the mental energy of the inverse. Their souls. This was the power of a soul hunter. Killing people and hunting souls, laughing proudly across the sea of stars. Hurrah! The Lore Realm was stunned. Hoso's heaven-shaking attack had won their utmost admiration. With Hoso here, victory was possible. Alas, Hoso didn't have a good look on his face at all. He quickly turned his wrist, absorbing origin crystal after origin crystal to restore the energy he had lost. Hoso had come so late because he had been gathering up the energy needed for this strike. This attack had basically emptied Hoso's body of energy. Even though he was using the highest level of origin crystals, the black grade 8s, the divine seal consumed far more than the origin crystals could replace. He recovered energy very slowly, and it would be a very long time until he could unleash another attack at the same level. Hoso clenched his teeth as he watched the souls of the countless inverse dissipate. If he still had the Stormcloud mace, that would all be energy he could use. Soul hunters could gather energy by killing things. The more they killed, the stronger they became. Alas, Hoso had no soul weapon, so he could only watch as this vast amount of soul power went away. As for the short sword that his young lord Xiaogu had used, for a warrior like Hoso, the amount of energy it could gather was simply pitiful. It should be able to hold for a bit. Hoso stared at the abyss and muttered, his eyes cold. As he spoke, suddenly, mere moments after taking Hoso's divine seal, the inverse came sweeping back. This is trouble! Hoso exclaimed in shock. Chapter 1014, The Titan Takes the Stage. There had naturally been nothing wrong with Hoso's soul art. Like the river of stars coming down, it had smashed the inverse back where they had come from. But the key was that this powerful counterattack couldn't stop the advance of the inverse. Not only did the inverse not call a halt, they became even more crazed. They heedlessly rushed out of the abyss, destroying everything in their way. The technique had been extremely vicious, but Hoso direly lacked energy and couldn't unleash several divine seals in a row. This single attack had consumed 80% of Hoso's current energy. Gritting his teeth, Hoso immediately threw himself into the battle. The entire Lore Realm was looking to him, so no matter how much pain he was in, Hoso had to hold. If he was unable to hold on, the Lore Realm's warriors would suffer a harsh blow to their morale. Let's go! Sweep through them together! Xiaogukan shouted fiercely after a brief moment of surprise. Grand Ancestor Xiaogukan was no brute who only knew how to fight. He had sharp eyes and was able to immediately tell that Hoso's condition wasn't right and that he was forcing himself to fight. He hurriedly led the other founders to Hoso's side. A soul hunter together with 6 founders presented an impressive force. They charged into the inverse ranks, their savage offensive making up for Hoso's lack of energy. "Are you okay?" Xiaoguocan asked grimly as he fought. Hoso smiled bitterly. "Energy is everything for a warrior. That's true for not only your world. In my world, you can't go without energy either, and what I lack right now is precisely energy. I won't hide it from you. The attack just now took up most of my reserve energy. Right now, I can only use 10% of my power." Xiaoguocan furrowed his brow. He did not say anything, but he understood what Hoso was saying. He could tell from Hoso's attacks that such powerful and fierce techniques naturally had to use up an astronomical amount of energy. Thus, the energy Hoso needed wasn't even on the same level as the amount of energy a founder needed. At the start, the 6 founders together with Hoso really did manage to present a major threat to the inverse, combining their powers having a multiplicative effect. But as the battle dragged on, the flaws of fighting this way began to show themselves. Gathering all of one's experts together wasn't good for defense. After all, the abyss was quite large, and the inverse had many warriors. Hoso and Xiaoguocan simply could not be everywhere at once. After hanging together for a few minutes, the team had to split up, each person rushing toward a weak point in the defenses to aid the lower realm in holding the line. Hoso's face grew more and more caked in sweat. His excessive consumption of energy prevented him from using any attacks that were too powerful, but using techniques that took less energy, he suffered a clear drop in fighting power and wasn't much stronger than the founders. "What's going on? The attacks of that super expert are getting weaker and weaker. When he first appeared, I felt like the 6 founders together couldn't match up to his arm, but now they're evenly matched. Is someone like him not powerful enough to endure this?" All the warriors of the lower realm had gathered here, and many of them had combat experience, so they could see that Hoso's combat strength was plunging. They couldn't help but worry about the battle's trajectory. After all, the balance of this battle was being maintained by true men who didn't fear death. Once their main forces could no longer hold, the dark side of human nature would burst forth. Husband and wife were like birds in the same forest. In the face of disaster, they would each run off in their own direction. If husband and wife were like that, how could these warriors who had gathered up to face this disaster be any different? Everyone had lasted until now entirely because of the experts, these fellows who fought without care for their lives and gave everyone else the hope that they could win. If even a super expert like Hoso couldn't last, their morale would instantly crumble. Hoso naturally understood this, which was why he was still hanging on. But he was getting weaker and weaker, and he could no longer use the emblematic divine seals of the soul hunters. At this time, the number of experts willing to risk their lives began to dwindle. After all, self-detonation was suicide. Only a few warriors with fearless spirits dared to wager their lives. When these fearless men ran out, the only ones left were people with wavering resolve. At times of victory, these people would naturally step forward and flaunt their might, but at times of loss, no one would run faster than them. Face? Dignity? They were about to lose their lives, so why would they care about their pride? Gradually, the inverse once more took the upper hand. More and more inverse charged out of the abyss, and in close combat, the inverse could display their full power. Killing one inverse took several dozen, or even 100 law sages all working together. Morale began to fall and the defense line around the cosmic gate began to falter, even as the founders and soul hunter Hoso were already doing everything they could. At this moment, an enormous spatial gate appeared. It was abnormally brilliant and could fit almost an entire star. As this enormous spatial gate opened, a mushroom-shaped giant head emerged. It was a golden warship shaped like a mushroom. On its bow was a cannon larger than a moon, pitch black and intimidating. This was a Titan, the strongest warship in the universe. The product of all the genius Cobaltus could muster and the first-class technology of Summit. Shock. Incomparable shock. None dared to believe their eyes. A warship could be even larger than a planet. This was a scientific miracle, the strongest form a warship could reach. There was no other. And appearing with the universe's strongest warship was a top-class energy weapon. Doomsday. Rumble. The moment the Titan appeared, it unleashed a laser beam more dazzling than the sun. A doomsday device. It had this destructive name because this giant cannon the Cobaltus had designed had the ability to destroy the universe. Through the work of several renowned scientists and the members of the mech race, the current doomsday weapon had far surpassed the designs of the Yulani. It was now a weapon that matched its name. Rumble. Such power and force. The fiery beam of God shot into the abyss. The founders and Hosu had been fighting in the abyss, but fortunately, they had received advance notification from Xia Guanghai and were able to retreat quickly. Otherwise, they would have been injured by this berserk beam of energy. Everyone felt this cruel beam of energy, but the most vicious explosion was still to come. Rumble. After the beam entered the abyss, it exploded. It produced a force more than 10 times greater than the divine seal. This was simply an unthinkable sight, like someone had thrown a massive bomb into the abyss. Moreover, the Titan had clearly fired a beam of light. Those who had not seen the Titan's blueprints naturally couldn't understand its complexity. The Cobaltus had truly lived up to their reputation as a race of scientific geniuses. They had used the repulsing nature of light waves to create a light bomb. Light had a frequency, and the Cobaltus had used the different frequencies of laser beams to design a brand new laser beam that the frequencies within could not tolerate. If it encountered no obstructions, this laser would travel in a straight line into the depths of space, but once it ran into something, the countless explosive spectrums would be thrown into disarray, triggering an immense explosion and annihilating anything that stood in the way of this laser. This was why this weapon was called a doomsday weapon. This was why the Titan was considered the ultimate warship. It was all because of the doomsday laser, an existence that could not be surpassed. The Titan that Xia Fei had meticulously worked on within the hidden realm had appeared for the first time, and with its first shot, it had revolutionized the universe. These invincible warriors from the law realm finally realized the power of science. It was a mistake to believe that law powers were the ultimate power of the universe. When science was developed to a certain level, it could release a power that transcended the full force blow of a founder. The sound and fury created by the explosion was so loud as to be maddening. Even so, the warriors still stared in shock at the damage wrought by the Titan, for this was more amazing than any movie. As for the inverse, they truly threw down their armor and weapons and fled for their lives. Besides Hosua's soul-destroying divine seal, the Titan was the greatest threat to them. Hurrah! The Law Realm warriors were reinvigorated. It turned out that besides a hidden expert like Hosu, the universe also had this killing machine, a Titan. More importantly, these destructive factors all stood on their side. Whoosh! The clumsy Titan slowly emerged from the spatial tunnel. Suddenly, several dark figures shot out and immediately rushed at this enormous ship that was everyone's hope, law force gathering in their hands. Rather than helping, their goal was clearly to destroy the Titan. Founders. Someone with sharp eyes was able to make out these newcomers. They were Solo, Constant, Chill, and Rock, the 4 founders who had fled. Everyone knew that they had betrayed the Law Realm, but nobody had expected this betrayal to be so absolute. They were helping the inverse by destroying this ultimate weapon so crucial to the Law Realm, the Titan. Whoosh! Hosu and the other founders immediately rushed up. They had to protect the Titan, or else the Law Realm would be without hope. At this moment, a second Titan appeared, giving everyone's heart a severe shock. It turned out that Xia Fei had more than one Titan. A second one of these galaxy-destroying weapons had come out hot on the heels of the first. Way to go, Xia Fei! He had somehow built up a power that could contend with the Law Realm. Solo, who had been rushing at the first Titan, exclaimed in shock, "What's going on here?" his face turning pale. What was going on? This was Xia Fei's trump card. They were nothing when they were hidden, but once they were revealed, they would scare you to death. The calm here served as a stark contrast to the fierce battle at the Cosmic Gate. Not far from the venal system was a fairy tale-like green little planet that had served as Qin Mang's home in his later years. It was a place awash with the aroma of flowers and the song of birds. This peaceful planet seemed unaffected by the turmoil gripping the universe, as quiet and serene as ever. Sighing, Moon Song softly said, "This is truly a beautiful place. Qin Mang must have lived a very pleasant retirement. To tell the truth, if someone was willing to marry me and live with me here, I would definitely agree." Moon Song glanced at Xia Fei, a profound meaning in her eyes. Alas, Xia Fei had a solemn look and seemed deaf to Moon Song's words. For a long time now, Xia Fei had always been rather distant when he was serious, and today, Xia Fei was very serious. Waving the key that Qin Mang had left him, Xia Fei said sternly, "Let's go and take a look in the basement." Chapter 1015, Prelude to Counterattack. Books, countless books. Old man Qin Mang's house was like a library, filled with numerous books. While there were a lot of books, the place wasn't messy at all. The bookshelves were all properly categorized and arranged. Xia Fei suddenly thought back to his days working in the library. Those calm days of studying now seemed hard to come by. When he had left the library, he had started on a long, dangerous, and stimulating road, and calm drew farther and farther away. Items were not like people. While the books were still the same books in the library, the old man was nowhere to be seen, and Xia Fei felt a tinge of grief. After standing for several seconds in the library, Xia Fei got a hold of himself and pulled aside a bookshelf, opening a secret tunnel. Xia Fei had personally ordered this secret tunnel and chamber to be made for the old man. Logically, if Xia Fei had wanted to, he could have gone inside whenever he wanted and taken a look at the old man's treasure, but Xia Fei hadn't done such a thing out of respect. Clack! The arc-shaped 13-section key turned a circle and a half before Xia Fei was able to open the thick alloy door, revealing a long, dark corridor. Moon Song pressed a button, turning on the lights, and the three headed in. After going through 3 such protective systems, Xia Fei's group finally entered the old man's most cherished secret room. The place was lit as brightly as day. Inside the room was a giant stone sarcophagus, one made of dragon sealing stone. Dragon's stone? And it's of the highest Suanwu grade, too. Isn't this something you can only find in the lore realm? Why is there a sarcophagus made of dragon sealing stone in the old man's secret room? Moon Song asked, her eyes flashing with curiosity. Dragonstone could impede law force and so store high-level materials that gave off intense energy waves. But this Suanwu grade dragonstone was produced in the dark race, and was extremely rare in the lore realm. Xia Fei, Moon Song, and Chen Dong were all surprised to find a coffin made of dragonstone in Qin Mang's secret room. These materials are extremely old, so I'm guessing that rather than belonging to old man Qin Mang, he inherited it from someone else, or else found it during his adventures in the earlier half of his life, Chen Dong remarked. Xia Gang silently took the lid off the coffin. There was no time, and while Xia Fei missed old man Qin Mang, he understood that he did not have the time. He still needed to head to the cosmic gate. The scraping of stone rang out in the room as the item within revealed itself to Xia Fei. Before Xia Fei could speak, Radix called out in surprise, the overcast wind mace. Hosu's soul weapon was here? Heavens! That's too absurd. Xia Fei was stunned. He carefully examined the long purple-handled bronze mace in the coffin. It looked like a thin pagoda, all sharp angles, and as it lay in the coffin, it exuded a vicious killing intent. It also radiated some invisible energy that made other people stare at it. Just one glance would leave one transfixed. Xia Fei was a superior law god, so he was able to maintain his composure. But Moon Song and Celestial Moon became a little dazed and walked forward as if they were sleepwalking. Whoosh! Xia Fei took out a small spatial ring and hastily put the overcast wind mace away. Xia Fei had been in a lot of battles as of late and had gained many treasures, so he wasn't lacking for spatial rings. Moon Song and Chen Dong awoke from their dazed states, their heads covered in sweat. Heavens! That weapon was far too bizarre. It made me subconsciously want to get close, like some power was pulling on me. Moon Song wiped the sweat off her face, some fear still in her voice. Chen Dong threw up his arms, indicating that he didn't understand. Radix explained, this is the power of a soul weapon. After all, Hosu is a soul hunter, and his weapon is meant for killing and absorbing souls. Moon Song and Chen Dong have no experience fighting with a soul hunter, so the overcast wind mace naturally had an easy time entrancing them. Xia Fei was taken aback by the mystical properties of the overcast wind mace. Not only could it kill enemies, it could even seize their soul power on its own. Even people that were still alive could be influenced by its powerful energy. No wonder Hosu was always talking about his weapon. So the overcast wind mace was this powerful. Xia Fei muttered. Turning his head, his eyes turning grave, Xia Fei gave the spatial ring with the overcast wind mace to Chen Dong and solemnly said, there's no time to spare. You must immediately pass this weapon to Hosu. Chen Dong trembled in shock. He could tell that Xia Fei was actually rather concerned and could not afford the slightest delay. Hosu? That super expert who was with you? Chen Dong asked for clarification. Correct. This item is extremely important to him. You have to personally deliver it to him at once. Xia Fei said solemnly. What about you? Moon Song asked anxiously. I have something more important to take care of, Xia Fei said, turning his head and staring at the 2 other items in the dragonstone coffin. For some reason, there was a little leaf in the sarcophagus, just quietly sitting there. Battle! 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 Frenzied battle! The super warships Titans and the 4 remaining founders of the Hall of Many Gods had arrived at the same time. The founders were stunned as they moved through space, for across from them, a second titan was emerging from the spatial tunnel. It had to be understood that this was an ultimate killing weapon, even larger than a star, and there was more than one? Only a ghost would know how many resources and manpower this took. Forget about it and destroy this one first. We'll destroy as many as there are. Solo ordered, resolving himself. The four founders began to savagely attack the first titan. Rumble. In explosions of energy, the four founders began to unleash long-distance attacks to destroy Xia Fei's titans. The Lower Realm warriors were so shocked that their jaws dropped, and then their teeth clenched in hatred. The Lower Realm had no way to retreat and had been forced into a dead end, then Xia Fei's titans had arrived and given everyone hope. Now these traitorous founders wanted to destroy the Lower Realm's last trump card. To think that they had once regarded the likes of Constant and Solo as gods and idols. This was the worst joke in the universe. The people they had most admired were trying to destroy the Lower Realm. Everyone instantly exploded with rage. After all, the attacks of the founders were immensely powerful, and the hearts of the warriors went cold upon seeing them. No one felt like the titans could resist founder-level attacks. But that was when a roar tore through the space. The titan had not been destroyed by the founders. On the contrary, it was beginning to return fire. It once more sent a howling laser beam at the abyss. The mushroom-shaped titan was surrounded by a thick protective barrier. Rather than shattering from the law force attacks, it was absorbing them. The Lower Realm had destroyed titans long ago because these warships had a unique immunity to laws. They could convert frenzied law force into energy, dispersing it and absorbing it. It allowed the power of science to match the power of laws. This was truly a pioneering work of science. The four founders were so stunned that their eyes almost fell out. Although they had not used their full power, this giant ship's defenses were simply too formidable. It could hold out against the attacks of a founder? That was just too unbelievable. It was actually quite the coincidence. If they had attacked the second titan rather than the first, they would have gotten a much better result. This was because Xia Fei's titans hadn't all started being built at the same time, and they were at different levels of completion. Once a new dock was finished, the mech race would commit itself to building a new titan and a new dock. Among all of Xia Fei's titans, only the first, the Starlock, was fully armed and armored, possessing every required module. It had been in the testing stage, but because of the sudden outbreak of war, it had been rushed to the front line. The others were all still in the arming phase. Some lacked engine power, while others had no shield. In short, the Starlock was the only fully equipped titan. And as the founders had chosen to attack this titan, their attacks were naturally not that effective. Moreover, they had felt that they could destroy the titan without using their full power, and by underestimating their enemy, they had given the Starlock some hope of survival. Moreover, after that wave of attacks, the Starlock had activated its overclocking system. The entire warship was now operating at above normal capacity, so even if the founders intensified their attacks, it still might be able to hold. Sometimes, the situation was just that bizarre. The four founders had a major blow dealt to their confidence by their failure to destroy the titan, and at this moment, the experts led by Xiaogukan and Hosu had arrived. The four founders now had to contend with these new opponents. Whoosh! At this moment, Moon Song and Chen Dong arrived with Hosu's important soul weapon, the overcast wind mace. Without a word, Chen Dong accelerated to the founder battlefield. Hosu! Xia Fei wanted me to give this to you. Chen Dong roared. Hosu was startled, and then he saw the spatial ring that Chen Dong was clutching in his hand. Xia Fei had chosen to not close off the link between the spatial ring and the hidden space it was connected to, but Hosu was able to sense a familiar energy coming from it. Overcast wind mace. Hosu was stunned, and he became so excited that he almost went crazy. He rushed over, took the spatial ring from Chen Dong, and lightly brushed a finger across it. The soul weapon emerged. The entire universe was stunned. Rumble. Both Xia Fei and Chen Dong had interacted with the overcast wind mace, but it had not done anything too incredible, merely exuding a formidable mental pressure. But the moment the overcast wind mace appeared in Hosu's hand, it immediately exploded with boundless power. As Hosu raised this mace, a terrifying lightning bolt streaked through space, striking the tip of the overcast wind mace. The shockwave unleashed was even greater than that of a person breaking into the law god realm. A powerful gale immediately began to stir. Countless white wisps of energy that ordinary people couldn't see began to rush toward Hosu, and all of it was absorbed by the overcast wind mace. This was a soul weapon, something that killed foes and helped its master accumulate energy. Moreover, this soul weapon was Hoso's personal weapon. While Xia Fei's white dragon's screech had been incredibly powerful, it was not Hoso's personal soul weapon, so it would not have been as effective in his hands. But the overcast wind mace was a part of Hoso. Without the soul weapon, Hoso could barely be considered an average soul hunter, but with the soul weapon, he could unleash all of his power. Rumble. It wasn't just the warriors who were stunned. The entire river of stars quaked. 1 second after Hoso grabbed the overcast wind mace, Hoso's energy began to rise crazily. Like a rocket, it headed straight to the heavens. At the same time, a third titan appeared in the spatial tunnel. Chapter 1016, One Leaf to Upend Mountains. Wind and clouds stirred. With a single hand covering the heavens, a singular clap of thunder could turn the sea of stars to dust. At this moment, the cosmic gate played host to the return of a king. As Soul Hunter Hoso raised the overcast wind mace, the entire universe seemed to be drained of light. Countless bolts of lightning blasted out of the sea of stars. They were incomparably bright and dazzling, a flame that could stun the universe. This was Hoso. This was the super expert who had single-handedly sealed the cosmic gate. The only soul hunter in the universe. It was like a god had descended. The overcast wind mace began to devour the scattered souls around the cosmic gate. Those warriors who had yet to unlock their soul marks naturally could not see those countless streams of white energy entering Hoso's body, but they could see the flashes of lightning. Merely by activating the overcast wind mace, Hoso had allowed everyone to witness this unbelievable sight. The battle came to a sudden halt. Even the founders were entranced by this magnificent sight and were unable to move even half a step. Heavens! Is this a legendary miracle? Miracle? This is the work of a god. I don't believe it. How could a mortal possibly be this powerful? In the fierce battles just now, countless inverse and low realm warriors had fallen into the abyss, and while their lives had ended, their souls had yet to scatter. The overcast wind mace came at the perfect time. Hoso activated his soul weapon, and whether it came from inverse or the low realm, so long as it was soul power, he could absorb it. At this moment, Hoso could no longer care about too much. What he needed to do was gather as much energy as possible so that he could seal the cosmic gate again. Once the cosmic gate was sealed, Xia Fei would have enough time to improve himself and his soul mark. Without the founders controlling the low realm, Hoso could definitely help the universe produce more founders. Once the cosmic gate was opened again, the low realm, Hoso, and Xia Fei would have finished building up their power. Who would come out victorious would no longer be so certain. Hoso could not help but grow excited at the prospect. The zeal of the Skywing clan, the devotion of the low realm's countless brave warriors, and Xia Fei's incredible potential. All of this gave him enormous confidence. Hoso was sure that so long as the low realm was given enough time, a day would come when it would trample over the home of the inverse. On that day, the low realm would no longer be on the defensive, it would be charging straight out of the cosmic gate. Hoso very quickly finished his first phase of energy accumulation. With his power of a soul hunter recovered, he raised his head slightly, his unfathomable gaze glancing at Solo, Constant, and the other two founders. That one glance left those founders turning pale. There was no doubt that Hoso was now on a completely different level of power, not something that they could fight against. Go! Solo roared. He decided to retreat, and had given up on the plan of destroying the Titans. Even a fool could understand that fighting with Hoso meant death. He was the universe's only soul hunter. He was several planes above them in fighting power. Whoosh! The four founders fled hastily. Xiaoguqin wanted to give chase, but Hoso reacted even faster than the max-level speed law Grand Ancestor. Crunch! The overcast wind mace swung down. It smashed into Founder Chill's head. A founder of the low realm could not even dodge Hoso's attack. One could only sigh in melancholy, for Hoso's level had reached a level that an ordinary person simply could no longer fathom. Even more astonishing were Hoso's methods. A mighty soul hunter did not even resort to using soul arts, and had simply smashed Cold's face in with the overcast wind mace. How cruel was that? Had Hoso also been influenced by Xia Fei and started to go crazy? Smack! Crunch! Squelch! Hoso's brutal killing methods drew side eyes from the low realm warriors. In the blink of an eye, the four founders had all been bludgeoned to death by Hoso. The low realm warriors felt like they were seeing things. They were all experts who had killed before, but they had never seen founders being squashed like ants. These were founders. The entire universe only had 10 some founders, but Hosu had killed 4 of them like he was chopping cabbages. Each one had been smashed to death. Whew! Hosu exhaled. Absorbing the souls of 4 founders had greatly boosted his mental power, and he was brimming with killing intent. This moment was exactly when the counterattack of the Lower Realm began. Everyone was paying so much attention to how Hosu hunted souls that they had failed to notice a 5th giant head emerging from the spatial tunnel. This was the 5th Titan. Only a ghost knew just how many of these lethal cards Xia Fei had been hiding. There were no rites or sighs. Old man Qin Mang's secret room was eerily quiet, punctuated only by Xia Fei's breathing that gradually grew heavier and heavier. Xia Fei did not stay to commemorate the old man's passing. He knew that the best commemoration was murder, killing until all his enemies had been wiped from the universe. Doing so would allow Avril and his other friends like Qin Mang to experience safe and peaceful days. Xia Fei was currently working toward this goal. This was not just limited to the warriors on the battlefield who were in combat. In the secret room, Xia Fei was also fighting, and his enemy was not one bit weaker. One leaf to upend mountains. The Fringe Mountain Leaf. The most mysterious of the 7 plants of the Cloud Sea, and the strongest. Xia Fei's enemy was none other than this troublesome and rootless leaf. Not even in his dreams would Xia Fei have imagined that Qin Mang had collected both Hosu's soul weapon, the Overcast Wind Mace, and the Fringe Mountain Leaf. The Fringe Mountain Leaf was alone, like a maple leaf, bearing a bright red color and clearly marked veins. Before finding the Fringe Mountain Leaf, Xia Fei had imagined what this first of the 7 plants of the Cloud Sea would look like many times, but now that it was at his side, he was at his wit's end. Strange. I've never seen an immemorial mystical armament like this before. Xia Fei frowned as he spoke to himself. In the past, when subduing the other immemorial mystical armaments, they would always have fierce resistance, and even Peacock Blue required me to go through a rigorous mental trial that almost broke me. But this Fringe Mountain Leaf doesn't strike me or even pay me any attention. It's not reacting no matter what I do. If it wasn't for you, I really would have taken it for an ordinary leaf and ignored it. Xia Fei's complaints were not without reason. A war was going on, and Xia Fei didn't have time to keep wasting on the Fringe Mountain Leaf. The Fringe Mountain Leaf was like an old monk in meditation. If Xia Fei put it on the ground, it would just sit there, and if Xia Fei put it in his hand, it would obediently drift into his palm and just sit there. Extending his right arm, Xia Fei had tried to use Peacock Blue to absorb the Fringe Mountain Leaf, but Peacock Blue had gone abnormally silent, like a mouse seeing a cat. No matter how Xia Fei urged it, Peacock Blue refused to attack the Fringe Mountain Leaf. Radix, I remember you saying that all of the immemorial mystical armaments fell from the Ark when it exploded. As the Ark's soul, you should know how to subdue the Fringe Mountain Leaf, right? Xia Fei asked him. Radix helplessly spread out his hands and said, to be more precise, the immemorial mystical armaments belonged to the clan of your grandfather, the Aurora clan. I'm simply a guard of the Aurora clan, a servant, and a servant really only knows what their lords want him to. As for what they were used for, or how they were used, I don't know anything. That was beyond the scope of my duties. Xia Fei pursed his lips. Radix made sense. As a servant, it was improper to peep at a master's possessions. Thus, not even Radix knew how to subdue this strange Fringe Mountain Leaf. After a pause, Radix continued, but this Qin Mang has a truly surprising background. He's actually a descendant of the god race's #1 wandering warrior, Zex Sin. It's no wonder he has so many treasures. He inherited all of them from his ancestor. Qin Mang probably spent the earlier half of his life wandering the universe because of the Zex clan's genes. After all, that clan has always loved adventuring. Xia Fei was shocked by Qin Mang's background. According to the documents left by the old man, he was a descendant of the Lower Realm's Zex Sin. Zex Sin had wandered the universe, even becoming good friends with the Dark King, a sign of just how unusual his experiences were. Alas, later on, Zex Sin had fled back to the Lower Realm with the Dark Knight Diary, triggering the long struggle between the Lower Realm and the Dark Race. As the culprit, Zex Sin had naturally been killed, and his descendants were no longer able to stay within the Lower Realm. Thus, the Zex clan had divided their great ancestors' property, changed their names and faces, and fled for their lives. Qin Mang's ancestor had been Zex Sin's second son, and he had inherited 3 incredible items before proceeding to hide himself in the human alliance. As time passed, the Zex clan's people gradually forgot that they had been part of the Lower Realm, and their bloodline thinned until it ended with Qin Mang, who had chosen to live a solitary life. Qin Mang never married, but in his later years, he had encountered the monstrous Xia Fei. Xia Fei's rocket-like progress made Qin Mang gradually recall the tragic family history his father had once recounted to him, so he began to entertain the idea of passing his ancestors' inheritance to Xia Fei. But Qin Mang had heard of how cruel the struggles in the Law Realm were, and Xia Fei didn't necessarily have a steady foundation in the Law Realm, so he had waited until he was on the brink of death to hand over the key to the secret chamber, in the hopes that Xia Fei could use the items within well. As the Zex clan had no extant bloodline, Old Man Qin Mang had also requested Xia Fei to reinstate the good name of the Zex clan and allow the surviving members of the Zex clan to return to the Law Realm. The old man had recounted a heart-wrenching tragedy in his last words. The sorrowful family history of Zex Sin's line had leapt out of the pages and moved hearts. To tell the truth, Xia Fei really did have the ability to reinstate the Zex clan. As the Skywing clan's lone wolf and a superior law god, if Xia Fei wanted to bring the Zex clan back to the Law Realm, nobody would say a word. But the problem was, the inverse were here. The Law Realm might not even be able to protect itself. Putting aside his emotions, Xia Fei stared at the fringe mountain leaf for several seconds. Suddenly, he had an idea, and he took out the only other plant-type immemorial mystical armament he had yet to subdue, the Warp Sea Lotus. Chapter 1017, Insufficient Energy. The Warp Sea Lotus was the only water-attributed plant-type mystical armament. Water had the trait of encompassing all things, so it made sense that the Warp Sea Lotus was the last mystical armament to be added into the integration. By using its water attribute, it could thoroughly merge together the 7 plants of the Cloud Sea in one go. At present, the eccentric fringe mountain leaf had yet to be integrated, so Radix was rather curious as to the reason Xia Fei had pulled out the Warp Sea Lotus. The Warp Sea Lotus is a catalyst, so you taking it out now is a little early. You should first think of a way to subdue the fringe mountain leaf, Radix advised him. Xia Fei replied, the peacock blue has no reaction to the fringe mountain leaf, which is very abnormal. Right now, I need to completely consider the relationship between these last 2 of the 7 plants of the Cloud Sea. Let's see if the fringe mountain leaf will interact with the Warp Sea Lotus or not. It was not hard to understand Xia Fei's method. It was a deductive method. Since there was no chemistry between the fringe mountain leaf and peacock blue, he might as well see if the Warp Sea Lotus would have an effect. But the result was very disappointing. The Warp Sea Lotus and fringe mountain leaf acted like strangers, both of them ignoring each other. The leaf was still that strange maple leaf that lay proudly on the ground. Frowning, Xia Fei prepared to put these 2 plant-type mystical armaments away. A battle was going on at the Cosmic Gate, and Xia Fei did not want to waste any time, so he was planning on heading over. Although the complete form of the plant mystical armament would have been very helpful to Xia Fei, it was not like he could force it, right? If he kept waiting, the Cosmic Gate might be lost. Suddenly, as Xia Fei's arm touched the Warp Sea Lotus and the fringe mountain leaf at the same time, peacock blue suddenly rushed out and swept out at the 2 mystical armaments. Soon after, both the fringe mountain leaf and the Warp Sea Lotus exerted their power and began to resist the intrusion of peacock blue. Ah! So that was it. Radix was startled, his eyes flashing as he said, it turns out that the Warp Sea Lotus isn't the last to be integrated. Rather, it needs to be brought together with the fringe mountain leaf and peacock blue to produce a reaction. Xia Fei's inadvertent action had started a new battle. This time, Xia Fei needed to subdue both the Warp Sea Lotus and the fringe mountain leaf. Only then could he reach the ultimate goal of integrating all 7 plants of the Cloud Sea. This time, Xia Fei needed to deal with those plant-type mystical armaments all at once. It was the first time and the last time. If Xia Fei succeeded, he would be the first in history to obtain the complete form of the plant-type mystical armament. The Cosmic Gate. The Abyss. A hellish whirl. No matter how intimidating those names were, none of them could fully describe the ferocity of the battle. For a whole 24 hours, the inverse attacked the Cosmic Gate in wave after vicious wave, gripped by a heedless insanity that bordered on despair. It was as if the inverse possessed limitless combat power and an infinite army. Moreover, the inverse seemed to have their finger on the pulse of the Law Realm. They had first sent their weakest force and then followed up with forces that were stronger and stronger, going from those with dark blue eyes to mysterious purple eyes and then to those with crimson eyes. While the Law Realm had barely managed to hold against the 3 waves of inverse, it had come at great sacrifice. After all, these Law Realm warriors weren't like Hosu, who was a soul hunter that grew stronger the more he killed. The Law Realm relied entirely on energy, and by now, many warriors were utterly exhausted and resisting fatigue as they struggled to stand. There were two things that no one could have predicted: the super expert Hosu, and Xia Fei's fleet of titans. No one could have expected that Xia Fei would bring a fleet of 10 of these enormous ships. Only one of these titans was fully equipped, with the other 9 missing something or other, like a warp drive, a shield, or even their radar system. But everyone had to admit that these incomplete titans had saved the Lore realm. Upon learning that the Inverse were threatening the Cosmic Gate, Xia Fei had immediately altered his orders to the mech race, having them prioritize the weapon systems of the titans over everything, with the energy systems being second, the energy shields being third, and the warp engine being far behind. Under this offensively minded guidance, Dimsky had led the mech race in endless work, allowing them to complete the weapon systems of the 10 titans ahead of time, satisfying the minimum requirements Xia Fei had for the titans, the ability to shoot, and bring the enemy down with them. Madmen were madmen. A normal person would first install the energy, engine, and radar. After all, these were the foundations of a warship. Without those three, a warship would be extremely unstable. But Xia Fei was the exact opposite. He didn't care if the Titan was stable, only if it could kill the enemy. At this moment, the 10 majestic super warships surrounded the Cosmic Gate. If the Inverse attacked, the Doomsday weapons would fire in unison, sending them back wherever they came from. With the Titans backing them up, the Lore Realm warriors were under much less pressure. Otherwise, they would have been laid out flat on their backs from the fierce melees by now. The Titans were not just enormously helpful to the Lore Realm, they had also carried a significant meaning to Hosu. Soul hunters needed to constantly absorb soul power to maintain their combat state, and when the Titans killed the Inverse, the souls of the Inverse slain would all become Hosus. Hosu grew stronger and stronger, and he was soon able to sustain a virtuous cycle. While he was using a lot of energy in battle, he was still able to gather even more energy. After all, the Inverse were using all their strength to battle the countless elites of the Lore Realm. Warriors were dying every second, and the amount of soul power Hosu was accumulating was also rising by the second. After 3 waves, the Inverse seemed to have stopped, and the Lore Realm warriors and founders had a rare moment of respite. The sight of all those warriors splayed out around the Cosmic Gate in tatters was enough for one to know how challenging the battle had been. It had to be understood that even the wars between the gods and demons hadn't lasted for more than 24 hours. The 6 founders and Hosu gathered together to discuss countermeasures. Through this battle, these experts that had been strangers to each other were now bosom friends, comrades who had fought alongside each other. This camaraderie was forged from blood. This was particularly true for the heavily injured Ocean. Hosu had pulled him back from the brink many times, and he utterly adored this sole super expert of the universe. Letting this go on is no solution. While the Inverse haven't been able to get through yet, we won't be able to last for too much longer, Crane said as he grit his teeth. He was clearly very tired. Among all the experts, Crane was the second most injured. Xia Fei's strike had not been faked, thrusting into Crane's body. If not for Xia Fei's incredible control, a slight tremble of his wrist would have taken Crane's life. Xiaoguoken nodded as he used an origin crystal to recover and made a call to the mech race's number 1 general and the admiral of the Titan fleet, Warstar, to ask him about the situation. I need even more origin crystals, whether they're refined or not. I need them all. The more the better, the stern Warstar replied. The founders grimaced, because Warstar wasn't asking for low-tier origin crystals. His bottom line was tier 7. Titans were able to exhibit such enormous power because of their prodigious energy systems. The only flaw of this system was that it needed high-grade energy to sustain itself. Energy of low quality would severely drop the Titan's power. Grand Ancestor Xiaoguoken was planning to use up a precious tier 8 crystal, but when he heard these words, he immediately put down the black crystal and said, "The Titans are a powerful aid to us, so we need to ensure the fleet's energy supply. We will use lower quality crystals." Everyone nodded in agreement, and the Skywing warriors soon spread the order of the founders throughout the battlefield, gathering up the high-quality crystals from everyone and delivering them to Warstar. "How long can this energy sustain your fleet?" Xiaoguoken sternly asked. Warstar glanced at the crystals behind him and replied, 12 salvos at most. This was not good news, and everyone's faces darkened. No one had expected the Titans to need that much energy. It had only been 24 hours, and the 10 Titans had already used up the vast stockpile of high-grade crystals. They were squeezing out these crystals from between their teeth, and the Lore Realm no longer had any high-grade crystals to give to the Titan fleet. Xiaoguoken clenched his teeth and said, "If I had known, I would have put more work into raising a large group of energy masters. Then we wouldn't be in such an awkward situation. Hosu shook his head. High-level energy masters were also controlled by the inverse. Why did you think it was so difficult for the Law Realm to produce high-level energy masters? It was all because Constant and his lot were messing with them. They weren't just controlling the number of law gods and founders, but also the number of energy masters, and even the number of high-quality origin crystals. Moreover, the level of this battle is far too high, far beyond what the Law Realm can take. Everyone loathed the founders led by Constant so much that they gnashed their teeth in rage. If not for their scheming, the Law Realm would have long ago produced a large number of founders and top-class energy masters. The Law Realm, which had considered itself to have the greatest energy reserves in the universe, was now in an embarrassing energy shortage. Truly, it was only when fighting with the formidable inverse that the Law Realm warriors realized that they weren't just lacking in combat power, they were also unthinkably poor. Don't panic. My energy reserves are already at above 50%. If we keep this up, I will have accumulated enough energy to seal the Cosmic Gate. Hosu said. Once the Cosmic Gate is sealed, we will have enough time to rest and stage a comeback. Then we can see who will win this battle. Hosu's words were naturally very encouraging. So long as the Cosmic Gate was resealed, there was still hope. But all the experts knew that Hosu resealing the Cosmic Gate required energy. No matter what, the Law Realm had to hold on. They had to ensure that Hosu used as little energy as possible so that he could accumulate enough energy to reseal the Cosmic Gate. This was an extremely difficult mission. At that moment, the war drums began to thunder. The inverse's fourth attack wave had begun. The Law Realm warriors gathered their resolve and dragged their tired and wounded bodies into formation, their faces pale. Everyone knew that each inverse attack wave was stronger than the last. This time, the Law Realm would have to face an even tougher trial. Things were not looking good. Xiaogukan smiled bitterly as he raised his head toward the sea of stars. While we're fighting for our lives here, I wonder what Xia Fei is doing. If he were here, he would definitely come up with some strange idea that could actually work. The founders all shrugged helplessly. They had all seen Xia Fei before and knew that while he wasn't a founder, he had the combat power of a founder. He also had an unconventional style. The Law Realm's chances of victory were slim, and what it needed was a monster like Xia Fei. After all, he was the most unconventional strategist in the Law Realm. Beyond all logic and reason. Chapter 1018, Peak Xia Fei. The Secret Room. After nearly 24 hours of struggle, Xia Fei had entered the clean-up phase of the complete integration of the 7 plants of the Cloud Sea. The complete form of the plant-type mystical armament was about to emerge. Holy! The Warp Sea Lotus and Fringe Mountain Leaf no longer have the strength to fight back. You've almost integrated all 7 mystical armaments. You're on the verge of making history. Radix shouted nervously, overcome with excitement. After these 24 hours of control and counter-control, Xia Fei seemed very tired. After all, subduing 2 mystical armaments at once expended energy on a whole new level, and only Xia Fei understood all the twists and turns in the process of this battle. This accursed Fringe Mountain Leaf had managed to draw in Xia Fei's soul mark. Such a thing had never happened before. It was as if the Fringe Mountain Leaf had some kind of energy that was able to resonate with the soul mark in his 7th brain region. At present, the width of Xia Fei's 7th brain region was at 200%. The larger the region, the greater the vibration of the soul mark, and so the effects of the resonance were particularly intense, making Xia Gang very uncomfortable. Every second was torment. Fortunately, Xia Fei had a tenacious will and a resolve that would never give in. As he struggled on, a subtle transformation began to take place. Gradually, Xia Fei adjusted to the constant trembling of the soul mark. This sort of cultivation, while difficult at the start, became much easier once one had gotten through the first part. Xia Fei was in that stage right now. No matter how much his soul mark resounded or shook, he was no longer as threatened by it. Xia Fei was even treating this restless activity in his 7th brain region as a massage. Submit! Xia Fei roared, sending all his energy to Peacock Blue. This was the moment. He could see that the Fringe Mountain Leaf and Warp Sea Lotus were getting weaker and weaker, perfect for him to subdue them both in one go. Xia Fei decided to attack and finish this at all costs. He would integrate all 7 plants in the shortest time possible and then head off the battlefield. Rumble! As if a bomb had exploded inside it, the secret room instantly collapsed from the pressure. Even the castle that Qin Mang had lived in was turned into ruins. Xia Fei was crushed beneath it all. 1 or 2 minutes later, a massive boom came from the ruins. 13 blue blades of grass flew out and tore open the rubble. Each blade of grass was 10 kilometers long, and as thick as the arms of a devil. Flowers bloomed and leaves flourished. This was the complete form of the plant-type mystical armament. This was Peacock Blue's ultimate form. It was like the heaven-reaching beansprout of fairy tales, 3 enormously powerful blades of grass soaring into the clouds. At the same time, a figure pushed aside the rubble and stood proudly in the center of the ruins, a book made of alloy held in his left hand. Light circled around his body like a pack of evil dragons. This was Xia Fei. The moment the 7 plants had integrated, for some reason, Xia Fei had ascended all the way to peak law god. Not even the most optimistic radix could have imagined that Xia Fei would ascend 3 levels, reaching the peak of the physical body. Rank 9 law god. The absolute limit of a sapient life form could push body cultivation. Every inch of muscle was bursting with strength, and every cell was energetically jumping around. At this moment, the body had evolved from warrior to war god. Pa! The alloy in Xia Fei's hand softly crumbled into powder, falling out from between his fingers. Smiling, Xia Fei said, "So this is the limit of the body. I felt like I was about to explode just now. Every cell in my body felt like it was about to break open. The switching out of the old with the new is at least 10,000 times faster than before." Radix nodded hastily, saying excitedly, "Correct. This is a sign that you've reached the limits of the body. All of the cells in your body will undergo a one-time replacement. In the past, whenever you advanced a rank, your body's functions would be improved somewhat, but now that you've reached peak law god, your body will experience a one-time cleansing. The effect will be far stronger than everything that happened to you in the past put together. This will be immensely helpful to you when you use soul power. After all, soul power is mental energy and needs to travel through your entire body. At the peak, your body can help you move the soul energy around even faster, and it won't be damaged even if the soul power is too strong. In short, peak law god is a massive step forward for you. With a little more effort, you'll be a founder. Of course, while your body has already hit the limit, you have to keep on working on your law forces and try to cultivate to the maximum level in the law of primal chaos and the law of speed." Radix's excitement had made him a little incoherent, but Xia Fei understood what he meant. It seemed that peak law god wasn't just an increase in level, but a kind of transformation. Everything he had accumulated so far erupted all at once, and Xia Fei was completely reborn. Frowning, Xia Fei said, "Take a look at my 7th brain region." Whoosh! As he spoke, the law totems appeared in his 7th brain region. The law totem for the law of space was complete. It was no longer disparate, instead forming into a single whole. Beside it, Radix stared in shock at the law of primal chaos and the law of speed. Xia Fei had originally been at level 5 of the law of primal chaos and level 4 in the law of speed, but now that Xia Fei had reached maximum body cultivation, the 2 law powers had both upgraded a level. This, Radix was stunned, asking, "Is this an effect of the 7 plants integrating? Not only has it pushed your body to the peak, it even boosted these 2 important law powers, the law of primal chaos and the law of speed." Xia Fei was rather disappointed. He hadn't expected that not even Radix would understand the changes to his body. "It's not just that. My soul mark also changed when I promoted," Xia Fei informed him after a pause. Radix was instantly dumbstruck, utterly flabbergasted. Before Radix could speak, the stars suddenly shifted. Several dozen comets began to gather at the apex of the firmament. This was truly a mystical day. Surprising, truly surprising. Everything was bursting out on this day. The cosmic gate. The inverse's 4th wave had begun, and the law realm was under enormous pressure. After testing the law realm for 3 waves, the inverse had finally taken out their trump card, the black eyes. There weren't many inverse attacking this time, 10 to 20,000, but there was simply no comparing their power to the first 3 waves. The inverse with black eyes could use some sort of mystical power. With a flick of their wrists, pitch black shadows would sweep out like banners, and any law realm warrior that made contact with them would instantly break apart. Heavens! These inverse are simply too strong. What is this power? The illusion-type founder, Vista, found it hard to believe what he was seeing. It was clear that the inverse weren't using law force, but their combat power far exceeded law force. This is soul power. Over the years, Constant gave the inverse countless souls, and they're now using this soul power against the law realm. These inverse are at the level of basic soul eaters. Even outside the cosmic gate, they have powers that cannot be underestimated. Hosu said grimly. Basic soul eaters? The Lower Realm warriors had no concept of what soul eaters were, but everyone understood that these inverse were probably like Hosu, existences that could use some supreme power. Their level was far above that of law gods. Mental energy had always been stronger than physical energy, and the inverse that could use soul power was on a completely different plane from the Lower Realm that was stuck with law force. The Lower Realm was forced to expend a lot of strength to deal with this small number of inverse elites. Rumble. The 10 titans fired in unison. 10 dazzling beams of light howled into the abyss. The doomsday weapons relied on light spectrum interference to produce their power. Those 10 beams firing in unison produced a severe reaction, the explosion truly bringing doomsday. Everyone was gobsmacked, and the cosmic gate shuddered. Good work. Crane raised his arms in excitement. He thought that just like last time, the Titan's powerful attacks would destroy the enemy. But he soon furrowed his brow, as he saw pitch-black eyes appearing out of the abyss, angrily glaring back at the Lower Realm warriors. No way! Such a powerful attack can't even kill these inverse. It's over. Even the Titans can't do anything to them. What else is left to stop them? The warriors were dumbfounded. Rather than killing these inverse, the full power salvo of the Titans had only been able to push them back into the abyss. This was like ants crawling out of a pipe. Even if water could flush the ants back down, so long as the insidious insects weren't killing, they would eventually crawl back up the pipe and take control of the Lower Realm. The Titan salvo required an immense amount of energy, and they now only had enough power for 11 more salvos. Once the Titans ran out of energy, what would be left to stop the inverse attack? Hosu? They knew Hosu's energy wasn't endless. At this moment, Warstar, the steel general of the mech race, was standing coldly on the command deck of the Starlock, Xia Guanghai at his side as the liaison officer. Compared to the cool and collected Warstar, Xia Guanghai had a rather nasty expression. It failed. What are these inverse made from? Even the toughest metal would have melted from those high temperatures just now. Xia Guanghai muttered. As he spoke, Warstar gave an order, one which caused Xia Guanghai to start sweating like crazy. Proceed with the self-destruct sequence. The Star Moon shall be the first to attack. Warstar gave the order without the slightest hint of emotion, not wavering at all as he spoke so callously. Self-destruct! Xia Guanghai exclaimed in shock. Do we really need to pay such a heavy price? What about your comrades? Other people might not understand, but Xia Guanghai knew very well that this fleet of Titans was Xia Fei's precious reserve. For several years, Xia Fei had been investing all of his money and all of the mech race's resources into building these Titans, but Warstar had so easily given the order for one of these unprecedented warships to self-destruct. It had to be understood that each warship had millions of mech race comrades. These highly intelligent robots were little different from other sapient life forms and could think and feel. Warstar was unmoved, but he did speak in an even louder voice. The order I received was to protect the cosmic gate at all costs. At all costs. There are no relatives on the battlefield, only victors and losers. As the commander of the Titan fleet, I only have a responsibility to Xia Fei. I will only execute his orders. His electronic eyes gradually turned red. While he was just a machine, his resolve and the loyalty unique to the mech race shook one's soul. The Star Moon will be the first to self-destruct. The Star River will be second. The Star Thought will be third. In 15 seconds, the second salvo will be fired. Warstar remained the same, continuing to issue orders of death and destruction. The battle had now reached a white-hot climax. Chapter 1019, Elemental Mystical Armaments. In the distant sea of stars, the mech race's first expedition fleet. In the end, it was still time to leave. Since they had embarked, Avril had been standing by the window, looking at the astonishing flames shooting out of the Titan's engines as it traveled in the exact opposite direction of where Xia Fei was headed. The direction Avril was moving in was opposite to the cosmic gate, and with each jump of the fleet, she was getting farther and farther from Xia Fei. Next to her, Xiao Yu clearly understood what Avril was thinking, and while she was also having a hard time. At times like this, she carried out her duty of comforting Avril. Big sister Avril, why not go in and rest? Big brother Xia Fei will be fine. Whatever he's run into before, big brother Xia Fei has always been able to turn disaster into fortune, Xiao Yu said softly. Avril said nothing, turning her head and glancing at Xiao Yu. Ever since Xiao Yu had received her orders from Xia Fei, she had never left Avril's side, even minimizing the number of times she went home. Xia Fei's orders were extremely important to her, and she would rather suffer hardship than defy his will. If Avril refused to go back, Xiao Yu would keep her company, no matter long she stayed. Smiling, Avril said, "All right, I'll head back. There's no reason for you to stay here. Go to the rear cabin and see how your family is doing. For you not to see them despite being in the same ship just won't do." Xiao Yu smiled and nodded. Once you're asleep, I'll go and see my grandparents." With that said, the two girls held hands and returned to their room, each with worries on their mind. At that moment, Avril suddenly froze in shock. Whoosh! The blazing phoenix tail stone rushed out without her command, circling around her and chirping. The mystical armament had suddenly been awakened, and was bidding farewell to its longtime companion Avril. She was suddenly overcome with the grief of parting. She was already very sad over having to part with Xia Fei, and now, even the phoenix tail stone was saying goodbye. This made Avril feel even worse. Now that she thought about it, it was rather funny. Despite his astonishing wealth, Xia Fei hadn't given Avril too many presents. This immemorial mystical armament was one of the few presents Xia Fei had given to Avril. Avril had deeply cherished this mischievous Xiao stone. For some reason, after being with her for so long, the phoenix tail stone had suddenly decided to leave. Not even Avril being her master could stop it. Bang! A comet flashing through the stars, the phoenix tail stone chirped happily, dragging a long tail behind it as it vanished into the sea of stars, brimming with cheer and anticipation. The phoenix tail stone. It's run off. Xiao Yu said in shock. She had never heard of an immemorial mystical armament leaving its master and disappearing before. Turning her head, Xiao Yu saw that Avril was tearing up and seemed very excited. Xia Fei said before that when he completely integrated all 7 plants of the Cloud Sea, it would trigger a chain reaction among all 5 types of mystical armaments. The other 4 types of mystical armaments would no longer remain scattered. Instead, they would gather together into 4 universe-shaking powers. Since the Phoenix Tail Stone has suddenly disappeared, it means that Xia Fei has completely integrated the 7 plants of the Cloud Sea, and the strongest plant-type mystical armament has appeared. Avril said excitedly, and Xiao Yu went from confusion to excitement. After all, the complete integration of the 7 plants of the Cloud Sea was wonderful news. More importantly, this complete plant-type mystical armament belonged to Xia Fei. With this ultimate mystical armament, Xia Fei was many times stronger. With this war going on, there was nothing of greater help to Xia Fei than this mystical armament. The two girls hugged each other in happiness as they watched the mystical armament leave. Although they were somewhat reluctant, they also felt an intense pride. With the 7 plants of the Cloud Sea, Xia Fei was unstoppable. As Xia Fei stood in the ruins, dazzling comets began to gather in the firmament. Xia Fei didn't know where these comets had come from, but he knew that each one represented an immemorial mystical armament. Radix pointed at the stars and said excitedly, "Ha! So this is the chain reaction. What a wondrous sight! It's as if all the immemorial mystical armaments have been summoned to the point where the 7 plants of the Cloud Sea emerged." The comets soon began to spiral, gradually converging until they ultimately became one. Bang! With a massive boom, when the immemorial mystical armaments parted again, there were only 4 comets, shooting off into the sea of stars in the shape of a cross. Radix swallowed and softly said, "By integrating the 7 plants of the Cloud Sea, you've also started the prelude to the immemorial mystical armament frenzy. There will no longer be 30 mystical armaments, but 5. Metal, plant, water, fire, and earth. Each one will represent the power of cosmic origin energy." The power of cosmic origin energy. Xia Fei frowned slightly. He truly didn't know whether the sudden fusion of the immemorial mystical armaments brought about by his obtaining of the ultimate plant immemorial mystical armament was a blessing or a curse. Right, the origin is elemental power. All matter arises from metal, plant, water, fire, and earth, and besides that are darkness and light. These 7 elemental energies together form the framework of the universe. You hold plant, one of the 7 great elemental energies. The young lord once said that immemorial mystical armaments aren't just weapons. They have some other important purpose, but I don't know what, Radix chattered on. Xia Fei clearly was not in the mood to think about what would happen now that the mystical armaments had fused. Even if someone managed to get an elemental mystical armament and became his powerful foe, that would be a matter for the future. Right now, Xia Fei's only concern was the cosmic gate, An astonishing development. When Warstar realized that the doomsday weapons couldn't kill the black-eyed high-level inverse, he immediately gave the order to self-destruct. A massive titan charged into the abyss where the cosmic gate was located, sputtering flames as it heedlessly rushed in. A lack of energy was the greatest problem for the Titan fleet. Without the doomsday weapons, the Titans were nothing more than giant coffins, enormous punching bags. Warstar clearly understood his situation, and the highly developed intelligent command system of the mech race immediately made a decision. The only way out was to use the Titans themselves to trigger an even larger explosion. Titans had an extremely complex structure, and their energy system utilized a crazy 12-unit design. When all 12 energy units were detonated, they were bound to produce a heaven-shaking explosion that even had a chance of creating a black hole. Just like how a warrior's ultimate weapon was detonating their lifetime of cultivation, the Titan's strongest attack was to go down with the enemy. Zoom! As the massive Titan charged into the abyss, the remaining 9 Titans prepared their second and third salvos. No one doubted Warstar's resolve to execute the strategic objective. No matter how precious a single Titan was, so long as detonation was effective, Warstar was willing to pay all 10 Titans that Xia Fei and the mech race had poured so much blood and sweat into. The word flexible didn't exist in the dictionary of the mech race. Since Xia Fei had ordered them to hold the cosmic gate at any cost, they would do so. Let alone the Titans, they wouldn't even care if they had to sacrifice the entire mech race today. It had to be said that Xia Fei's madness was so infectious that it was even able to reverse the thought processes of these robots. The mech race was no longer the mech race of the past. Every one of its members had understood an important principle. There was no survival without insanity. Rumble. The enormous Titan let out a furious howl as it smashed out of space, its mushroom shape becoming like Thor's hammer, blotting out the stars. Reporting. All the extra origin crystals have been sent to the Star Lock, the communications officer of the Star Moon reported. Since it was about to self-destruct, the Star Moon naturally didn't need any extra energy. It had sent its remaining origin crystals to Warstars so that their companions would have the reserves to keep firing. Man your stations. Give me a report on reactors 1 to 12. Reaction 1 is operating at 100%. It will enter overclocking process in 5 seconds. Reactor is overclocked at 105% power. It is still 96 seconds away from the limit detonation point. Although they were going to their deaths, the mechs in charge of controlling the Titan were unmoved. Humans were afraid of death, but these loyal robots were not. Even in the last minutes of their lives, they were still busy at work, ensuring that the Titan was working properly. Even the cleaning robots were still cleaning. All 12 reactors were overclocked. This method of detonating a nuclear reaction from within was naturally far more powerful than a self-destruct system. The nuclear reactors were sturdy and intricate. It was only when these reactors were overloaded to the limit that the explosion would begin. This was the Titan's last trump card, the limit detonation. Overclocking all possible energy that could be detonated. There was no craziest explosion, only one that was more crazy. The Low Realm warriors could only watch as this precious Titan sailed into the abyss. Many people had no idea what the ship was doing. It was like it didn't want to live and was planning to go down with its enemies. Their breathing gradually heavier as all bore witness to this heroic yet tragic sight. Even Titans needed to kill themselves. This was just how difficult the straits the Low Realm was in. The super capital ship soon disappeared into the abyss. The inverse had also noticed the abnormal actions of the enormous ship and began to attack it crazily. Alas, the armor of the Titan was too thick. Even though it seemed like it was about to fall apart, it still maintained its course and speed. Rumble. The explosion erupted, filling the abyss with flames and dyeing the galaxy red. Let alone the inverse in the abyss, even some of the weaker Low Realm warriors outside were sent flying, thrown far into the universe. This was the power of the self-destruction of the universe's most powerful ship. It was a scene impossible to describe with words. Even those in the distant Low Realm could clearly make out the explosion. The Star Moon has completed its mission. Star River, begin your charge. Star Thought, get ready. Prepare for a salvo in 10 seconds. Warstar continued to coldly issue suicide orders, making Xia Guanghai, who had killed countless people, blush in shame. Everyone said that the Skywings were ruthless, but it was clear that the mech race was the most ruthless race in the universe. Whoosh! Before the explosion of the first Titan could subside, the second Titan started up. The mechs never rested once it started fighting. Suddenly, two bizarre and enormous eyes appeared in the humongous flaming explosion in the abyss. It was all golden, brimming with savagery as they swept a cold gaze around. Not good. It's the golden eyes. Hosa called out urgently. Chapter 1020, The Golden Eyes. The Titan's self-destruction had shaken the universe. In the middle of those majestic flames, a strange pair of golden eyes had suddenly appeared, which caused all of the Lore Realm warriors to turn pale in shock. Could a single pair of golden eyes cause countless veteran warriors to suddenly be drenched in sweat? The people present may never be able to understand why, but everyone here would probably remember this sight for the rest of their lives. That was a pair of evil eyes, radiating a ruthless killing intent that penetrated right down to the bones. Wherever the eyes looked, trees would shrivel up, flowers would wither, and even the dazzling stars would go silent. The oval eyes were as cruel as those of a snake. Around them was a kaleidoscope of light, making those golden eyes seem like a being that was peering out of the deepest depths of hell. All the warriors were dumbfounded. Even the founders were deeply shaken, their faces turning pale. Oh, no. This is a top-class expert of the inverse, the Golden Eyes. Hosa called. Golden Eyes? Crane asked in confusion. They're the elite experts of the inverse, the main force that pursued me and my young lord. They possess formidable power, and even at my peak, I was only able to fight with one to a draw, said Hosa sternly, his eyes gradually turning red. After all, Hosa was a guard of the Aurora clan. When Xia Fei's grandfather, Xiaogu, had died because of the pursuit of the inverse, Hosa had been filled with much grief. Now that an enemy of the past had reappeared, Hosa was naturally bursting with killing intent. There's no time. I have to forcefully close the cosmic gate. You must hold on. You absolutely can't let the golden eyes get close. Hosa yelled. Rationality still had the upper hand. While Hosa dearly wanted to rush up and vent his hatred, he also understood that he was no match for the golden eyes. Impulse could not resolve any problem, only cool and collected thought. The 6 founders led by Xiaogukan all nodded. They knew that sealing the cosmic gate was an impressive feat that would be extremely advantageous to the Lore Realm. Alas, they did not know that Hosa was forcing himself to close the cosmic gate. It was no different from a second annihilation for him. The Lore Realm had just broken free of the shackles of the founders, and it now had a future to look forward to, a period of explosive development. Countless law gods would break into the founder level, massively increasing the strength of the Lore Realm. However, all these had one condition, a long and peaceful period to cultivate. Unless the threat of the inverse was removed, the Lore Realm would never know peace, and it would never reach the level where it could contend against the inverse. Thus, Hosa had immediately made up his mind to begin sealing while the golden eyes had yet to attack. Those golden eyes appearing did not mean that their owner had actually arrived. He was just nearby and was using his unique technique to observe the situation on the battlefield. The golden eyes were not just strong but wise, too. He would not move unless he was absolutely confident of his chances, so his first move was to observe and see who it was that had so severely impeded the assault of the inverse. The golden eyes soon spotted Hosu. It seemed to ignore all the Lore Realm warriors, only staring at Hosu. Smiling, Hosa put on a determined face and flipped his wrist over. The stormcloud mace floated into space while Hosa spread apart his arms and took a deep breath, his energy exploding. The golden eyes were startled, and then they were shocked. He seemed to understand what Hosa was doing. Whoosh! Those frightening eyes disappeared, as did that pressure that had subdued all the Lore Realm warriors, allowing everyone to breathe again. The inverse had stopped attacking, the abyss falling silent, but it was a somber silence that made one tremble in fear. Look! Yelled a warrior as he pointed at the center of the abyss. For some reason, Hosa was now standing above the abyss. His arms were spread open and he looked as solemn as the god of creation while he chanted. Energy began to surge out of Hosa's body swiftly, creating a storm around him, and as this energy flew out, he rapidly aged. In the blink of an eye, his hair had all gone white. What is he doing? I'm not sure. It's probably some ultimate move. Yet. That's likely. He's a super expert with unfathomable cultivation, far more powerful than we can comprehend. The Lore Realm warriors believed that Hosa was using some powerful attack and began to pay attention to his strange movements. Why are the founders going over, too? Another warrior called in surprise. Everyone now realized that while Hosa was standing above the abyss, the 6 founders had formed a circle around the entrance. It was easy to see that the founders were protecting Hosu. If the inverse charged out of the abyss, they would have to get through the founders first. Everyone was confused. Hoso was clearly the strongest, so why were the weaker founders protecting him? Had Hoso already lost the ability to defend himself? Xiaoguqin waved his arm, and the 5 Skywing Law Gods flew over, standing together and waiting for the Grand Ancestor's order. Wolf Pack Formation, Flood, said Xiaoguqin sternly. The Flood Formation. Xia startled, his brows creasing. The Flood Formation was not a combat formation but rather a killing formation, a formation that killed both the enemy and the user. The 5 Skywing Law Gods were confused as to why the Grand Ancestor had suddenly made them assume the Flood Formation. Xia Fei isn't here, the strongest of them, Xia Xiang, said gravely. Xia Fei was the lone wolf of the Wolf Pack Formation, its wandering cavalry. Without Xia Fei, the Wolf Pack Formation would be weaker. The Grand Ancestor raised an eyebrow and firmly said, "Assume the formation. We don't need Xia Fei. In a little while, no matter who charges out, make sure that they can never go back." Zing! The Skywing Wolves went pale. Only at this point did they realize that the Grand Ancestor had not really cared about what sort of formation they assumed. Rather, he wanted them to use their lifetime of cultivation to seal off the abyss. Everyone had just finished assuming formation when a frightening roar came from the abyss. It was just a single voice, but it was louder and more soul-shaking than all of the inverse army before it. Hoso was startled, and he shot a glance at Xiaoguqin. After which, he closed his eyes and began to push his energy to the maximum. Whoosh! Energy soared and gathered into a seal. This was not the divine seal that Hoso had used the first time around but rather a stamp of sealing. The round seal started off very small, but as Hoso's energy soared, the seal grew massive, becoming a design that was bursting with mystery. At this moment, a human figure shot out of the abyss, brimming with power even greater than Hoso's. The golden eyes in particular could shake one's soul down to the core. Begin! Xiaoguqin called, and the 5 Skywing Law Gods nodded and began to attack. At this moment, the silent ocean suddenly exploded forward. While this chubby founder was heavily injured, he did not move slowly at all, instantly rushing up to the golden eyes. Ocean's strategy was to have no strategy. As an expert, Ocean knew that he was probably the weakest of the founders, even weaker than the 5 Skywing Law Gods. Thus, he had made a decision. He resolved to be the first to fight the golden eyes to the death, serving as a frontliner for the rest. Only by knowing oneself and knowing one's enemy, could one win a battle. The golden eyes were completely unknown to the founders, and no one knew what abilities this strange fellow had or how powerful he was. Xiaoguqin had called over the 5 Skywing Law Gods so that they could attack and see what the enemy was capable of, allowing Xiaoguqin to devise a strategy. Ocean knew what Xiaoguqin wanted, so he attacked first. No one was usually willing to take on such a suicidal mission, but the Law Realm warriors were fighting over it. It was both surprising but also made the others feel admiration for their resolve in the face of dire circumstances. Ocean had not been able to become a founder for no reason. Even though he was fat, he was still a martial artist. However, only those who had actually worked with him knew of the terrifying ability he possessed. Devour! As Ocean approached the golden eyes, he roared. His mouth opened, and it began to suck in energy. This was Ocean's power, energy devouring. Unlike the devouring of Nirvana, Ocean did not need to get close, he could take his enemy's energy from a distance. Although the energy conversion was not on the same level as Nirvana, it could easily take the enemy by surprise and make them panic. This moment would be when Ocean could deal the killing blow. Whoosh! Unseen particles began to rush into Ocean's body. The pair of golden eyes clearly had not expected Ocean's energy to be so special. It instinctively wanted to dodge, but for some reason, it gave up on the idea and charged at Ocean. Plush! As the experts clashed, the outcome was instantly decided. The law power that Ocean had been so proud was unable to even scratch the golden eyes. Rather than injuring the enemy, absorbing energy had only made Ocean turn pale, and he was frozen on the spot. At the same time, the pair of golden eyes savagely charged over, the lobe-shaped blade in its hand swinging down, cutting Ocean in two. Yes, Ocean had managed to absorb a small part of the golden eye's energy, but he could have never imagined that the Law Realm did not share an energy system with the inverse. This energy, rather than being absorbed, took his life. The extremely pained look on Ocean's face at that moment made it seem like he had taken some terrible poison. The founders and the 5 Skywing Law Gods were all stunned. No one had expected the golden eyes to be this strong. The pair of golden eyes had sliced through Ocean as if it were cutting a cabbage. Xiaoguocan furrowed his brows, and then he waved his right fist and called, "Attack together! We must hold this thing back." Through his astounding experience, Xiaoguocan had immediately understood that none of them could deal with this enemy. Therefore, everyone needed to work together. Charging in one by one was no different from suicide. Whoosh! The remaining 5 founders and the 5 Skywing Law Gods arranged themselves in a circle and charged in. 10 versus 1, fighting to the death with the golden eyes. 7 seconds later, Crane was slain. 12 seconds later, Yor was severely wounded. The Law Realm warriors were rendered speechless. Could not even all the strongest warriors working together not stop the golden eyes? There were still 3 minutes and 26 seconds until Hoso's seal would be completed. Chapter 1021, Xia Fei vs the Golden Eyes. One person had killed 2 founders, heavily wounding the Law Realm. This owner of Golden Eyes was undoubtedly the most challenging opponent the Law Realm had encountered to date. The experts went all out to prevent it from getting close to Hoso, who was sealing the cosmic gate. In 1 minute, Founder Ocean had been slain. Crane had been slain, too. As for Yor, he had been mortally injured. This was the price that the Law Realm had paid for holding off the Golden Eyes. Although these people were immortal and could be reborn through their respective seeds of life, even if they were reborn, they would lose all of their accumulated cultivation and would require countless years to recover. It was still a horrific price. "Hold!" roared Xiaoguocan, his fiend wings unfurling as he traveled at twice the speed of light, circling around the Golden Eyes and seeking an opportunity to strike back. The Skywing Wolfpack also used its high-speed formation to try and restrain this foe. Xiaoguocan had not called over the other Law Gods, only bringing the Skywing Wolves. This was because he had judged that this enemy was so powerful the Law Gods could only fight together in a formation, like with Xia Xiang's group. Fighting alone with it was simply suicide. Even so, the Law Realm was still suffering bitter losses. It was clear that the Golden Eyes were owned by a supreme expert, who was several planes above the Law Realm. Plush! With a miserable howl, another founder, Vista, was terribly injured. This Law of Illusion warrior had created numerous phantoms in space, which had surrounded the Golden Eyes. Alas, the Golden Eyes had seen through Vista's disguise. An illusion warrior without their disguise was no match for the Golden Eyes. Vista instantly had an arm chopped off and almost lost his life. Meanwhile, clouds were gathering overhead. Hoso was using his life force to create the seal, his brows tightly furrowed in deep concentration. The seal was still incomplete, and Hoso could not move even half a step. He could only watch as the Law Realm warriors were pushed to even more dire straits. While the Golden Eyes were formidable, Xiaoguocan's strength could not be underestimated. Although he was a new founder and had yet to reach the formidable cultivation level of Crane and the others, he had the speed of the demon-sealing fiendish blade. Among all the martial arts of the world, only speed was without flaw. Just like a flexible bamboo, he retreated when the enemy advanced and advanced when the enemy retreated. Xiaoguocan and the 5 Skywing Law Gods utilized their speed to the absolute limit. The Golden Eyes were momentarily helpless against the Skywing Wolves, who were moving so quickly that they seemed like illusions. Time, even if it was just 1 second, was vitally important to Hoso. When the seal was more than halfway done, the Golden Eyes finally began to panic. While Hoso was using the seal even though he lacked energy, he was pouring his life out just to complete the seal. Once the cosmic gate was sealed, even if the inverse used all their power, they would be unable to attack the Law Realm for the next 100 years. The Law Realm would undoubtedly use this precious time to advance explosively. Once the cosmic gate opened again, it would be uncertain who the victor might be. Since the inverse and Law Realm had turned completely hostile to each other, whether or not the Law Realm would be completely eradicated depended on what happened today. Rumble! The pair of Golden Eyes roared and then it curled its body into a ball. When it burst forth again, it exploded with countless rays of golden light. These rays of light were not just fast but also covered a vast area. While these lights did not seem very remarkable, they contained soul power. Each ray of golden light was the restless soul of a warrior, turned after death into a vicious ghost. As the golden lights shot out, the entire universe was instantly frozen, a chill sweeping out. "Fall back!" roared Xiaoguocan, and the Skywing Wolves hastily retreated. Alas, the attack of the Golden Eyes was just too fast and too unexpected. Even for a speed expert, it was still very difficult to dodge. As the Golden Deluge burst out, a tragic scene played out around the abyss. Numerous warriors were heavily injured and even killed by the golden rays of light. Humph! Truly not knowing your own strength. With these ant-like bodies, you still dared to block me. You deserve death. Once I take care of this soul hunter, I'll be taking your lives. The owner of golden eyes had spoken for the first time, and his words jabbed deeply into the hearts of all the warriors of the Low Realm. The difference in strength was like a chasm. While the Low Realm had done everything it could, it still could not protect Hosu. Even Xiaogukan was injured now, and Hosu was completely exposed to the golden eyes. What would happen next was going to be very ugly, and the entire universe would probably be wiped out. Despair was written on everyone's faces. The Low Realm, the entire universe, was at the critical moment of life and death. Whoosh! The owner of those golden eyes coldly laughed as he swung his saber at Hosu. Master Soul Hunter, to think that even you would have a day like this. He raised one arm, preparing to bring his saber down and slay Hosu. At that moment, a beam of light shot forth. The last peak law god of the Skywing clan, Lone Wolf Xia Fei, had arrived. The Skywing's business. Those unconcerned should scram. Clenching his teeth, Xia Fei yelled out the characteristic words of the demon-sealing fiendish blade. The hammer then came down. Peacock Blue, the complete form of the 7 plants of the Cloud Sea, possessing 13 blades of grass, were 10 kilometers long each. The 13 blades of grass had balled up together into a steely fist that howled down. Xia Fei's peak law god strength, coupled with the legendary combined form of the 7 plants of the Cloud Sea, imbued this fist with unsurpassed strength. The golden eyes could have never imagined that Xia Fei would charge out of nowhere at this crucial moment. Caught by surprise, he took the full blow from Peacock Blue. Bang! An excellent punch. A miniature vortex appeared in space as the inverse golden eyes flew backward like a cannonball, punched back into the abyss by Xia Fei. Not just the golden eyes, even all the Low Realm warriors present had not anticipated this and felt very surprised. The moment Xia Fei arrived, he let out a vicious and crazy counterattack, like a god descending from the heavens. Hosu had already closed his eyes, feeling like the edge of that saber was only a few centimeters from his face. However, for some reason, the blade had brushed past him. When he opened his eyes, he bore witness to a surprising sight. The 10 experts of the Low Realm had been unable to do a thing to the owner of golden eyes, but Xia Fei had sent him flying with one punch. Xia Fei! Hosu called. With his cultivation, he could tell at once that Xia Fei had undergone a transformation. Hosu was just about to ask when Xia Fei suddenly stuck out a hand and stopped him, saying sternly, "Continue with your seal. Everything depends on you." Hosu suddenly felt like he was seeing young Lord Wistful Valley of the Ororenes, though Xia Fei also carried with him a madness that no one could imitate. Whoosh! Xia Fei accelerated, chasing after the falling golden eyes, traveling 8 million meters per second. Die for me! With a roar, the restless Nirvana flew out. Radix and Hosu shared an extremely close relationship, and after seeing Hosu's condition, the former was itching to fight. All he had been waiting for was Xia Fei's order. Bang! The fiendish blade glinted with a cold light. Meanwhile, the cunning furball had already pulled away, ready to unleash long-distance energy attacks. As for the owner of golden eyes, while he had been caught off guard and punched by Xia Fei, his mind was still clear and he was just as powerful as ever. The shuddering of his body told him that this young man was not easy to deal with. "You dared to strike me!" The owner of golden eyes felt his face turning hot as he viciously spat this. "That I did." As Xia Fei spoke, he rushed up and punched the golden eyes again. It was difficult for the same move to work against an expert twice. The owner of golden eyes raised an eyebrow. Just now, he had already found out how to deal with Xia Fei's complete plant-type mystical armament. For Xia Fei to use the same move was simply suicidal. Humph! The owner of golden eyes coldly snorted and pushed with his feet, rising to meet Peacock Blue. Rumble! As the fist reached the owner of the golden eyes' head, he raised his gale leaf saber. He was confident that he could heavily wound Peacock Blue with his cultivation. Separate! To his surprise, just as these two mystical armaments were about to clash, Xia Fei roared, and then Peacock Blue came apart. The blue blades of grass brushed past the gale leaf saber, causing his attack to miss. At the same time, the owner of golden eyes heard a piercing whistle in his ear. Radix, controlling Nirvana, was gunning straight for his head. The owner of the golden eyes was alarmed, but he was a top-class warrior with divine reaction speed. He tilted his saber, bringing it up to protect his face from Nirvana. Bang! A resounding clang ensued as the two mystical weapons clashed and bounced away. Xia Fei's attack had not hit, but Nirvana's devilish ability to devour all things gave the Golden Eyes a rather bad fright. "You have two mystical armaments," the Golden Eyes blurted out in shock. To the Golden Eyes, weapons like the Celestial Stamp Bodhi and White Skull did not deserve to be called mystical armaments. After all, it had come from beyond the Cosmic Gate and had much higher standards than the Lower Realm. However, the complete Peacock Blue and Nirvana had definitely reached the level of mystical armaments, and Nirvana was also a mutated soul weapon. Even outside the Cosmic Gate, finding a soul weapon was not easy. The owner of the Golden Eyes was shocked that Xia Fei had two. However, as the Golden Eyes spoke, a green short sword flew out of Xia Fei's hand. It was none other than the mystical sword of the Ororenes, Jade Green. "Who told you that I only had two mystical armaments?" asked Xia Fei, eerily smiling. The owner of the Golden Eyes found it impossible to maintain his composure. For the space of a few seconds, Xia Fei had taken out three mystical armaments, even treating Jade Green as a flying sword. Even someone as strong as the Golden Eyes had only one soul weapon. After all, these things were too valuable, and even outside the Cosmic Gate, not every soul hunter had a soul weapon. However, Xia Fei had just thrown out Jade Green, which was still a precious basic grade soul weapon. He had seen wasteful people before, but never anyone this wasteful. Xia Fei had seemingly very hastily thrown out Jade Green. It was not moving very quickly, and its trajectory was slightly off. The owner of the Golden Eyes was delighted and reached out to grab it. He knew just how precious it was, so he would be rich if he could get his hands on the Jade Green. Alas, he did not use his head. When had it ever been that easy to make money off of Xia Fei? It had been proven time and again that anyone who tried to take advantage of Xia Fei would end up looking for their teeth on the floor. Not even the Golden Eyes were an exception. Zing! Jade Green shot out a green beam of light, which stabbed into the Golden Eyes. This soul weapon's primary ability was to extend, using its length to wound its foes grievously. Throwing out Jade Green was all part of Xia Fei's plan. He wanted to use Jade Green's special trait to kill the Golden Eyes. "Arg! It's a trap," the owner of the Golden Eyes roared as he tried to back away. Alas, the green ray of light was already here. It pierced straight through his shoulder bone. Xia Fei had heavily injured the owner of the Golden Eyes all by himself. His combat prowess had the entire universe blushing in shame. However, something even more shocking happened next. A mighty roar tore through the universe. Xia Fei had taken out his fourth mystical armament, the White Dragon's Screech. Chapter 1022, Sealed. White Dragon's Screech. The Golden Eyes were shocked, roaring. "So you're that man's descendant?" White Dragon's Screech was the legendary soul weapon of the Aurora clan. The moment this sword appeared, the Golden Eyes determined that Xia Fei had some connection to Wistful Valley. After all, the battle that had taken place many years ago between Xia Fei's grandfather Wistful Valley and the Inverse had truly been soul-shaking. The refined Wistful Valley had never shown his power, but just when the Inverse were about to seize the Ark, Wistful Valley had exploded. Not only had he pushed back the Inverse, he had used his extraordinary strength to open the Cosmic Gate. The Golden Eyes still found it hard to forget the figure of Wistful Valley with White Dragon's Screech in hand. He was like a descending god, single-handedly dealing the Inverse a massive blow. The moment he saw Hosu, the owner of the Golden Eyes immediately recalled the past, and when Xia Fei took out the White Dragon's Screech, he was even more shocked. "That man's descendant!" Xia Fei glared. He then roared, "I'm Xia Fei. You'd best get that straight." The White Dragon's Screech let out a powerful cry like the cry of a vast army. All mystical armaments had souls. White Dragon's Screech was willing to be held by Xia Fei because he had the bloodline of the Ororenes running through his veins and also because it was full of hatred for the Golden Eyes. This attack was as swift as lightning, casting the entire universe into gloom. Plush! The White Dragon's Screech pierced straight through the heart of the Golden Eyes. Everyone was dumbfounded. The moment Xia Fei appeared on the battlefield, he instantly killed this supreme Inverse expert. Hurrah! Cheers rang out. The Lower Realm warriors found it hard to describe their excitement. Hurrah for the demon-sealing fiendish blade! The supreme Sky Wings! The supreme Xia Fei! Woohoo! The Lower Realm is saved! Everyone continued to cheer, for Hosua's seal was on the verge of completion while Xia Fei's sword had slain the Golden Eyes. The Lower Realm was closer to victory than ever before. Everyone could see the light of victory. If the Cosmic Gate was sealed, the Lore Realm would get 100 years of time, and in these 100 years, under the guidance of Hoso the Soul Hunter and Xia Fei with all his infinite potential, the Lore Realm's prospects were boundless. However, in the middle of this cheering, Xia Fei felt his heart grow heavy. White Dragon's screech was sharp enough, having pierced through the body of the Golden Eyes, but Xia Fei could clearly tell that there was something wrong when the sword had penetrated into the body. He did not get the sensation that he had pierced through the heart, meaning that he had not succeeded in doing so. All he had managed to succeed was pierce through some unimportant location. The chest muscles of the owner of the Golden Eyes contracted, trying to trap the White Dragon's screech in his body, but Xia Fei still pulled the sword out, his eyes gleaming with a vicious light. Rumble. No one could see what had happened, but the massive explosion made all the Lore Realm warriors wake up from their dream. It turned out that the Golden Eyes were not dead, and this battle was far from over. Heavens! You used a soul mark shield. That's an intermediate soul art. Radix cried in surprise and disbelief. Other people may have been unable to see anything, but Radix had a close-up view and had been able to make out everything. At that moment just now, the Golden Eyes had unleashed a powerful soul shade, which had howled at Xia Fei. As it had been too close, Xia Fei had only two choices: give up on the White Dragon's screech and dodge, or take the full force of the attack. The former meant that Xia Fei could lose this legendary weapon, while the latter meant that it could leave him mortally wounded. Shockingly, Xia Fei chose neither, instead releasing the soul mark shield. The golden soul mark in his seventh brain region suddenly disappeared, appearing in front of Xia Fei to protect him. This made it so that the soul shade unleashed by the Golden Eyes collided against Xia Fei's soul mark, and the explosive power it produced separated them again. Radix was stunned that Xia Fei had been able to use an intermediate soul art after only a few days. As for the owner of the Golden Eyes, he was also marveling at the power of Xia Fei's soul mark. It must be understood that the Golden Eyes had unleashed a founder-level soul shade. Soul shades were made from the souls of warriors, and the stronger the deceased warrior, the greater the power of the soul shade. When the Temple of Many Gods had killed those founders, their souls had all been offered as tribute to the inverse. The Golden Eyes happened to have such souls on hand. In a moment of desperation, he had released a founder-tier soul shade, but it had been blocked by Xia Fei's puny soul mark. A little of the soul shade had managed to penetrate through the soul mark, but Xia Fei's legendary suit of armor, Celestial Soul Warning, had neutralized it. Was even this not enough to kill Xia Fei? The shock of the Golden Eyes could be easily imagined. Whoosh! As the two war gods separated, the soul mark disappeared, returning to Xia Fei's brain region to continue supporting him in battle. It could both attack and defend, could store energy, and could be used as a shield in crucial moments. This was the real power of the soul mark. I don't know what this soul mark shield is about, but this guy must die. Xia Fei snarled. Whoosh! Accelerating, Xia Fei lunged like a wolf, using 200% of his combat power to fight to the death with the Golden Eyes. The owner of the Golden Eyes was heavily wounded in 2 spots from Xia Fei's unexpected attacks, with the blow from the White Dragon's screech almost taking his life. Fortunately, the bodies of the inverse were not structured in the same way as that of ordinary sapient life forms. Their hearts were in the center of the chest, not the sides. Otherwise, Xia Fei's sword would have ended this battle. "You're a soul hunter," the frantic Golden Eyes cried out in alarm. In the space of several days a second soul hunter had appeared in this universe. The owner of the Golden Eyes felt like his brain was not working, for he could not understand how a mere peak law god like Xia Fei could have a soul mark and soul arts. By now, Xia Fei's eyes were red with bloodlust. Where would he get the time to respond to these questions? An astonishing sight played out in the stars. Peak law god Xia Fei was giving the Golden Eyes, which not even 10 powerful experts could deal with, a savage beating. Those attacks came down like a deluge. Nirvana came right on the heels of Peacock Blue's attacks, and when it missed, the White Dragon's screech came, followed by Jade Green, Furball, White Skull, Heavenly Mark, and so on. Anyone coming across this battle who did not know that this was a battle to the death between 2 war gods would take it as a military parade. Xia Fei held nothing back, using every weapon at his disposal, leaving the Golden Eyes hard-pressed. "There's no time. You must push the Golden Eyes back, or else he'll threaten the entire universe." Hoso roared, his face already ghastly pale. To reseal the cosmic gate, Hoso was not merely consuming all of his cultivation but also using his life a second time. Add latest chapters at free.novelo only. Xia Fei and the Golden Eyes were still battling outside of the abyss. Once the seal was complete, the golden eyes would be sealed inside the universe, which would be a calamity for the universe. The only one who could restrain him, Hosu, was shriveling away as the seal approached completion. Let alone defeating the golden eyes, he could even end up getting his soul devoured. The founders were all dead or wounded. The only one left who could contend against the golden eyes was Xia Fei. Xia Fei had the upper hand because of his unexpected attack and because he had far too many weapons. By using everything at once, he left the golden eyes busy dealing with all of them. Once the golden eyes adapted to Xia Fei's frenzied tempo, the result would become obvious. The surest method was to push the golden eyes into the abyss so that Hoso could seize the moment to seal the cosmic gate. This was the most difficult challenge Xia Fei had faced in his entire life. He was only one person with peak law god cultivation, but he had to push out the golden eyes, who had the power of a soul hunter, out of the cosmic gate. No one could help Xia Fei. He could only rely on his own power. When people spoke about Xia Fei, they would speak of his boundless potential, his frenzied fighting spirit, and his far-sighted plans. However, they would often neglect a very important part of his nature, his resolve. Xia Fei had always been decisive and resolute. Even if he had to kill hundreds of millions, Xia Fei would not hesitate to raise the butcher's knife. Today, Xia Fei had made a decision in 1/1000th of a second, with no hesitation whatsoever. Hoso did not have the time. With the seal complete, Hoso's body was undergoing an immense transformation. His cells were starting to wither away, a sign that his life force was running out. He needed to finish the seal in 5 seconds, or else all their efforts would go to waste. This meant that Xia Fei needed to drive the golden eyes out in 5 seconds, otherwise, there would be no one left to stop this disaster from sweeping through the universe. With a fierce grin, Xia Fei began to accelerate. Be it Furball, Radix, or even Peacock Blue, who did not know how to talk, they instantly understood what Xia Fei was thinking. After fighting alongside him for so long, they had all developed a mutual understanding. Since Xia Fei had chosen the craziest method possible, as his companions, they were duty-bound to go crazy with him. The warriors of the Lower Realm stared in shock as a bitter scene played out. Furball first used his body to push for all he was worth. Xia Fei then embraced the golden eyes and flew into the abyss. No one had expected Xia Fei to even risk heavy injuries just so he could bring the golden eyes out of the universe. Crazy. All of them had gone crazy. Peacock Blue, Furball, and Nirvana had all rushed out to push the golden eyes to the bottom of the abyss. Xia Fei kept close, chasing the owner of the golden eyes as he continued raining blows on him. The owner of the golden eyes naturally understood that if he could remain in the universe, he could flatten the Lower Realm through his power alone. Unfortunately, Xia Fei would not let him get his way. This frenzied attack gave no time to breathe, with not even a single break in the barrage. Madman Xia Fei had unleashed the craziest offensive of his life, going all out against the golden eyes. This sort of heedless offensive left the rest of the universe in shame. No! Hosu and Xiaogukan shouted in unison. They wanted Xia Fei to give up on his crazy idea. Alas, Xia Fei did not seem to be listening, only growing crazier. There was no time. Hosu clenched his teeth and finally threw down the seal. After which, his body turned to dust. Rumble! The dazzling seal descended from the stars, plunging into the abyss and forming a dazzling net of energy. 12 seals completely sealed the cosmic gate, but it also sealed Xia Fei beyond the cosmic gate. Xia Fei, who was known for being constantly involved in trouble, had now come upon the biggest problem in his life. In this 24 hours long battle in which the Lower Realm's life had been on the line, Xia Fei had only participated for 3 minutes, but these 3 minutes had decided the fate of it. The Lower Realm was finally safe. What about Xia Fei, though? Chapter 1023, Founder Xia Fei and a New Discovery. Someone had once said a long time ago that if Xia Fei lacked anything, it was that he had no lack of trouble. The battle at the Cosmic Gate had proven this saying to be true once more. Not only was Xia Fei in trouble but also in big trouble at that. He was currently sealed outside of the Cosmic Gate, in the territory of the Inverse. I'll kill you. His eyes red with bloodlust, Xia Fei did not have the time to care about his situation. He swung Nirvana with one hand and the White Dragon's Screech with the other. The two mystical armaments rained down blows, and it was not long before the golden eyes were truly nothing but just 2 eyes. As his energy ran out, his body began to crumble, ultimately vanishing into the abyss. Too crazy. Truly too crazy. Although there were still many inverse warriors around him, none of them moved. They simply watched as the monstrous Xia Fei turned the golden eyes into dregs. The fiendish blade Nirvana had absorbed the energy of this peerless inverse expert, causing Xia Fei to be bursting with energy. After all, this was a super expert on par with a soul hunter. Xia Fei found it impossible to describe the energy he had absorbed from him, and the golden soul mark in his brain region was so bright it was blinding. Awoo! Xia Fei naturally knew that he was in a bad situation. Before the inverse could surround him, he howled, waved his weapon, and charged out of the encirclement. There was no going back to the lower realm. Xia Fei's only option was to break out through the abyss. He needed to get far away from the danger to rest and recuperate. After all, while he had killed the Golden Eyes in this battle, he was heavily injured. He was only able to remain standing entirely due to his formidable mental energy, but he could fall over at any moment. Anyone who stands in my way dies, bellowed Xia Fei savagely. Perhaps because the energy from the Golden Eyes was simply too strong, Xia Fei was still a little dumb, charging at the densest concentration of inverse. The inverse army was startled at first, but then it began to encircle Xia Fei in layer upon layer of warriors. The battle grew more and more difficult. It was said that two fists found it hard to fight against four hands, and while Xia Fei had divine beasts, a holy beast, and speed, there were simply too many enemies. No matter how many he killed, there was simply no end to them. Moreover, these inverse did not fear death, more continuing to replace the fallen as they vented their rage for the death of the Golden Eyes on Xia Fei. In the middle of these dire circumstances, 4 comets arrived, and from their trajectory, they had somehow come from the other end of the cosmic gate, from the lower realm. Rumble! The comets roared, pushing through the inverse with an unstoppable momentum and shooting out of the cosmic gate, throwing the inverse blocking the abyss into turmoil. Startled, Radix cried, "Xia Fei, this is your chance. If you follow those comets, you'll be able to escape the inverse." Xia Fei's last sliver of consciousness also told him that external aid would be required to break out of the inverse encirclement, and these 4 comets were his best vanguard. The inverse could not stop the comets, so there was no way that they could stop Xia Fei if he followed them. Whoosh! Xia Fei accelerated, charging along the path of the comets. These comets were truly unusual. Not only were they pushing through the inverse army, the path they had chosen was simply immaculate, too. By following the comets, Xia Fei hardly needed to stain his weapons with blood to escape the abyss. As he got a look around, Xia Fei deeply frowned. The inverse army numbered in the hundreds of millions. It was a good thing that Hosu had successfully sealed the cosmic gate. Otherwise, if this powerful army managed to rush in, the universe on the other side would be completely wiped out. Xia Fei also made the surprising discovery that what was on the other side of the cosmic gate was another piece of the universe. However, these galaxies and nebulas were clearly no playground. Rather, they were a world brimming with danger and death. With no time to ponder these revelations, Xia Fei continued following the comets. He could travel at 4 million meters per second, and with the mystical power of the soul mark, this speed reached 8 million meters per second. However, even this speed was not enough to keep up with the comets. After breaking through the cosmic gate, these comets had begun to accelerate explosively, and they soon became 4 twinkling lights, which rapidly dwindled into space, traveling in 4 different directions and vanishing without a sight. Do not give up. Never give up. Xia Fei, who had yet to escape the inverse ranks, continued to charge, his mystical armaments constantly swinging. From time to time, he would unleash the law of primal chaos to open the way. After some time and after killing numerous enemies, Xia Fei finally escaped the inverse's midst, and with his outstanding speed, he vanished into the sea of stars. He kept running and running, feeling like he had never run as much in all his life. In front of him was a long asteroid belt that seemed to extend to infinity, full of lethal and disruptive fragments. Glancing at the pursuers behind him and at the dangerous as well as disorderly debris field, Xia Fei gritted his teeth and flew into the asteroid belt. Another endless run began, and his pursuers gradually faded into the distance. Xia Fei's eyelids started to feel heavy as pain and fatigue assailed his brain. Thump! Finally, he began to fall, plunging into a crevice of a giant asteroid. Xia Fei, are you all right? Quickly wake up! Radix hollered, Furball pulled on his sleeve, and Peacock Blue hastily opened its blades of grass to protect him from harm. Meanwhile, Xia Fei had entered a strange state. It was similar to a coma, but he still kept a sliver of consciousness, which made it seem like he was awake. However, no matter what, his eyes just would not open. Thump! After 10 some minutes of falling, Xia Fei finally landed at the bottom of the crevice. While this asteroid was not too huge, it possessed a powerful gravity. Even with Peacock Blue's 13 bluegrass blades supporting him, Xia Fei still had a rather hard fall. However, to everyone's surprise, this fall caused his 7th brain region to go through an astonishing transformation. His soul mark grew brighter and brighter. Following which, the patterns belonging to the law of space and the beast spirit codex were all absorbed. All that was left in the brain region was the soul mark and the patterns belonging to the law of speed and the law of primal chaos. After eating these patterns, the soul mark began to show its power. The imprint was changing with every passing second. Radix's eyes flew open in shock. This was because he was growing more and more confused by Xia Fei's soul mark. Never in his life had he seen a soul mark that could still change after taking form. Rumble! At this moment, 7 dragons soared into the heavens. The 7 silver dragons that emerged from Xia Fei's body into the heavens were even more savage than those of Grand Ancestor Xiaogukan. Founder! You actually reached the founder tier! Radix cried in disbelief, shock evident on his face. Alas, Xia Fei could not see any of this. Even that last sliver of consciousness of his was focused entirely on the changes taking place in his 7th brain region. Radix had a very uneasy time that first day, worried that Xia Fei would be found by the inverse. After all, the scene created when Xia Fei advanced to founder had been very loud and flashy. If any inverse happened to be in the area, they would undoubtedly take notice. Fortunately, on the second day, Radix found that the inverse had not chased them here, so he became much more relaxed and turned his focus onto the changes happening in Xia Fei's body. The more he looked, the more surprised he felt. Xia Fei had truly been severely injured, and his body had been on the verge of collapse because of the intense battle, but his mental energy had been strengthened to an absurd level. This was particularly true of his soul mark. It was bursting with mystery, and he grew more and more confused as he examined it. Xia Fei had never trained with soul power before, so how could he possess such a powerful soul mark? As Radix pondered over this problem, on the third day, Xia Fei finally woke up. Stretching, he leaned tiredly against the wall and massaged his temples with both his hands as he exhaled. You're finally awake. I've been watching you these last few days, you're clearly conscious, but wouldn't you wake up? Radix asked. Xia Fei shrugged, helplessly saying, I don't know, either. After breaking into the founder tier, my 7th brain region went through some changes, it drew all of my attention. I actually knew of everything that had happened, including falling into this crevice. I just couldn't control myself, all of my mental energy being drawn toward the soul mark. It's only now that I could break free of the soul mark's control. Radix nodded. Xia Fei's explanation matched with what he had seen. It was just that he could not understand how Xia Fei's soul mark had become like this. The soul mark was no longer unchangeable, instead becoming similar to a constantly working machine. What matters is that you're fine. Don't forget that even if you're a founder, you don't have a seed of life. Other experts can use the seed to be reborn, but you can't. Starting from now, you must move carefully. After all, this isn't the lore realm but rather inverse territory, Radix warned. The strange soul mark had left Xia Fei in a peculiar state. Other people had seeds of life that they could use to be reborn, but Xia Fei had none. Still, on the other hand, he had a unique soul mark and a self-learning ability that other experts did not possess. Neither Xia Fei nor Radix could say what consequences this different soul mark would have. Sighing, Xia Fei sternly said, regardless, I can't go back to the lore realm. I wonder what Avril will think once she hears about this. Radix frowned and said, there's no guarantee that you can't go back. You have the reversal power of the law of primal chaos. Xia Fei rolled his eyes at Radix. Have you gone senile? What cultivation level was Hoso at? Do you think that the law of primal chaos can open up the seal he created using his life force? Also, taking a huge step back, even if I could open it that way, I wouldn't do it. Isn't opening the seal the same as letting the inverse into the lore realm? Where am I going to find a second Hoso to apply the seal? Radix was startled. It seemed like Xia Fei's brain was working fine, his analytical and decision-making abilities operating as before. On the contrary, it was him who had thought of the problem too simply. The mood became rather strange. Xia Fei opened up the spatial ring he had taken from the golden eyes and dumped its contents. At a time like this, looking through his spoils was a good method of relaxing and altering the mood. The Golden Eyes had only one sole weapon, the Gale Leaf Saber. While this saber had ended up in Xia Fei's hands after that fierce battle, it had been severely damaged. The legendary White Dragon's screech had left a large gap in it, so it could no longer be used. Xia Fei held the Gale Leaf Saber in his hand. While it was a basic soul weapon like jade green, it was still rather valuable. Destroying it was quite the pity. Suddenly, as if the Gale Leaf Saber had triggered a chain reaction, Xia Fei's soul mark suddenly began to turn even faster. Chapter 1024, Spiritualist. The soul mark was the mark of a warrior who could control soul power. It was similar to a law pattern, but while a law pattern helped a warrior obtain energy from the body, which was law power, a soul mark acted on another energy system, which was soul power. Xia Fei had a very unique soul mark. When activated, it absorbed the patterns of the law of space and the beast spirit codex. Not only had Radix never seen such a soul mark before, this soul mark could also change. When Xia Fei grabbed the damaged Gale Leaf Saber, which was left behind by the Golden Eyes, the mysterious soul mark in his seventh brain region started to revolve faster, a bizarre idea soon developing in Xia Fei's mind. Pa! Xia Fei brought his hands together, holding the saber between his palms. The soul mark released some mysterious energy, which instantly shattered the soul weapon. Ugh! Xia Fei could not help but feel frustrated. This Gale Leaf Saber is still a valuable soul weapon. It might have been damaged, but there's still some soul power left inside it. I might encounter some master who could repair it. How could it have broken so easily? Radix was as shocked as could be. He stared at Xia Fei for a while and then stared at the Gale Leaf Saber, which had been turned into metal dust. Only then did he shout, "Eh, master? You're the master! I've never heard of anyone being able to destroy a soul weapon before. Even if the Gale Leaf Saber is now damaged and has less than 10% of its energy left, it's still a soul weapon. Your White Dragon's screech has been passed down through generations of the Aurora clan, but while I believe that it can destroy a soul weapon, you destroyed it with your bare hands. What's up with that?" Seeing how wide Radix's eyes were, Xia Fei realized that he had done something quite incredible. It seemed like it was not just anybody who could destroy a soul weapon. "Is destroying a soul weapon that difficult?" asked Xia Fei curiously. Earlier, the soul mark had given Xia Fei a power, which he had released from his hands. Upon which, the soul weapon had been destroyed. Thus, Xia Fei did not feel like this had taken much strength. Difficult? Radix tilted his head. "It's not just difficult, it's absurdly difficult. I know that high-level soul weapons can destroy low-level soul weapons, but I've never heard of anyone relying solely on soul power to destroy a soul weapon. This is because soul weapons aren't made by soul hunters or soul eaters but by the peak existences of the Alpha universe, spiritualists." Xia Fei described what had happened to Radix, and Radix was in disbelief once he was done listening. He muttered, "Your soul mark loaned you the power to destroy a soul weapon. How bizarre! What sort of soul mark do you have?" Radix dropped his head and began to think. After a long while, Radix slapped his thigh and said, "I think that everything has to do with when you first unlocked your soul mark. Normally, a warrior who hasn't unlocked as a soul hunter will be a soul eater, but you unlocked some black fog, which nobody could understand, so the energy you obtained is completely different. Could Xia Fei be a spiritualist?" Radix muttered. Radix scared himself with this thought, for it was just too insane. Xia Fei, who did not understand, asked, "Didn't you say that soul power only has soul eaters and soul hunters as the two major combat lineages? Where did this spiritualist come from?" Radix rolled his eyes. "Who said that a spiritualist is a warrior? Spiritualists are responsible for forging soul weapons, the most mysterious and most revered profession in the Alpha universe. After all, even the strongest warrior will have to seek a soul weapon from a spiritualist. Just look at Hosu, without a soul weapon, he wouldn't even be able to use half of his power. It's easy to imagine how transcendent the status of spiritualists, whose duty is to forge soul weapons, is. I've never heard of a spiritualist who can destroy soul weapons, though. Also, the Alpha universe has been mired in strife for many years, and the number of spiritualists has dwindled since. You come from the Aurora clan, and their bloodline has never produced a spiritualist before, so you shouldn't be a spiritualist because of that. As for your Skywing blood and Earthling blood, that's even less possible. Both species probably don't even know what a spiritualist is." After thinking it over, Radix could only reach one conclusion: Xia Fei was a monster. He was a monster who had transcended all fields and domains. There was no other way of explaining this abnormality. Through his conversation with Radix, Xia Fei learned that this was his grandfather's home, the Alpha Universe, linked with the unknown universe, which Xia Fei had lived in, through the cosmic gate. The Alpha Universe had a history that was much longer than that of the Lower Realm. It was home to countless sapient species and covered an infinitely vast area. Xia Fei's grandfather had brought Hoso and traveled on the Ark, which was controlled by Radix, but they had ended up running into the inverse and the cosmic gate and suffered from a disaster. In short, the Alpha Universe was very large and mysterious, and it brimmed with danger. Anyone who lived there had to be very careful. Suddenly, Radix slapped himself on the head and said, "Right. How could I have forgotten about the Feather Spirit Codex? Xia Fei, hurry up and take out that third thing that Qin Mang used to have." Xia Fei shrugged and stroked his spatial ring, taking out a thick book made of alloy. On it were the words Feather Spirit Codex. Radix pointed at it and said, "This book was given to the young lord by his good friend Xia, the last successor of the Feather Spirit lineage, a master among masters. Your white dragon Screech was originally damaged and had been kept in the clan for many years, as no one had been able to fix it. The patriarch already gave up on getting it fixed, but then the young lord became friends with Xia in his travels and brought him back. The patriarch requested for Master Xia to repair the white dragon's Screech, and Xia said that he would try. After just 7 days, he managed to repair that legendary sword. This super soul weapon once more saw the light of day, and the rest of the clan soon learned of this matter. Everyone understood the importance of this sword and desired it, leaving the patriarch in a difficult position. Later, Master Xia met with the patriarch and proposed giving the white dragon's Screech to your grandfather. Xia fixed the divine sword, so without him, there would be no white dragon's Screech. His words had a lot of weight, so the patriarch gave white dragon's Screech to your grandfather, Xiaogu, thereby calming this tempest in the clan. Xia Fei nodded after hearing all this. I didn't think that there would be such a story behind the white dragon's Screech. It seems like spiritualists truly have a frighteningly high status. A spiritualist was even able to decide what the Aurora Patriarch could not. Radix firmly said, "Of course. Things are no longer what they once were. For some reason, spiritualist lineage is waning. Let alone those high-level spiritualists, even basic spiritualists are hard to find nowadays. The big clans are all racking their brains night and day over ways to get spiritualists." Xia Fei pursed his lips and changed the subject. "You said that the Aurora clan is full of modest noblemen, but it doesn't seem like that. They fought so much over a single soul weapon. Could the Aurora clan really be nothing but hypocrites?" Radix went pale and hastily said, "Don't you dare. Besides, Aurora is the clan of your grandfather, and you, also have some stake in the clan. You can't just badmouth them like that." Radix was actually unsure if Xia Fei counted as part of the Aurora clan. After all, the latter differed drastically from the rest. He would be considered an extremist in the Aurora clan purely because of his willingness to try any method and because of his resolve to always take revenge when he was wronged. His presence would undoubtedly engender much internal strife. Fortunately, the Aurora clan was far away, and it would take ages to get there from the inverse territory. This was not like the Lower Realm, where spatial arrays could whisk one back and forth. Xia Fei did not even have a method of transportation, so getting back to the clan would be excruciatingly difficult. Thus, for now, Radix did not need to worry about what sort of quarrels Xia Fei would have with his clan. "So why do you take out the Feather Spirit Codex?" asked Xia Fei. Radix solemnly said, "It's very simple. You just need to try and cultivate the Feather Spirit Codex to know whether you chose the spiritualist lineage or not." Becoming a spiritualist. Xia Fei became a little excited. Even a fool could understand after listening to Radix's explanation that a spiritualist held the lifeline of warriors, soul weapons. Be it forging soul weapons or repairing them, a spiritualist was required. If his soul mark really was the imprint of a spiritualist, then he would be rich. His body was still in pain, and he felt uneasy about his missing law patterns. After some thought, he realized that the soul mark had probably absorbed them because they were both complete. The law of primal chaos and law of speed had been spared because he was still cultivating them. Right now, Xia Fei needed to rest so that he could heal up and get back on the road. Thus, Xia Fei agreed to Radix's request, resting up his body while reading the Feather Spirit Codex. Half a month went by in the blink of an eye. Xia Fei's body gradually healed, and he also obtained some understanding of the Feather Spirit Codex. Xia Fei was very curious about the methods of forging soul weapons, repairing soul weapons, and setting up soul weapon arrays. Just like this, the days flew by. Wu. Xia Fei exhaled, an annoyed look on his face. My injuries are that serious? It seems like it'll take me at least half a year to recover completely. As he was inspecting his body, Xia Fei discovered that his condition was far worse than he originally thought. Xia Fei would not recover his fighting power for at least half a year. A warrior that could not fight? Xia Fei was very gloomy over this thought. Radix soothed Xia Fei. This isn't important. Half a year will go by quickly, and besides, you've only recently unlocked your soul mark. Time is needed for your body energy to become balanced, perhaps even fused together, with your soul power. All of this will take time. Xia Fei said nothing, picking up a small knife from the ground. This was October flying snow, the chilling blade that Xia Fei had used before. Of course, he had long moved past the level where he could use it. Open! Xia Fei placed his hands on both sides of the knife and called. In a flash of light, October flying snow transformed. It lost its cold and frigid trait, instead faintly radiating soul power. A soul weapon! You actually turned October flying snow into a soul weapon. Radix was in shock. Although October flying snow had a very weak aura, it was still an authentic soul weapon. More importantly, only one kind of person could make soul weapons, a spiritualist. After all those twists and turns, Xia Fei had actually become a spiritualist. Chapter 1025, Xiang Biyang. Spirit was the energy of all things in the universe. Soul was the energy of sapient life forms. The two of them together created the spiritual soul. The spirit took precedence, while the soul took the back seat, indicating their difference in status. Be they soul hunters or soul eaters, all belonged to the soul lineage. As for Xia Fei, he belonged to the more powerful spirit lineage. He was a spiritualist who could gather the power of the universe and forge various soul weapons. Radix was utterly speechless. Xia Fei's October flying snow had become a low-level soul weapon, proving his identity, but he could not understand how Xia Fei, being a spiritualist, was able to fight with the power of the soul lineage. Was the young man capable of using all energy? Also, on a deeper level, the Aurora clan had never produced a spiritualist before, but it had now appeared on a weirdo like Xia Fei. Was this a blessing or a curse for the Aurora clan? Radix's mind was buzzing with thoughts. Xia Fei was growing more and more incomprehensible. In the lore realm, Xia Fei had set out to be a Protean master, and now that he was in the Alpha universe, he had not stopped at all. On the contrary, he had grown even more formidable, becoming a spiritualist with strange abilities. Of course, Xia Fei had paid a corresponding price for this. Everyone else had seeds of life that they could use to be reborn, but Xia Fei did not have. He was probably the only founder in the universe who did not have eternal life. Someone's coming. Radix was going to ask the other a few more questions when Xia Fei suddenly said this. As he spoke, two warriors came down on his left and right, blocking Xia Fei in the middle. Radix glanced at their attire and said, "Don't be afraid. These are hunters. They won't hurt you." Hunters? Are they a branch of soul hunters? Asked Xia Fei in curiosity. From their energy pulses, he could tell that they were not that strong. Let alone Hosu, even Xia Fei at his peak would be much stronger than them. I suppose you can consider them soul hunters? You think soul hunters can be found wherever you go, said Radix in scorn. A hunter is a simple profession. Normally, they serve as assistants to soul hunters, or else they join together to surround an exotic beast to make a living. These two are at about the level of a law sage or great law sage. It turned out that hunters could be considered soul hunter candidates. They were warriors, but they had yet to complete the cultivation of their body or unlock their soul mark. These were lower-class people of the Alpha universe. Only when they opened their soul mark would they be considered soul hunters. If these two were soul hunters, then Xia Fei might be afraid, but at the warrior's law sage tier were nothing to him. While he was not fully recovered and was in no shape to fight, he had Furball, Peacock Blue, and Radix controlling Nirvana. Killing these two would be as easy as raising his hand. The two warriors inspected Xia Fei, but they did not strike. 3 more people appeared in the crevice, 2 higher-level warriors and a big-bellied fellow. In this crevice filled with cold air, the fatty panted for breath. He apparently was not used to exercising. "Boss Yang, this is the place," a warrior who had cultivation comparable to a level 1 law god whispered into the fatty's ear. The fatty, Xiang Biyang, inspected Xia Fei and smiled. Little brother, you've been here for a few days. Have you seen a white dragonfly around? Xia Fei smiled. Half a month ago, the inverse suddenly advanced, and this little brother was forced to hide in this crevice. As for this white dragonfly of yours, I've never seen such a thing. Xiang Biyang lightly nodded, but a short-bearded man next to him impatiently said, Kid. You best get your wits about you. I'll have your hide if you're lying. Xia Fei slightly frowned. Truly, a tiger that came down to the open plains would be bullied by a dog. To think a puny level 1 law god would actually be bossing him around? However, it was hard to blame them. Xia Fei's 7th brain region was very strange. No one could see through it, and Xia Fei did not release any energy pulses when not attacking. Anyone would take him for an ordinary person, and in this world where the strong reigned supreme, ordinary person was a term synonymous with death. This short-bearded law god naturally would not respect Xia Fei very much. Hold on. Don't be impolite. Xiang Biyang pulled on his guard and said. As a businessman, Xiang Biyang understood that harmony led to profit, and his mind was much sharper than these foolish warriors. Xiang Biyang had risked entering the inverse territory to find an exotic beast called the diamond dragonfly. This exotic beast lived in this massive asteroid belt, and it was said that it had the miraculous ability to repair the soul. In the Alpha universe, a battle was not just a contest of bodies. High-level warriors had soul marks, and they fought soul battles. An injured body could be healed with medicine, but the soul's wounds could only be healed through rare exotic beasts like the diamond dragonfly. Alas, this rare exotic beast lived in the dangerous inverse territory, and even searching for it was dangerous. Moreover, the diamond dragonfly was a cunning exotic beast that was extremely difficult to capture. Xiang Biyang had taken on a big job this time and was seeking 10 diamond dragonflies for a big client. Unfortunately, even after running himself ragged, he had only managed to find 7 so far, and he was still lacking 3 to complete the job. He did not fear offending people, what he feared was offending someone who he could not afford to offend. The day of the contract was coming up, but Xiang Biyang still did not have the agreed upon number. Thus, he had hardened his heart, hired some men, and gone searching in the dangerous asteroid belt. Boss Yang had been rather lucky. Several days later, he really had managed to catch 3 diamond dragonflies. He was just about to get back and hand over the goods to his client when he passed by this giant asteroid and saw Xia Fei using his soul mark to turn the October flying snow into a soul weapon. One of Boss Yang's hunters suspected this to be another diamond dragonfly, so he hastily reported it to him. Boss Yang had run some calculations. There were still 6 days until he needed to hand over the goods, and 2 days was enough to get back. He decided to test his luck and see if he could catch another diamond dragonfly. In this day and age, it was not easy to get into inverse territory, and he did not want to see a chance like this escape him. Those hunters he had hired were also happy to help. After all, there was a commission for each one captured, so anyone would be happy to make more money. This had led to the scene just now. The group came down the crevice, but instead of finding a diamond dragonfly, they startled lone wolf Xia Fei. "Little brother, you said that the inverse had passed through this asteroid belt half a month ago," asked Boss Yang urgently. The 4 hunters were all startled. They had all missed out on the most important piece of information in Xia Fei's words. "Correct. It's a huge army that obliterated everything in its path," said Xia Fei indifferently. "Is that for real?" asked the short-bearded hunter in panic, his heart in turmoil. He realized how lucky he had been, coming right after the inverse army retreated. "As true as can be," said Xia Fei, keeping on his poker face. The hunters all sighed, and one of them slapped his thigh. "No wonder we were so lucky and caught 3 diamond dragonflies. They were all pushed into this area by the inverse. Now that you mention it, I recall that diamond dragonflies are known to be eccentric creatures that prefer to live far from one another rather than in groups. For us to catch 3 in the area simply doesn't make sense. So it had all been because of the inverse." "Hey," one of the older hunters said in realization. As the hunters conversed, they began to notice more and more details that did not make sense. Their hunting expedition this time had gone too smoothly, so both the hunters and Boss Yang had lost themselves in their good fortune, otherwise, they would have long realized that something was wrong. As they thought about it, they realized how lucky they had been. If they had accidentally run into the inverse, there wouldn't have even been enough of their small team to squeeze between one's teeth. The hunters all felt like they could not stand it anymore. Since they had finished their mission, they all wanted to get out of inverse territory as quickly as possible. After all, the money gained by gambling one's life could only be spent if one still had a life. While many things were important in this world, nothing was more important than surviving. Xia Fei made a casual comment that instantly pushed everyone's tension to the maximum. While the army may have retreated, there are still many hidden sentries in the area. If you're going back, you need to be careful. All fell silent, everyone staring at Xia Fei. The two more timid hunters even started sweating. The inverse are the most sinister, so this will be very in line with their style, the veteran hunter stroked his chin and said. Xia Fei was happy to see that someone was helping him with his little ploy. Smiling, Xia Fei nods at the veteran hunter. Boss Yang, we should head back now. That's right. Didn't you say that the big client's job can't be delayed? Let's get to the handoff point early. We absolutely can't offend that big shot. The tone had instantly changed, and no one was in the mood to talk about the diamond dragonfly now. All of them wanted to get out of this place at once so as not to fall into the hands of the inverse. Xia Fei's plan was very simple, fabricate a powerful foe. In this current situation, this group had taken him for an enemy and suspected that this place contained a diamond dragonfly. If they were not pushed off this line of thought, these people would not give the matter rest. Thus, Xia Fei had intentionally started fear-mongering, making it so that everyone would stop worrying about Xia Fei and the diamond dragonfly. To tell the truth, Xia Fei did not mind killing these people. Even if he did not do it, Peacock Blue, Furball, and Nirvana would easily slay them. However, Xia Fei's keen senses informed him that there was a warship above him. If Xia Fei wanted to escape this place, he would need their help. It was not difficult to kill these people and take over their ship, but this move was even easier. Everyone's right. Let's get moving. Boss Yang's back was already drenched in sweat. He had tossed the idea of getting another diamond dragonfly far out of his mind and immediately agreed to this suggestion. Everyone, be careful, Xia Fei. He did not ask to go with them, instead, he sat back down and began stroking Furball with one hand. You're crazy. This is a chance. Hurry up and leave with these people. Do you plan to stay in the inverse territory for the rest of your life? Cried Radix urgently, perplexed by Xia Fei's move. There's no rush. These people are afraid and will beg me to go with them, said Xia Fei nonchalantly. Be careful. It was not because he was dumb that Boss Yang had become a local tycoon. He instantly sensed what Xia Fei was getting at and immediately smiled as he told Xia Fei, little brother, staying here isn't safe. Why don't you come with us? Well, Xia Fei stroked his chin, appearing hesitant. Suddenly, Boss Yang's eyes flashed, for he had seen that fuzzy little ball in Xia Fei's bosom.